Chapter 1. The hotel actually belongs to us. At the entrance of Kaima Hotel, a five-star establishment in Huadong City. Bang! Su Mu, distracted by a WeChat voice message, inadvertently crashed a luggage cart into a luxury car that had just parked at the hotel entrance, apparently waiting to pick someone up. Due to his inattention, the cart collided with the car, leaving a significant dent. Thud! The inherent momentum caused all the luggage to tumble onto the ground beside the luxury vehicle. Su Mu stood frozen, an overwhelming thought echoing in his mind. "I'm done for." Normally, Su Mu was not so careless. He had simply been caught off guard by a message from his homeroom teacher. His teacher had informed him that his Gaokao college entrance exam scores were out and that he had performed exceptionally well. Although he didn't emerge as the top scorer in Huadong City, he ranked among the top 3. Upon hearing this news, Su Mu felt a surge of pride, momentarily neglecting the designated drop-off area for temporary parking at the hotel entrance. Given the hotel's clear signage and the fact that he had crashed into a car that was already parked, Su Mu was evidently at fault for the accident. Just a student who had recently completed his Gaokao, he had come to the hotel to earn some pocket money for university. His family was quite ordinary. Yet looking at the damaged luxury car, he recognized the Bugatti emblema, was aware that the repair costs for such a vehicle would be astronomical for someone in his financial situation. "Xiao Su, why did you bring the guest's luggage to this spot?" Before the Bugatti's owner could emerge, the head waiter at the hotel rushed over, having heard the commotion. Upon seeing the significant dent in the Bugatti, he realized the gravity of the situation. "Xiao Su, you should have your parents handle this." When Su Mu started working at the hotel, he had made it clear that he was a high school senior looking to earn some money for university expenses. However, the head waiter presumed Su Mu was a low-key rich kid, as his school was a prestigious international institution in Huadong City. Rumor had it that only the well-to-do could afford such an education, especially with tuition fees exceeding several $100,000 a year. Thus, the head waiter did not press Su Mu too hard, believing his family could cover the Bugatti's repair costs. Unaware of the head waiter's assumptions, Su Mu simply accepted the situation as it was. As he dialed his father's number, he noticed the Bugatti owner stepping out, a middle-aged man who merely frowned at the damage without uttering a word. Perhaps he had overheard the conversation and felt little need to further press Su Mu. It was clear the man possessed not only financial means, but also an admirable sense of composure. Beep beep. The call connected swiftly. "Xiao Mu, what's the matter? Could it be the exam scores are out?" Su Mu's father, Rui Zhi, was aware of his son's job, but not the specifics of what he did. Believing that his son was growing up and needed to learn independence, he refrained from probing further. At this moment, Su Mu was supposed to be working, so Rui Zhi expected his son had encountered something significant. "Dad, the scores are out. I ranked among the top 3 in Huadong City, but there's something even more pressing to discuss. You might want to sit down for this." Glancing nervously at the dented Bugatti, he continued, "I may need you to brace yourself." "Top 3? That's impressive. What else is there?" "Just tell me," his father responded, clearly elated by Su Mu's academic achievement. "Dad, I crashed a Bugatti." Su Mu shut his eyes momentarily, steeling himself to relay the news. With the car owner now present, there was no evading the truth any longer. He had braced himself for a storm of wrath from his father once the news landed. "Son, are you hurt?" Instead of an outburst, Rui Zhi expressed concern over Su Mu's well-being. Hearing this softened Su Mu's anxiety considerably. "No, Dad, I'm fine. It's just a Bugatti. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. It's just a Bugatti, don't let it weigh on your mind." Su Mu felt a twinge of disbelief. Just a Bugatti? Did his father not grasp the magnitude of the situation? Looking back at the car owner, he thought, "Dad, can we hold off on the bravado? I really need your assistance here." "Xiao Mu, where are you right now?" "I'm at Kaima Hotel." "Xiao Mu, I need you to prepare for another piece of news. Our family is quite wealthy, and the Kaima Hotel is actually our property." "The Kaima Hotel is ours? We are wealthy?" If that were true, why would Su Mu need to work here, especially considering his family's financial situation, which he was acutely aware of after all these years? His parents were ordinary office workers, and he had never heard of any business ventures in his family. "Dad, can you come over? The car owner is still here." Su Mu remained skeptical of his father's claim and cast a modest glance at the head waiter and the Bugatti's owner. "I'm currently in a shareholders' meeting discussing the company's public listing." They'll have my secretary transfer 30 million to you now that should cover the repairs. Please resolve it on your own for the time being. Seemingly preoccupied, his father concluded the call abruptly. Beep, beep, beep. As the line disconnected, Su-mu felt a mix of bewilderment and frustration. Was this really happening? Was a dented Bugatti truly all it took for his father to suddenly dismiss concern? Discussing a shareholders meeting? A public listing? What company? Su-mu wished he could scoff his family lacked any such enterprise. Even more absurd was the notion that his father would offer 30 million. With a sigh, Su-mu thought that not even 3 million could be produced, let alone 30. He'd probably have to ask his mother for help. Chapter 2. The unexpected 30 million in Shaosu. When will your father arrive? The foreman, having overheard Su-mu's earlier phone call to his father, immediately inquired with concern as soon as Su-mu hung up. Both the foreman and the owner of the Bugatti had just learned that Su-mu ranked among the top 3 in the recent college entrance examination in East China City. In the foreman's mind, Su-mu was not only a low-key rich second generation, but also an exceptionally brilliant scholar. With such wealth and intellect, the foreman's attitude towards him was exceedingly amiable. The Bugatti owner cast a glance at the foreman, who was clearly flattering Su-mu, yet remained silent, feeling a hint of perplexity that it appeared that this young man, dressed in a server's uniform, had a remarkable background. Feeling a bit awkward upon hearing the foreman's question, Su-mu hesitated. His father had mentioned that the Cayman Hotel belonged to their family, but did he dare convey this to the foreman? Clearly, Su-mu lacked the courage to do so. After some contemplation, he decided to respond in accordance with his father's original words. My dad said he is currently in a shareholders meeting discussing the company's listing and won't be able to come to He'll have the secretary transfer the money to me shortly. Su-mu conveniently omitted the part about his father mentioning the 30 million. He found that truly outrageous. It would surely be exposed in no time that this moment. Su-mu merely hoped for his father to send over enough money for the Bugatti's repairs. And he would consider himself fortunate that a shareholders meeting, a company listing. The foreman's eyes lit up instantly. It seemed his previous judgment was indeed quite accurate. This young man was not only a rich second generation, but possibly one of the exceedingly wealthy kind. The Bugatti owner could not help but regard Su-mu with renewed interest. Not only was the young man strikingly handsome, but his family was evidently affluent. The prospect of a company listing made the Bugatti seem trivial in comparison. Shaosu. Ah no, Su classmate, why don't we step inside and wait? Standing at the hotel entrance is hardly appropriate. The foreman's attitude towards Su-mu had escalated to that of a VIP. With such treatment, Su-mu hardly resembled someone working at the hotel. Sir, would you agree? The tactful foreman, mindful of the Bugatti owner, politely inquired. Nodding, the Bugatti owner felt a degree of trepidation regarding Su-mu's status and did not wish to complicate matters further. No need. Let my father transfer the money first, and then we can discuss compensation. Su-mu declined the foreman's kindness. He was aware that his relaying of his father's words had led to the foreman's misunderstanding. Not wanting to be exalted only to face a more severe fall, Su-mu felt it prudent to wait here and see how much his father could actually send over. Whether it would suffice for compensation seemed more realistic. Classmate Su, it is quite hot outside. We should really go in. Your father is in a meeting, and it may take some time for him to transfer the money. The foreman urged Su-mu to enter the hotel and enjoy the air conditioning. Concerned that if something as trivial as this caused him to faint from heat, he would bear the responsibility. The Bugatti owner nodded in agreement, showing no signs of feeling overlooked as the victim. As Su-mu pondered how to politely decline the foreman's hospitality, a melodious voice came to his aid. Su-mu, what are you doing here? Turning around, Su-mu was surprised to encounter someone he recognized in this place. Jiang Xinxuan. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It was Jiang Xinxuan, his high school classmate. Renowned for her beauty, Su-mu was aware that Jiang Xinxuan came from a wealthy family, and he had never concealed his own family situation, so their classmates were all informed. Given that Su-mu consistently ranked at the top academically, Jiang Xinxuan, despite being the school's belle, was also a dominant presence. Their relationship had evolved from mutual competition to mutual support, becoming very good friends. Of course, their friendship remained purely platonic, as Su-mu felt he could not dare to pursue anything further given his family's circumstances. What happened to you? Seeing Su-mu in a server's attire, Jiang Xinchuan could surmise a few things, knowing that Su Mu's family was not particularly affluent. She guessed that he was likely trying to earn some money for university expenses during the summer break. However, given the current situation, observing Su Mu's scattered luggage and the obvious damage to the Bugatti, Jiang Xinchuan could piece together some of the story. Noticing the understanding in Jiang Xinchuan's eyes, Su Mu bit his lip and reluctantly recounted the events that had transpired. "You probably don't have much cash on you, do you? Would you like me to lend you some?" Jiang Xinchuan phrased it delicately, avoiding directly stating that Su Mu might not have sufficient funds, instead suggesting that he likely wouldn't carry much money while working. This approach was considerate of Su Mu's dignity and pride. Gratefully, Su Mu shot Jiang Xinchuan a glance, touched by her thoughtfulness. "No, it's fine. My dad said he would transfer money to me." Su Mu still harbored a glimmer of hope regarding his father. Not being greedy for 30 million, that if his father could manage to get 30,000 from his mother to send to him, Su Mu would be immensely thankful. Although he was unaware of the repair costs for the Bugatti, he felt that receiving something was better than nothing, that if all else failed, he could negotiate a repayment plan. That Su Mu observed that the Bugatti owner had not scolded him even once throughout the ordeal. Believing he must be a reasonable person, when Jiang Xinchuan arrived, the Bugatti owner recognized her immediately. Jiang Xinchuan was the only daughter of Jiang Maohua, a prominent figure in the construction industry in East China City. Few influential individuals in the city were unfamiliar with him. As Jiang Xinchuan was frequently seen in public, the Bugatti owner was less inclined to treat Su Mu harshly, assuming Su Mu's background was likely similar to Jiang Xinchuan's, which explained their familiarity. Jiang Xinchuan glanced again at the damage on the Bugatti, feeling compelled to warn Su Mu that the repair costs would not be insignificant. However, stating this outright would embarrass Su Mu, leaving her feeling anxious. Just then, the notification sound from Su Mu's phone interrupted his thoughts. Uncertain, he opened the screen, unsure how much his father might actually transfer. Upon opening the bank's message, Su Mu could hardly believe his eyes. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. There were 7 zeros before the decimal point. His father had genuinely sent him 30 million. Was this his father's secret stash? But that seemed implausible. Chapter 3. Is my family really this wealthy? Su Mu felt somewhat bewildered. Could it be true, as his father had claimed, that their family was quite wealthy? Were the mentions of shareholders' meetings and company listings genuine? However, if that were the case, why had he and his parents been living in that 2-bedroom apartment for so many years? Holding his phone, Su Mu stood in a daze. "Classmate Su, your father must have transferred the money to you by now." Standing at the hotel entrance for so long was hardly appropriate. Despite Su Mu not acknowledging the foreman's good intentions, he remained stubbornly outside, refusing to enter the hotel. The foreman had noticed Su Mu's phone ringing earlier and assumed that a father who was engaged in a shareholders' meeting discussing a company listing would not be stingy with the amount he sent his son. "I did." Su Mu was still in shock from the amount his father had transferred, responding blankly to the foreman's question. "How much did he send you?" The foreman speculated that it should be at least a few 100,000. Jiang Xinchuan shot a glance of concern at Su Mu, having interpreted his expression as one indicating that his father had not sent much money, leaving him too frightened to speak. "My dad sent me 30 million. Seemingly still in disbelief, Su Mu held up his phone for the foreman to confirm whether he was dreaming. "It truly is 30 million. Classmate Su, your father is exceedingly generous. It seems R.SU is indeed occupied with a shareholders' meeting and cannot attend to such trivial matters." The foreman's enthusiasm intensified even further. His confidence in his judgment of people swelled. After all, he had sensed from the very first moment he saw Su Mu that this young man was no ordinary individual. 30 million, a shareholders' meeting. Jiang Xinchuan approached to see for herself. Upon confirming the multitude of zeros following the 3, she finally believed Su Mu's claim. "Su Mu, it turns out you've been deceiving us all along." Reflecting on her earlier concern that Su Mu might not have the funds for compensation, she realized it had all been her overreaction. Furthermore, for the past 3 years in high school, Jiang Xinchuan had believed Su Mu's assertions of his ordinary family background. She felt a sense of betrayal from someone she had trusted so deeply. Looking at Jiang Xinchuan, Su Mu found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. Before tonight, he had been completely unaware of the truth that he opened his mouth, but genuinely did not know how to convey his thoughts to Jiang Xinxuan. Noticing Su Mu's lack of preparation for an explanation, Jiang Xinxuan stomped her foot in frustration and walked into the hotel. Inside was a family gathering, and feeling stifled, she had stepped outside for some fresh air, only to unexpectedly run into Su Mu at the entrance. As Su Mu gazed at Jiang Xinxuan's silhouette, he realized that the beautiful campus belle was genuinely upset with him. At this moment, it was not the time to explain himself to Jiang Xinxuan. He deemed it more prudent to first address the immediate issue at hand. The owner of the Bugatti was taken aback by the fact that Su Mu's father had readily offered 30 million, that coupled with Su Mu's mention of his father's ongoing negotiations with shareholders regarding the company's public listing. The man was increasingly intrigued, knowing that there were only a handful of companies in Huadong City eligible for such a listing. However, Su Mu himself was unclear about his family's actual circumstances and deflected the owner's subtle inquiries with vague responses. After agreeing on a compensation plan, both parties exchanged WeChat contacts, with the Bugatti owner taking the vehicle to the 4S shop for repairs, while Su Mu would later transfer the specific costs directly to him. Trusting in Su Mu's family background, the Bugatti owner refrained from reporting the incident to the authorities, that he harbored a small hope that this minor issue could lead to an advantageous connection with Su Mu's father. Considering that covering these expenses would not be a significant burden, having resolved the Bugatti matter, Su Mu busied himself with gathering the scattered luggage. It was important to see things through to the end, now that he possessed wealth. He felt compelled to finalize the tasks at hand. Student Su, there's no need for you to exert yourself over such trivial matters. You've been standing out here for quite a while. If you happen to overheat or something, I would not know how to explain it to M.R.SU. The manager swiftly seized the suitcase from Su Mu's hands, beckoning two hotel staff at the entrance to collect the luggage and cart. Su Mu, somewhat bewildered, looked at the manager. Wasn't this part of his job? Moreover, did the manager have such a close relationship with his father? Would he really need to explain to him? Although his father had mentioned that the Cayman Hotel belonged to their family, Su Mu was certain that the manager was unaware of his true identity. The events of the evening had left Su Mu feeling somewhat dazed. How had a child from an ordinary family suddenly transformed into a young master? As he grappled with his identity, two glaring headlights appeared in the distance at a stretched Lincoln. Su Mu surmised that yet another affluent individual had arrived at the hotel for dining, that he took a small step back. Realizing he needed to sort out his own affairs, strangely, the Lincoln came to a halt directly in front of him. Su Mu couldn't help but take a closer look. The person who emerged from the front passenger seat left him utterly astonished. A Fu? The individual who was perpetually by his grandfather's side, always clad in a Zhongshan suit, that it was said that a Fu had been found by his grandfather on the street as a child and had lived in his grandfather's home ever since. Young master, the old master has sent me to escort you home. Still in his Zhongshan suit, it was clear that the fabric was of significantly higher quality than what he had previously worn. A Fu opened the rear door of the car, bending slightly and gesturing for Su Mu to enter. Seeing the manner in which he was treated, Su Mu understood that the young master referred to himself. The old master? Was that his grandfather? Hadn't his father mentioned that his grandfather disliked the bustling life of the city and preferred to reside in the countryside? When had his grandfather become the old master? Was it even feasible to drive such a stretched Lincoln in the countryside? As he observed a Fu maintaining his bowing posture, Su Mu had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and enter the car. Young Master Su, please take care. The Lincoln, having received its young master, began to move slowly. The manager took this opportunity to once again express his respect for Su Mu's identity. Su Mu found himself overwhelmed with questions. Young master, I am the Su family steward. Both the old master and the young master address me as a Fu, and you may do the same. A Fu in the front passenger seat did not afford Su Mu the opportunity to voice his queries. He turned to Su Mu with utmost seriousness and stated, Young master, in truth, the Su family is a prominent clan. Your family is exceedingly wealthy. A multitude of large question marks materialized over Su Mu's head. Could it be that his family was truly this affluent? The Lincoln did not head toward the countryside as Su Mu had anticipated, but instead drove directly into the mountainous area by the seaside. Often dubbed the wealthy district of Huadong City, they progressed inward, Sumu caught glimpses of several opulent villas, but he speculated that one of those must be their destination. Without any pause, the Lincoln continued until it reached the mountain summit. Where is this? Before Sumu stood not merely a modern villa, but a grand castle, a supersized castle. Young master, this is your true home, the only castle in Huadong City, a place coveted by the elite of high society, unattainable by mere wealth, a Fu declared with evident pride in his voice. Sumu was left in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the evening's revelations. What other surprises awaited him within the castle? The Lincoln, having traversed the entrance, came to a steady halt. Young master, please. A Fu exited the vehicle and opened the door for Sumu, once again bowing and gesturing for him to enter. Instinctively adjusting his attire, Sumu followed a Fu into the castle. Seated on the luxurious sofa in the hall was none other than his grandfather, Su Juanxiang, who had always been described as an ordinary old man living in the countryside. However, the current appearance of his grandfather was a stark contrast to the image Sumu had held. His hair, interspersed with silver strands, was meticulously groomed, and Sumu noticed not a single strand fell out of place. The once ordinary clothing had transformed into a finely tailored suit. Grandfather, Sumu stepped forward, recognizing his grandfather. Xiaomu come si busy de grandpa. I heard from your father that you were in a car accident. Are you hurt? The old man greeted Sumu warmly, devoid of any imposing demeanor. Grandfather, I'm fine. It wasn't a true accident. I merely pushed something and accidentally bumped into someone else's car. Sumu earnestly explained, not wanting his grandfather to worry. Surely his father, in his haste, had not clarified the details to his grandfather. Is this really our home? Sitting beside the old man, Sumu felt it prudent to confirm. His grandfather nodded affirmatively. Then why have my parents and I always lived elsewhere? Given the family's immense wealth, why had the three of them been cramped in a two-bedroom apartment? Sumu had seen his grandfather a few times throughout the year, primarily when his grandfather visited with a Fu. He had never perceived any difference between his grandfather and an ordinary one. The only distinction might be a Fu, who rarely strayed more than 3 meters from Su Juanxiang. Xiaomu, this is a long-standing tradition in our Su family. We were once of royal lineage and had a few wayward descendants in the past. To prevent the family's fortunes from being squandered, it was decreed that any male child must be raised by their parents in a manner akin to ordinary life until they reach the age of 18, at which point they may return to the ancestral home. This rule has persisted through 5 generations, including yours. Sumu blinked in disbelief. Had he just become a member of the aristocracy? Was my father also brought back here at 18? Indeed, your father was also raised by your grandmother and me until he turned 18, after which he returned to this castle. Well, since it was a decree established by their ancestors, Sumu felt he had no choice but to accept it. Grandfather, how many children do you have? Su Juanxiang hesitated, wondering if Xiaomu desired the warmth of a large family. That seems somewhat challenging. Your father is my only son. To allay Sumu's potential disappointment, Su Juanxiang added, when your father was born, your grandmother's health suffered, making it unsuitable for her to have more children. Surprisingly, upon hearing this news, Sumu felt no sorrow. Instead, he beamed with delight. My father must also only have one son, right? Sumu already had the answer in his heart. Given Su Jirui's feelings for Bai Xiuping, Sumu knew that unless his father and mother had other children, it was unlikely that Su Jirui would have any others. Yes, your father has only you as his son. You are the sole heir of the Su family for 3 generations, which is why your education is treated with utmost seriousness. Su Juanxiang seemed to catch on to something. It appeared this little rascal was not merely inquiring about the family size, but was subtly probing whether there were any competitors for the inheritance, having confirmed his status as the sole legal heir. Sumu felt a sense of relief. Grandfather, just how wealthy is our family? My father mentioned that the Cayman Hotel is ours. And he also mentioned he was attending a shareholders meeting to discuss the company's public listing. Does our family own any other enterprises? What are they? Now that he had secured his position, Sumu was determined to clarify his background. After 18 years as an ordinary person, he believed it was finally time to showcase his true self. Su Mu had some reservations about the ancestral decree. After all, he had endured quite a bit growing up. Nevertheless, his accomplishments were evidence that the Su family's ancestors had indeed possessed considerable foresight. In response to Su Mu's barrage of questions, the elderly patriarch of the Su family patiently provided answers. The Su family's enterprises were so vast that they were beyond Su Mu's imagination. He managed to retain a few key points. The Su family owned companies in the construction, hotel, tourism, finance, real estate, and entertainment industries, all seemingly among the most prominent in their respective fields. These industries currently fall under the purview of the Su Group, which is managed by Rui Zhi. The market capitalization of the Su Group is approximately 100 billion. The Su family is the largest shareholder of the Su Group, holding a controlling stake of 90%. It can be said that the Su Group is effectively dictated by the Su family. Upon hearing his grandfather's introduction, although Su Mu had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. 100 billion? A 90 stake. Does that mean the wealth of the Su family amounts to 90 billion? No wonder both Dad and Afu have been emphasizing to him that their family is quite wealthy. Ding! Host's identity as a wealthy second generation has been detected, and the divine signing system has been activated. Before Su Mu could even plan his life as a wealthy second generation, he was stunned by the voice echoing in his mind. A system as a fan. Su Mu was certainly not unfamiliar with such extraordinary entities that he wondered if happiness had come a bit too swiftly. Just after being returned to the castle and learning of his identity as a billionaire heir, he was now also being sought after by a system. This was simply a duet of happiness. Su Mu felt that his future life would not only allow him to navigate the domestic scene with ease, but even the world's wealthiest individuals would pale in comparison. Chapter 5. The Heir with Assets. There are indeed too many systems involved, and Su Mu was unclear about what kind of system he had obtained. So he naturally had to understand it better. To avoid arousing his grandfather's suspicion, Su Mu feigned nonchalance, merely communicating with the system in his mind. System, could you introduce your capabilities? This system aims to assist the host in better enjoying life. The host can check in at various locations, and after each check-in, rewards will be granted, which do not include cash or tangible items, and only one check-in is allowed per day. Current check-in opportunities 1. Su Mu understood a bit. This system was designed to help him savor his affluent lifestyle. He had one opportunity to check in daily, which would yield corresponding rewards. However, what exactly could be checked in for was still unclear to him. One thing was certain. The system had stated that it would not involve money or real items. No matter, Su Mu was now the young master of the Su Group. Money was hardly a concern. The best things in life could not be bought with money, while the most precious were those that money could not procure. Xiao Mu. There is one more thing your grandfather must tell you. Seeing Su Mu suddenly quiet down, Su Juanxiang assumed his grandson might harbor grievances about the hardships endured over the past 18 years. Reflecting on Su Mu's earlier attempts to glean information about the family situation, Su Juanxiang believed this news should bring joy to Su Mu. What else is there, Grandpa? Su Mu's heart raced. Could it be that there was a third piece of good news awaiting him? Xiao Mu. When you were born, your grandfather transferred 5 of the Su Group's shares into your name. Previously, because you were underage, your father managed these shares on your behalf. Now that you have grown up, your grandfather believes you should be informed, and if you wish, you can hold them yourself. This was indeed splendid news. Su Mu's mind raced. With the Su Group's market value at 100 billion, owning 5 of the shares meant he possessed 5 billion. He had not anticipated such a magnificent transformation in his life tonight. Su Mu suddenly felt that his collision with that Bugatti had been fortuitous. That crash had granted him the identity of the young master of the Su Group. Moreover, he was not merely a nominal young master. Su Mu now held a net worth of 5 billion. Then he mused that had he known this sooner, he would have sought out a luxury car to crash into. Wouldn't that have allowed him to embark on his blissful life sooner? Grandpa, let my father continue managing the shares. I still need to attend university and don't have the time. Su Mu felt he had no experience with company matters, and having the shares in his name wouldn't yield any substantial benefits. However, he could certainly collect dividends ahead of time. Moving a bit closer to Su Juanxiang, Su Mu smiled somewhat flatteringly. Grandpa, there's no rush about the shares. Could I perhaps receive some dividends from my father? Su Juanxiang chuckled as he glanced at Su Mu. realizing the boy was quite astute. Xiao Mu, the 30 million I transferred to you today is your shareholder dividend, isn't it? As his words faded, the impeccably dressed Su Ruizhi entered the room, his arm linked with the equally elegantly attired Bai Xiuping. Su Mu was taken aback. Indeed, his parents were strikingly attractive. Although they had always been handsome and beautiful, their previous ordinary attire had somewhat concealed their allure. Today, however, their attire truly made them stand out. Xiao Mu, are you unhurt? Bai Xiuping, seeing Su Mu, withdrew her arm from Su Ruizhi's and rushed to his side. Although her husband had mentioned that Xiao Mu had merely bumped the Bugatti with his cart and that it was not a true accident, she was still concerned for her son and approached to inspect him closely. I'm fine, Mom. I'm completely unscathed. Su Mu deliberately turned around a few times to demonstrate that he had suffered no injuries whatsoever. Dear, I told you Xiao Mu is perfectly fine, so there's no need to worry. Su Ruizhi pulled his wife back into his embrace. Su Mu secretly rolled his eyes. Here it comes again. His father's possessiveness over his mother was indeed quite remarkable. Even when the three of them had squeezed into that two-bedroom apartment, Su Mu had noticed this bad habit of his father. Now that they had resumed their wealthy status, it was surprising that his father's affection for his mother had not waned one bit. Having grown accustomed to this over the years, Su Mu naturally did not mind quibbling with his father over such trivial matters. Discussing serious matters was what truly mattered. Dad, are you really going to embezzle my assets in front of Grandpa and Mom? Grandpa has stated that I have owned 5 of the Su Group since birth. That amounts to nearly 5 billion in assets. Now that I am 18, is it only 30 million in dividends? Dad, if you are this stingy, it might not sound good if it gets out, right? Su Mu was meticulously calculating, as this pertained to the funds he would have available for future endeavors. And he could not afford to be careless. I knew you would pull this stunt once you found out. Su Ruizhi laughed as he handed over a black card. This card contains 50 million. Consider your pocket money for now. Additionally, this card is linked to my main card, so if you run out of funds, you can directly draw from mine. Knowing his son well, Su Ruizhi had arranged for this bank card as soon as he briefed Su Mu on the family situation over the phone. Had he not prepared this in advance, his son might have truly been at a loss. Thank you, Dad. Su Mu happily accepted the black card from his father. 50 million as pocket money, coupled with the 30 million his father had transferred earlier. Even after deducting the repair costs for the Bugatti, this was quite a substantial sum. Moreover, his father implied that the limit on this card was not merely 50 million. He could spend freely. Initially, Su Mu had intended to devote his pre-university vacation to working, but now he could focus solely on how to enjoy himself and spend this money, with the bank card tucked away in his pocket. Su Mu felt a great sense of security about his future. By the way, Dad, Mom, Grandpa said that living outside is a rule of the Su family. I can understand that, but after all these years, how could you have managed to leave no traces? You kept this secret from me for a full 18 years. Dad, Mom, I feel that with your good looks and acting skills, it would be a shame if you didn't win an Oscar. Su Mu lamented with a face full of regret. Chapter 6. Reward, King of Physical Fitness. You should ask your father about that. He has rich experience since he taught me everything. Bai Xiuping and Su Ruizhi were college classmates. Bai Xiuping was simultaneously a campus beauty and an academic star. During their courtship, she had been utterly unaware that Su Ruizhi was the heir of the Su Group. Bai Xiuping had agreed to Su Ruizhi's pursuit not for economic reasons. And after their marriage, they lived in the castle for a time. After Su Mu was born, Su Ruizhi revealed the Su family's rules to Bai Xiuping. Without any objections, Bai Xiuping promptly moved out of the Grand Castle with Su Ruizhi to live a more ordinary life. She deeply felt that the Su family's wealth was overwhelming and did not want their son to experience a life of luxury from the outset. For 18 years, Bai Xiuping had skillfully cooperated with Su Ruizhi in portraying themselves as an ordinary working couple, aiming to raise Su Mu to be a person of both virtue and talent. Having lived this way since childhood, Su Ruizhi was naturally adept at playing the role, and Su Mu had been blissfully oblivious to the truth for 18 years without detecting a single flaw. It must be said that the Su family's ancestors had been quite prescient. Since the establishment of this rule, no wastrel had emerged from the Su family. All were capable business experts. Well, your father has gone through this as well, so naturally, he is quite familiar with it. With his beloved wife shifting the responsibility onto him, Rui Zhi had no choice but to accept it. After all, this was a rule of the Su family. If not him, then who? Grandpa, if I hadn't crashed that Bugatti today, when were you planning to tell me the truth? My father recounted the circumstances of our family, clearly compelled by me to do so. Su Mu, filled with curiosity, pondered when grandfather would officially acknowledge him as part of the family if he had not made this revelation today. Perhaps when you celebrate your 18th birthday, Su Juanxiang replied without any ambiguity, completely unconcerned that this might be inappropriate. Had it not been for his son's hasty disclosure of the family situation to little Mu, the old master of the Su family would not have intended to share such information with his grandson at this early stage. In the old man's view, this was entirely reasonable that it was on Su Rui Zhi's 18th birthday that Su Juanxiang brought his wife and son back to the castle. Would that mean that my entire summer holiday would be wasted? My birthday falls in October, Su Mu thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety at his grandfather's response. Thankfully, fortune favored him, as he had coincidentally encountered a Bugatti. So, grandfather, since I already know, I need not return, right? Su Mu was not particularly concerned about where he would reside. After all, he had lived in that two-bedroom apartment for over a decade and had developed an attachment to it. He merely sought confirmation on whether he could now publicly assume the identity of the young master of the Su group. Of course. Now that you are aware, and since you have completed your college entrance examinations, there's no need to wait those few additional months. Su Juanxiang expressed dissatisfaction with his grandson, dismissing the trivialities. Little Mu, you must be tired after today. Let a Fu escort you to your room. If you need anything, just ask a Fu. Your father, mother, and I have some business to discuss. The old master of the Su family had stepped back from active involvement, only concerning himself with significant matters, ensuring everything was in order. Given that the Su group was preparing for an initial public offering, how could he possibly remain entirely aloof? Very well, grandfather. You may proceed with your discussion. Today had indeed been overwhelming, and Su Mu felt the need to take some time to properly digest everything. A Fu led Su Mu to the third floor and opened the door to a room on the left side of the staircase. Young master. According to the regulations, the master resides on the first floor, the young master and young mistress on the second, while you reside on the third. Please see if this room meets your satisfaction. If not, you are welcome to choose another room on the third floor or request a redecoration. Upon entering the room, Su Mu was pleasantly surprised to find that his bedroom was even larger than the previous two-bedroom apartment. The decor was modern, exuding a sense of understated luxury. This will do. I am quite satisfied. Very well. Young master, please rest. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me. A Fu closed the door behind him as he exited. Su Mu flopped onto the soft, expansive bed, reflecting on the miraculous events of the day. Suddenly, he recalled that Jiang Xinxuan was still upset with him. There had always been an unspoken tension between Su Mu and Jiang Xinxuan, which he had never addressed due to his humble beginnings, and she, being a girl, was naturally hesitant to initiate. Had Su Mu known his true identity and been a bit more proactive, Jiang Xinxuan would likely have already become his girlfriend. Thinking it best to clarify matters, Su Mu took out his phone. Instead of sending a WeChat message, he opted for a voice call. Su Mu had a habit of communicating with classmates primarily through WeChat rather than phone calls. The call rang once before being abruptly disconnected. She must be quite angry, Su Mu chuckled, shaking his head and setting his phone aside. That if the girl was throwing a tantrum, he decided to wait it out. There was no need to rush headlong into danger. Lying on the large bed, Su Mu gazed at the ceiling adorned with a starry design, feeling a surge of emotions that he was now a winner in life, blessed with both wealth and a system. Speaking of which, he suddenly sat up, realizing he had almost forgotten about his opportunity to check in today, that it would be ashamed to waste it. Uncertain about what the system might offer him, he contemplated where to check in for the first time. Glancing at the dressing mirror, he noticed his face remained as handsome as ever, although his physique seemed somewhat slender. Right, let's check out the gym, Su Mu thought. Considering that such a grand castle must surely have one, he opened the door and found a Fu, who had been waiting in the living room. Not seeing his grandfather or parents, Su Mu surmised they had gone to the study to discuss matters. Young master, is there a gym here? Indeed, there is. Please take me to see it. A Fu led Su Mu through the corridor to a door. Young master, this is the gym. I can go in by myself. Sumu pushed the door open and gasped. It was more impressive than any gym he had ever seen. The room was filled with an array of fitness equipment that dazzled his eyes. Regaining his composure, Sumu did not forget his purpose. Check in at the gym. Ding. Check in at the gym successful. Reward. King-level stamina. As the system's voice faded, Sumu felt subtle changes in his body, a tingling sensation coursing through him. 10 minutes later, the sensation dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Chapter 7. Jiang Xinchuan's subtle thoughts. Sumu casually threw a few punches, realizing his strength had indeed significantly increased. However, punching air felt juvenile. It could not truly demonstrate the power of the king-level stamina. With the gym's equipment being so comprehensive, Sumu decided to put it to the test. After trying nearly every piece of equipment, he confirmed that his stamina had indeed reached a king's level. After this round, not even a seasoned athlete could have endured it to the end. Yet, Sumu remained unfazed, his breath steady as he played around with the equipment. Yes, the system's rewards are indeed potent. Sumu, now unburdened by financial concerns, found little interest in the mundane rewards of the system. This particular system was precisely to his liking. The successful check-in had proven that the rewards provided by the system were invaluable, far beyond what money could be. Sumu felt a surge of confidence with his stamina. Achieving a chiseled physique was merely a matter of when he chose to pursue it. However, while the gym boasted an impressive array of equipment, working out alone felt rather lonely. I'll call it a day. Tomorrow I'll get a gym membership elsewhere. Who knows? I might even meet a beautiful girl. Lacking the motivation to continue training, Sumu muttered to himself as he exited the gym. Back in his room, he had worked up quite a sweat from his earlier exercise. After enjoying a delightful hot bath, he returned to the large bed. Glancing at his phone, he knew Jiang Xinchuan would not respond. However, the class group chat was buzzing with activity that Sumu had kept his phone on Do Not Disturb mode, allowing him to receive messages without any notifications interrupting him. Observing the growing number of unread messages piqued his curiosity, and he clicked to open it. Was it possible that the exam results had been released, prompting everyone to become more active? The first unread message made him smile. That IT was a topic initiated by Jiang Xinchuan. Her message read, "If someone deceived you and showed no sincere remorse, do you think such a person deserves forgiveness?" Sumu knew she was referring to him. By deceiving her, he meant when he had downplayed his family's wealth, only for his father to transfer 30 million at the entrance of the Cayman Hotel. Moreover, Jiang Xinchuan had learned that Sumu's family owned a company preparing for an IPO. In her eyes, Sumu had always been a fraud. As for his lack of a sincere apology, that was clear from his single voice call, which he did not pursue after being hung up on. Beneath Jiang Xinchuan's message, several boys chimed in to assert their presence. "Jiang, who deceived you? Speak up. I'll be sure to teach them a lesson." "Yes, Jiang, just say their name. They must be too comfortable in life to dare deceive you." "Jiang, such a beautiful girl. Why waste your energy on such a person? Just block them." Jiang Xinchuan rarely shared her matters in the class group, but after graduation, following Sumu's unanswered voice call, she had not contacted him again. Unable to swallow her pride and reach out to him, she resorted to posting in the group, hoping Sumu would see it and respond. Checking the time, Sumu noted that it had been over 3 hours since Jiang Xinchuan sent her message. Although the group's chatter had not diminished, the person at the center of it had remained silent. Concluding that Jiang Xinchuan had likely retired for the night, Sumu chose not to send any messages or make further calls, allowing himself to sink into the embrace of the bed. Today had been eventful, and he too needed a good rest. That a night of sweet dreams. Upon waking naturally, Sumu discovered that his parents had already left for work. "Good morning, grandfather," he greeted upon spotting his grandfather practicing Tai Chi in the grand garden. "The sun is already high. What do you mean by early?" The old man continued his movements, responding in a voice that boomed with vitality. Sumu scratched his head. After all, he was now the young master and was under no obligation to rush off to a job. "Grandfather, I have some matters to attend to later, so I want to be home for lunch. Yesterday, I acquired the King's Fitness, and now Sumu is eagerly seeking a prestigious gym to sculpt the physique of his dreams." "Go ahead," the old man, accustomed to solitude within the vast castle, waved his hand, granting Sumu the freedom to move about. "After you, have Xiaowang drive and follow Sumu," he added, initially reluctant to have someone accompany him. Sumu realized that being atop a mountain and lacking driving skills made it impractical to descend via the bus route. "Young master, please wait a moment while I have Xiao Wang bring the car around," Afu said, bowing slightly before departing. Soon a mid-sized Lamborghini SUV came to a halt before Sumu. Thankfully, it was not the elongated Lincoln, which Sumu deemed too ostentatious for his errands. Although the Lamborghini was certainly not inexpensive. It was less flamboyant, spacious, and comfortable. Just as Sumu was about to enter the vehicle, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn and instruct Afu, who was waiting nearby. "Afu, I need to obtain a driver's license. Please arrange for the examination to occur at the earliest opportunity." "Certainly, young master." Luxurious cars and beautiful women, two of a man's greatest desires, Sumu had longed to experience the joy of driving for himself. To Super LM Fitness Club, he declared, having already researched the establishment online. The caliber, scale, and reputation of Super LM perfectly aligned with Sumu's expectations. "Understood, young master." "Sir, please come in." The establishment was indeed expansive. Sumu estimated it to be no less than 5,000 square meters. "Sir, what specific area of fitness are you interested in? I can provide you with a tailored introduction." A dedicated staff member promptly approached. "I'll take the complete package," Sumu replied, no longer needing to deliberate over his choices. With wealth comes the luxury of indulgence, and since Sumu intended to engage in comprehensive fitness training, opting for the full package was only natural. "Very well, sir. Let me assist you in processing your membership." "Sir, we offer both annual and monthly memberships. The full annual package is priced at $260,000. The full monthly package is $23,000. May I inquire which option you prefer?" Indeed, the pricing was decidedly upscale, $260,000 a year. The average person's annual salary likely fell short of that amount. "I'll opt for the annual membership." After all, Sumu was the young master of the Su group, and such an expense was trivial in light of his status. Chapter 8. The Wallet Effect. "Excellent, sir. Please hold on for a moment while I prepare your membership." The receptionist's smile was unmistakably genuine, as she bent to accept the identification Sumu offered. Was this young gentleman truly just 18? He appeared to be the quintessential rich second-generation heir. He was precisely the type of high-value client the industry covets. There was no need for lengthy explanations. He was ready to sign up for the complete annual membership. The receptionist mentally calculated her commission for the month. Super LM Fitness Club catered to high-end clientele, and its prices reflected that exclusivity. While there were many clients, it was not every day that someone signed up for a complete annual membership. The staff ushered Sumu to a nearby sofa while they processed his membership. "Sir, may I offer you a beverage?" Another staff member, who had been engaged in conversation with a man and a woman, eagerly approached Sumu. "No, thank you." Sumu was well aware that he was now a VIP client at Super LM, and receiving special treatment was entirely appropriate. The man left standing nearby appeared displeased. He seemed to be in his 40s, while the woman with him was quite young, likely in her 20s. Given their apparent intimacy, it was clear they were not father and daughter, that Sumu surmised their relationship was of a more questionable nature. In truth, the woman was a minor influencer lacking significant fame. The man had spent several thousand on gifts to secure her company, initially intending to take her straight to a hotel. After all, he couldn't let that money go to waste, could he? However, the woman insisted on experiencing the Super LM Fitness Club, claiming that many of her colleagues had visited, naturally accompanied by their clients, to avoid wasting his earlier expenditure and to maintain his pride. The man reluctantly agreed. After all, it was merely a fitness club. He could always choose a lower-tier hotel later. Upon entering Super LM, the man quickly realized that only members were admitted. Even the lowest tier of monthly membership cost $3,000, far exceeding his budget, leading him to argue with the staff. The staff had encountered many individuals who were overly concerned with appearances yet reluctant to spend money, adhering to the principle of not offending clients easily. The staff patiently explained the situation. However, it became clear that the man had no intention of signing up. Observing Sumu sign up for the full annual membership without hesitation made it abundantly clear who the esteemed client was at Super LM. While the woman had initially wavered during the man's lengthy deliberation, Su Mu's sudden appearance and decisive action to sign up only intensified her interest as Su Mu, already strikingly handsome, appeared even more radiant in the woman's eyes. The receptionist attending to Su Mu promptly redirected her attention to him. The influencer, having finally secured an outing with the man, was now fixated on Su Mu. The man realized that Su Mu's swift commitment to the full annual membership had left him far behind financially. The two women's sudden change in demeanor made the man acutely aware of his diminished status. It's merely a fitness club. Why must one sign up to enter? Is it because the equipment is subpar and they fear letting potential clients try it out? How can one make a decision without first-hand experience? Those who sign up for annual memberships without consideration must not be using their brains, the man retorted sarcastically. Sir, our Super LM Fitness Club is among the world's premier fitness establishments, equipped with the most advanced equipment. Our trainers are also of the highest caliber. The policy regarding membership is a reflection of our commitment to providing a superior experience for our clients. Super LM is not a place for just anyone to enter. Our membership policy ensures that our members enjoy the best fitness experience without disturbances from unsuitable individuals. The staff member attending to Su Mu noticed that the man, despite his lengthy arguments, had not signed up for anything and was now making unfounded remarks. The man's words seemed directed towards Su Mu. The staff member had no desire to provoke Su Mu, who was now a valued client. The staff member's tone toward the man was filled with hostility, clearly indicating that she would not tolerate any disrespect towards Su Mu if this man's comments were to jeopardize Su Mu's patronage. She would not hesitate to take action. Of course, you would say that it's merely a tactic to profit from fools, the man continued, maintaining a mocking demeanor, as if his refusal to sign up was a mark of intelligence rather than financial inability. Your reluctance to sign up stems from your inability to afford it. Indeed, this Super LM Fitness Club was not designed for individuals like you. You need not flaunt your bitterness here. Different people belong in different places. I signed up because I believe this Super LM Fitness Club is worth the price. And I possess the financial means to pay for it. Su Mu replied coolly, casting a dispassionate glance at the man, that a fool is having wealth synonymous with foolishness. If that were the case, everyone would be eager to be considered a fool. Your perception of others as foolish merely reflects your own inadequacy to meet such standards. It's akin to someone who can only dine at roadside stalls, scoffing at those entering five-star hotels, claiming they are merely well-fed and foolish. It's simply a matter of financial capability. Su Mu had initially intended to ignore the man, but his insolence compelled a response. The man's face shifted through shades of embarrassment and anger. Initially, he had hoped to regain some dignity in front of the woman, but Su Mu's words left him feeling utterly humiliated. Confronting the stark disparity between their financial standings, the man clenched his jaw, choosing silence as he walked away. As for the woman, he knew that no amount of pleading would persuade her to leave with him. Her gaze remained fixated on Su Mu. Mr. Su, all your details have been filled out. Would you prefer to pay with a card or via bank transfer for your membership fee? The staff member who had initially welcomed Su Mu was now aware of his identity, eagerly awaiting his payment to complete the transaction. Swiping the card, a simple phrase, as Su Mu produced the black card bestowed upon him by his father. "This is a black card," exclaimed the woman who had not yet taken her leave. Chapter 9. Love in the AIRN01 paid heed to her dramatic outburst. The Super LM Fitness Club was an upscale establishment, and while black cards were rare, the staff had certainly encountered them before. Realizing her naivety had been laid bare, the woman blushed and fell silent, though she seemed disinclined to depart. "Mr. Su, everything is ready. Here is your bank card along with her Super LM VIP membership card. Please take care of them." The efficiency of the staff in handling transactions was commendable. With a respectful gesture, the attendant presented Su Mu with his black card and membership card. After securing them, Su Mu rose to his feet. "Mr. Su, what type of workout would you like to pursue today? I can arrange a fitness coach for you." The staff, assuming Su Mu was eager to commence his training, inquired promptly. "Hey, handsome, why not take me along inside to broaden my horizons?" Before Su Mu could respond, the woman, who had been waiting on the sidelines, interjected eagerly. She was determined to latch on to Su Mu, whom she perceived as both handsome and affluent. a man capable of casually spending $260,000 on a gym membership. Such a figure was far removed from those who merely indulged in gifts worth a few hundred or thousand, thinking themselves wealthy. I have other matters to attend to today. I want to be going in. Sumu genuinely had no intention of working out today, as he needed to resolve another issue first. Very well, Mr. Su, then please take care. The staff courteously escorted Sumu to the exit. The woman, feeling overlooked, was unwilling to let the moment slip away. Hey, handsome. Why are you ignoring me? How about giving me a ride? With a hint of annoyance, Sumu glanced at the woman, who lacked any semblance of self-awareness. I'm afraid I don't have a penchant for picking up strays. Without sparing her another glance, Sumu exited the Super LM Fitness Club. Awaiting him outside was Xiao Wang, who promptly exited the car to open the door for him. The Lamborghini vanished from sight, leaving a stunned crowd behind. Miss, are you considering signing up for a membership? The attendant asked, stifling a laugh, as Sumu's remark about not having a habit of collecting had indeed struck a chord, illuminating the woman's unwanted predicament. The woman understood Sumu's implication. Yet her pride prevented her from confronting him that it was impossible for her to obtain a membership, so she could only retreat in defeat. Young master, where to next? Once Sumu was in the car, he merely took out his phone and looked at it for a while, not disclosing their next destination. Xiao Wang had no choice but to ask. Take a detour for now. Understood. Sumu pondered for a moment. Deciding it would be best to explain the situation to Jiang Xinchuan, he initiated a voice call. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who is this? It didn't take long for Jiang Xinchuan to answer, though she feigned ignorance. Perhaps too proud to acknowledge it was Sumu calling, that a smirk crept across Sumu's face. It seemed Jiang Xinchuan had developed a bit of an attitude since their roles had shifted. It's me, Sumu, he stated plainly. There was a brief pause on the other end. Why are you calling me? Aren't you too busy being a young master? Her tone was unmistakably irked. Jiang Xinchuan felt she had hinted at her feelings in their class group chat. Yet after waiting all night, Sumu had remained silent, leaving her feeling quite dejected. I only discovered my true identity yesterday as well. I'm the greatest victim here. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have needed to work. Sumu replied, exasperated, as this situation was not of his own making. What do you mean? Sumu succinctly explained the family rules passed down through generations. There are such family rules? I had no idea. From Jiang Xinchuan's tone, Sumu could tell that the beautiful girl had let go of her irritation. Let us not dwell on that. To express my apologies. How about I treat you to a movie? This apology was mutually understood between them. Tied to the messages Jiang Xinchuan had sent the previous night, that in the end, Sumu had not followed the script she had imagined. At least you're showing some sincerity. It was only natural for a girl, especially one with privilege, to be a bit haughty. After revealing her address, Jiang Xinchuan began to prepare herself. Yulong Lake Villa District. Sumu recited the address he had just learned that, to be honest, during their 3 years of high school. Sumu had never inquired about Jiang Xinchuan's home address, perhaps feeling that their families were worlds apart. Now, however, such a concern was trivial. All right, young master. The Lamborghini turned at the intersection ahead, heading towards their destination. From afar, Sumu spotted Jiang Xinchuan already waiting at the entrance of the villa district, dressed in a sky blue dress and white sneakers, with her hair cascading down instead of tied up as it had been in school. She embodied the essence of the girl next door. Stop in front of that girl. Understood, young master. The Lamborghini came to a halt right before Jiang Xinchuan, who instinctively took a step back. Jiang Xinchuan? Get in the car. The door swung open to reveal Sumu's striking visage. Sumu. Of course, Sumu was now the heir of the Su group, and his choice of vehicle reflected that status. Jiang Xinchuan couldn't help but mock herself for a moment of doubt. Gazing at the Lamborghini, she realized that its base price was around 3 million, and the final cost would undoubtedly be higher. Reflecting on the modest car that had transported her to and from school, which barely exceeded 1 million, Jiang Xinchuan understood that the Sumu she knew had evolved into someone entirely different. Lightly hopping into the car, she remarked, Sumu, you've truly become a young master now. I find it a bit sudden myself, Sumu admitted with a wry smile. Have you decided on a movie yet? Not really. Let us just see what is playing at the cinema. Jiang Xinchuan shook her head, as Su Mu's invitation had come too unexpectedly for her to contemplate. All right, let us head to Wanxiang City. The driver recognized this as an instruction and promptly set off. Inside the cinema, watching a movie was merely an excuse, marking what could be considered Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan's first date. Perhaps it was the dim lighting or their unspoken understanding, but as they reached for popcorn, their hands naturally brushed against one another. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu firmly grasped her delicate hand. After a token struggle, Jiang Xinchuan allowed him to hold it. Their relationship had always been one of mutual affection. Had Su Mu not consistently maintained a respectful distance, they would likely have progressed beyond mere hand-holding by now. Throughout the film, Su Mu did not release Jiang Xinchuan's hand, and the content of the movie became a mere backdrop to their connection. What had begun as a casual grip evolved into an intertwined clasp of fingers. Chapter 10. Where are you pushing me? As the movie concluded, the two naturally emerged hand in hand. Wanxiang City was a vast shopping and entertainment complex. Having just learned of his true identity, Su Mu was still dressed in his old attire. Now that his status had changed, it was only fitting that he acquire clothing befitting the identity of the young master of the Su family. Holding Jiang Xinchuan's hand, he led her into the Dior boutique. Welcome, sir. Are you looking for men's or women's wear? The Dior store offered both luxury lines, and as soon as the sales associate spotted them, she approached with enthusiasm. Although Su Mu was dressed rather ordinarily, the keen-eyed staff recognized that Jiang Xinchuan was adorned in high-end brands. The necklace around her neck, a Bulgari B.01 series piece valued at 210,000, caught the sales associate's attention immediately. As someone immersed in the luxury goods industry, she was well-versed in such details. Observing Jiang Xinchuan's youthful yet opulent ensemble, the sales associate's enthusiasm surged upon realizing the couple's spending potential. Let us start with the men's collection. Today, the focus was on Su Mu's wardrobe, while Jiang Xinchuan was merely accompanying him. Very well, please follow me, sir and madam. The sales associate guided them to the men's section. Sir, these are our latest styles from Dior. Please take a look and feel free to try on anything you like. Su Mu casually browsed through the selection. The designs were indeed impressive. Grabbing a suit at random, he stepped into the fitting room. It fit perfectly, and Su Mu was pleasantly surprised that his spontaneous choice was in his size. Please wrap up these sets in this size. Unlike women, men didn't fuss over trying on every piece before making a decision. If they liked the style and it was their size, that was sufficient. There was no need for further trials. They simply requested to have it all packaged. Certainly, sir. The sales associate's voice brimmed with added enthusiasm. To sell an entire set after just one try was a remarkable feat, significantly boosting her commission that if only more clients like him would come along, she'd be ecstatic that Su Mu also selected a few pairs of shoes to match his new outfits. Previously, he had only owned ordinary sneakers, which would not do justice to the Dior attire. Let us check out the women's collection now. Accompanying his girlfriend on a shopping spree, he certainly could not allow her to leave empty-handed. If Jiang Xinchuan hadn't suggested looking at the men's section first, Su Mu would have initially focused on selecting something for her. Of course, this way, please. The salesman called over another staff member to package the clothes and shoes that Su Mu had his eye on, while he led Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan to the women's clothing section. What style do you fancy? Jiang Xinchuan understood Su Mu's intent and, not wanting to appear overly coy, acknowledged that Su Mu wouldn't concern himself with the price of an outfit at all. Moreover, since the two had just defined their relationship, Jiang Xinchuan relished the thoughtfulness emanating from her boyfriend. She selected a delicate yellow dress, and Su Mu assisted her in choosing a pair of high heels to match. How do I look? Jiang Xinchuan emerged from the fitting room. Having already admired herself within, she felt thoroughly satisfied as Su Mu turned at the sound of her voice, his eyes widening in astonishment. Previously, Jiang Xinchuan always donned a student-like appearance, but today, the contrast was strikingly vibrant. Accentuated by the fitted dress that sculpted her flawless curves, her long, slender legs, clad in heels of the same hue, appeared even more radiant and alluring. Stepping closer, Su Mu wrapped his arms around Jiang Xinchuan's waist. You look stunning. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You certainly know how to sweet-talk. Jiang Xinchuan replied, her cheeks flushing crimson as she playfully chided him. The salesman, observing from the side, discreetly turned his gaze away. However, it was Jiang Xinchuan's first experience in a romantic relationship, and she felt a bit bashful. Giving Su Mu a light shove, she attempted to step aside. Yet, Su Mu was not inclined to relinquish his hold so easily. With a firm tug, he pulled her back into his embrace, tightening his grip. The softness of their intimate contact sent a rush of exhilaration through Su Mu's heart. You are my girlfriend now. Where do you think you're trying to push me? He murmured softly in her ear, asserting his claim. I'm just a bit unaccustomed to this, she replied, her tone slightly subdued. This time, Jiang Xinchuan was obedient, refraining from pushing Su Mu away. This won't be tolerated again. Otherwise, I might have to impose some penalties, he warned playfully. Nodding, Jiang Xinchuan indicated her understanding. Go change. I'll wait for you, Su Mu encouraged, aware that their relationship was still in its infancy and that Jiang Xinchuan needed time to acclimate. All right, she agreed, obediently stepping into the fitting room as Su Mu gestured for the salesman to proceed with the checkout. The total for Su Mu's clothes, along with the outfit Jiang Xinchuan had tried on, amounted to 230,000 that he paid with his card. When Jiang Xinchuan emerged from the fitting room, the salesman enthusiastically wrapped the dress and shoes that Su Mu had already notified Xiao Wang to come and collect the items. After Xiao Wang took the packages away, Su Mu took Jiang Xinchuan's hand and continued to stroll through the mall. Sir, madam, please take care and we welcome you back next time. The salesman bid them farewell as they exited the store. In less than half an hour, they had generated sales of 230,000 that it appeared that this month's commission would be quite promising. The salesman continued to wear a beaming smile as he watched Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan walk further away. Su Mu had initially intended to purchase more items. With his newfound status, it was only fitting that his wardrobe be updated accordingly. However, this outing had been a spur-of-the-moment decision to invite Jiang Xinchuan. And with their movie and shopping taking up considerable time, he had to forego additional purchases. How about I accompany you again in a couple of days? Su Mu suggested. Tonight, I have a gathering to attend with my parents, Jiang Xinchuan replied, her voice tinged with reluctance. She had harbored feelings for Su Mu for 3 years, but regrettably, he had always avoided discussions about relationships during that time. Jiang Xinchuan had once thought that Su Mu did not reciprocate her feelings. Now that they had finally defined their relationship, she longed to bask in his affection. The gathering was a prior commitment, and she could not decline. Apologetically, she expressed her disappointment to Su Mu. It's all right. I'm not in a rush to buy everything today, he reassured her. Besides, it was I who invited you out at the last minute, so I'll take you home now. Su Mu gently ruffled Jiang Xinchuan's hair, showing no signs of irritation. Okay, if you have time tomorrow, I'll accompany you shopping, she replied, lifting her chin, her previous displeasure dissipating. With the entirety of summer ahead, as long as Su Mu had time, she could stay by his side. I'll contact you tomorrow, he confirmed. Establishing their date, Su Mu then guided Jiang Xinchuan into his Lamborghini, personally driving her back to the entrance of the Yulong Lake Villa area. Well, I'll head in now, Jiang Xinchuan said as they arrived at her villa. Wait a moment. You aren't planning to just leave like this, are you? Su Mu interjected, pulling her back playfully with a mischievous smile. Is there something else? Jiang Xinchuan inquired innocently, having already made plans to accompany Su Mu shopping the next day. Was there something left unsaid? Su Mu, observing Jiang Xinchuan's naive gaze, felt a pang of regret. Hadn't they just embarked on a romantic journey? Shouldn't they declare their relationship through tangible actions? Glancing at Xiao Wang, who was seated seriously in the driver's seat, Su Mu's resolve to take the wheel intensified. Xiao Wang, could you fetch me a bottle of water? He requested. Certainly, young master, came the prompt reply, as Xiao Wang exited the vehicle without further questioning. Su Mu, are you very thirsty? Jiang Xinchuan inquired, puzzled. Of course, I am quite parched, he replied, and before he could finish his sentence, he pulled Jiang Xinchuan close, covering her lips with his in a gentle kiss. Jiang Xinchuan, caught off guard, widened her eyes in surprise, her inexperience evident that in response, Su Mu covered her eyes with his hand to create a romantic atmosphere. It was an innocent kiss, devoid of any inappropriate advances. Noticing the flush of warmth spreading across Jiang Xinchuan's face, Su Mu finally released her. Next time, remember to breathe. She nodded, her gaze lowered. Although unprepared, Jiang Xinchuan felt elated. It was her first kiss with the one she adored. And it was undeniably sweet. I'll head back now, she said, taking the Dior shopping bag from Su Mu, her cheeks still aglow. Who could say this wasn't also Su Mu's first kiss? She hadn't walked far when Xiao Wang returned to the car. Young master, here is the water you requested. Understanding that the young master wished to divert his attention, Xiao Wang obediently ran to a nearby convenience store to procure a bottle, but only approached the vehicle after confirming Jiang Xinchuan had exited. Let us go home, Su Mu said, accepting the water and setting it aside. Yes, young master, Xiao Wang replied. The ride in the Lamborghini was quite comfortable, and Su Mu closed his eyes for a moment, replaying the image of Jiang Xinchuan's bashful demeanor in his mind. Young master, we have arrived, Xiao Wang announced. Su Mu, oblivious to the passage of time, only realized they had returned to the castle upon hearing the reminder. Drive directly to the garage. He instructed that Su Mu had contemplated that for the sake of future dates, he needed to learn to drive as soon as possible. According to the system's guidance and his initial signing-in experience, he was eager to try out today's signing opportunity in the garage. That if his speculation was correct, he anticipated a delightful surprise. In the garage, sign-in successful. Reward, master driving skills. The system's notification echoed in his mind, flooding him with knowledge about driving techniques. The information rapidly coursed through his consciousness. He felt a subtle thrill coursing through his body. This was fantastic. With a driver's license, he could drive by himself. And when the time came to engage in intimate moments with Jiang Xinchuan, things wouldn't be so complicated. Su Mu had always harbored a deep passion for cars. Now that he possessed master driving skills, it was time to indulge in that passion. Xiao Wang, where are the keys for these cars? Su Mu queried, unimpressed by the Lamborghini SUV and craving the thrill of a sports car instead. All the car keys are in the duty room. Managed by Butler Fu, Xiao Wang replied. Scanning the garage, Su Mu noticed that only one Lamborghini sports car caught his eye. The others didn't quite suit him. Go fetch the keys for that car, he instructed, pointing at the Lamborghini sports model. Although he lacked a driver's license, he felt confident with his master driving skills. Plus, being in the mountains by the seaside in East China meant there were no traffic police to worry about. It would indeed be a shame not to showcase his newfound skills. Young master, are you planning to drive? Butler Fu rushed to the garage upon hearing Su Mu's request for the car keys. Hadn't the young master only asked him to help enroll in a driving school today? Why was he suddenly eager to drive? It was crucial to be cautious, as the young master was the sole heir of the Su family. And there was no room for carelessness. A foot tightly clutched the key to the Lamborghini specified by Su Mu, exuding an air of determination that suggested he would rather face death than relinquish the key. Here, Su Mu reached out, gesturing for a Fu to hand over the key. Young master, I have already arranged everything for you. If you're anxious, you can take the written test for Subject 1 in 3 days. I have placed the materials for the written exam in your room. There should be no issues. After that, we can schedule practical driving lessons. Young master, as long as you master the driving skills, we can immediately arrange for the subsequent examinations. I assure you, I will help you obtain your driver's license in the shortest time possible. A Fu instinctively believed that Su Mu was incapable of driving and was concerned for his safety, insisting on his arguments. After all, it was reasonable for a Fu to think so. How could Su Mu, who had never touched a steering wheel in 18 years, possibly know how to drive? However, with the support of the system, one could no longer view Su Mu through conventional lenses. A Fu, I simply lack a driver's license. Who said I cannot drive? Hand over the key. Su Mu's outstretched hand was beginning to ache. Was a Fu not being a tad too obstinate? Young master, are you truly serious? He was somewhat uncertain, but seeing Su Mu's earnest demeanor, a Fu felt a sense of reassurance, having watched him grow up. More valuable than gold. If I truly couldn't drive, what use would having the key be? Upon reflection, a Fu realized Su Mu had a valid point. Relieved, he finally relinquished the key he had been guarding so protectively. Chapter 12. Remarkable physical ability with the key to the car now in his possession. Sumu immediately entered the vehicle. Under a Fu's anxious gaze, Sumu executed each movement flawlessly, starting the engine, shifting gears, pressing the accelerator. With a resounding roar, he had already driven the Lamborghini out of the garage. "Young master, please slow down." A Fu's voice was drowned out by the deafening roar of the Lamborghini, failing to reach Sumu's ears. "It seems I can directly arrange the fastest examination for the young master," a Fu murmured to himself. With such driving prowess, did Sumu really require an instructor? The answer was undoubtedly no. This was an affluent area, and the roads were exceptionally wide. With his kingly driving skills, Sumu maneuvered with utmost ease. The Suma family's castle was perched atop a hill, and as he drove down, he encountered no other vehicles. He turned up the music, savoring the thrill of speed. Midway down the hill, a red sports car emerged from a side road. Sumu paid it no mind, as it was typical for several luxurious cars to be seen departing from the large villas on the mountain. To his surprise, the red sports car suddenly accelerated and overtook Suma's Lamborghini. Showing off in front of me. Upon closer inspection, he realized the car was a Ferrari 599. That with his elite driving skills, Sumu could not allow anyone to surpass him. With a firm press on the accelerator and a slight turn of the steering wheel, he effortlessly overtook the Ferrari 599. That as he passed, Sumu caught a glimpse of the driver, a stunning beauty. With her Ferrari accentuating her allure, Sumu couldn't help but award her a perfect score of 10. However, it was merely a fleeting moment of admiration. He harbored no further intentions. "For you, I endure the cold winds," he hummed along with the music, only to see the red blur of the Ferrari dart past him once more. How audacious! Suma hadn't anticipated the beauty's competitive spirit would be so fierce. As she overtook him again, his kingly driving skills were not to be trifled with. Not to mention this young lady. Even professional race car drivers would not stand a chance against him. With a deft turn of the steering wheel and a press of the accelerator, he left the Ferrari 599 in his wake. The ensuing moments saw the Ferrari attempting to overtake him repeatedly, only to be thwarted each time. "I've had enough of this game. I'm heading home." The repetitive back and forth had lost its appeal. With a graceful U-turn at the upcoming junction, Suma didn't even need to hit the brakes. "Goodbye." As their paths crossed, he waved at the beauty in the Ferrari through the window. With both vehicles traveling at high speed, he did not catch a reaction. This brief interlude was dismissed from Suma's mind as he drove back to the castle. The Suma family had arranged a celebration to commemorate their reunion at the castle. Rui Zhi and Bai Xiaoping had returned early. Grandfather Su occupied the main seat, and everyone gathered around him, joyfully enjoying a true family meal. After dinner, only Sumu was left without anything to do. Rui Zhi and Bai Xiaoping wanted Grandfather Su's study to report on the latest developments regarding the company's listing. How boring, Sumu thought, sitting in the castle's garden, feeling a pang of sympathy for his grandfather. For 8 years, his grandfather had lived alone in such a vast castle. It must be terribly lonely. Sumu recalled that his grandmother had passed away when he was 10. The bond between his grandparents had been profound, and his grandfather had never sought another companion, living in solitude all this time. Just yesterday, Sumu had envied his grandfather for residing in a splendid castle. Now, sitting alone in the garden, Sumu truly felt the weight of his grandfather's solitude. Shaking his head, he resolved to find something to occupy his time, that he had initially planned to go to the gym the next day. But considering he had just entered into a romantic relationship with Jiang Xinxuan, he decided to hit the gym that very night. Achieving the physique of his dreams would not come without tangible effort. The Super LM gym was located in the city center, and despite possessing kingly driving skills, Sumu did not wish to drive without a license. Have Xiaowang take me somewhere? By the way, let us switch cars. Sumu did not dislike the Lamborghini SUV. However, with so many vehicles in the garage going unused, it felt like a waste. Understood, young master. A Bentley pulled up in the vacant space in front of the castle. Having acquired kingly driving skills, Sumu had developed a comprehensive understanding of these luxury cars. It could be considered a perk of the system. Standing before the vehicle, he noted that it was a high-end model of the Bentley Mulsanne. With a base price of around $6 million, once delivered, it would likely cost just over $7 million. Upon seeing Sumu emerge, Xiaowang immediately exited the car and opened the rear door, bowing slightly until Sumu settled in before taking his place in the driver's seat. To Super LM Gym, Sumu instructed directly. Yes, young master. The journey was exceptionally smooth. Despite it being peak travel time, no other vehicles dared to cut in or merge improperly. The Bentley S Prestige commanded respect. Any unintentional scrape could not be resolved with just a few hundred or thousand yuan. At the entrance of Super LM Gym, as soon as the Bentley came to a halt, a staff member rushed over to open the door. Sumu gestured for Xiao Wang to park properly before exiting the vehicle. Mr. Su, good day. What type of workout would you like today? Do you have any specific requirements for a trainer? It was the staff member who had helped Sumu sign up that morning. Seeing a valued client arrive, the employee was naturally exceedingly enthusiastic. No need for a trainer today. I'll just run on the treadmill, Sumu replied. Of course, Mr. Su, please follow me. The staff member led him to the area designated for treadmills. Mr. Su, I'll step out now. Sumu nodded. Today was his first day exercising, and he intended to start with something simple. Many people were already jogging. Sumu chose a spot with relatively few individuals on either side. Stepping onto the treadmill, he pressed the start button and selected the aerobic exercise option. Too slow, Sumu thought disdainfully as he turned off the aerobic mode and switched to self-directed training, with kingly physical prowess. Sumu's speed rapidly increased. His legs moved so swiftly that nearby onlookers were momentarily stunned. Yet Sumu maintained an unflustered demeanor, appearing utterly relaxed. That a few men observed Sumu's speed, glanced down at their own treadmill settings, scoffed and shut theirs off. Without comparison, there could be no harm. This disparity was far too significant. They couldn't afford to lose face, so they opted to practice other exercises that a few women, however, remained, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they watched Sumu. Was his stamina not exceptional? Chapter 13. Future benefits. Women frequenting Super LM Gym were naturally of a certain status, whether they hailed from affluent backgrounds or had ascended through hard work and connections. They typically exhibited a degree of reserve or caution. They admired Sumu's handsome visage and the vitality radiating from him. They felt a stirring within, yet only dared to observe. Hey, are you an athlete? One bold woman broke the ice. Sumu glanced at the woman who had approached him. With a striking face rated at 9 out of 10 and a perfect 10 in physique, she was undeniably remarkable. No, he replied succinctly, granting her the courtesy of acknowledgement. The beauty did not take offense at Sumu's aloofness. She was accustomed to being surrounded by men who fawned over her, yet here was a handsome man with such impressive stamina, bestowing upon him certain privileges. The beautiful woman is aware that the men who frequent the Super LM Fitness Club are, in all likelihood, affluent individuals. Her intention in coming here is to attract a wealthy partner. However, her standards are exceedingly high. She seeks not only wealth but also youthfulness, good looks, and abundant energy. While the men who come to this establishment can be considered wealthy to some extent, it is indeed a formidable challenge to meet all of the woman's criteria at once. Just as she was about to give up, upon seeing Sumu, she felt that her investment in the membership was not in vain. Not an athlete. Handsome. That is quite impressive. With your level of prowess, you could easily outshine professional athletes. Sumu smiled, choosing not to respond. Could running a little faster really mean outclassing professional athletes? If he were to fully unleash his kingly stamina, would he not dominate the sports world? Handsome, my name is Lin Mu. Would you mind if we exchanged WeChat? If I could run alongside you, perhaps my stamina would improve as well. Sumu remained silent. Yet Lin Mu, undeterred, took the initiative to request his contact information. That in this era where appearances matter, Sumu, appreciating her stunning looks and impeccable figure, consented. However, the name Lin Mu seemed familiar to him, though he could not quite place it. Perhaps it was unusual to have 4 characters, all pronounced Mu. Sumu promptly provided a string of numbers, and Lin Mu excitedly added the handsome gentleman on WeChat. After running for over an hour, Sumu, understanding the importance of moderation, switched off the treadmill and prepared to leave. Handsome, let us keep in touch, she called out, waving as he exited. Other women, wishing to approach but constrained by pride or their current status, observed Lin Mu's radiant smile after she exchanged contacts with Sumu, feeling an acute sense of envy. After a vigorous workout, Sumu took a shower and changed before stepping out of the fitness club. Upon seeing him, the driver promptly brought the Bentley around, assisting him into the car before closing the door. Is that the handsome guy from earlier? Is that even a question? Have you ever seen someone so striking here? Goodness. He.S. driving a top-tier Bentley Mulsanne. If I had known, I would have asked for his contact details. Naturally, Lin Mu Mu witnessed this scene as she exited the club with a confident smile. She felt her judgment in men was spot on. She believed Su Mu met all her requirements, yet it seemed that he was not particularly drawn to her. It appeared that wealthy and handsome gentlemen had standards that were significantly higher than others. Unbeknownst to Su Mu, Lin Mu Mu's thoughts were merely reflections of her own aspirations to him. Her advances were simply an amusing encounter. Upon returning to the castle, it was already quite late. He indulged in a warm bath before sinking into the embrace of his large bed. As he checked his phone, he noticed several messages from Jiang Xinchuan. The gathering has ended. It's so boring. What are you doing? Are you busy? Do you have no time? Then reply to me when you're free. Su Mu noticed that Jiang Xinchuan had been messaging him approximately every 10 minutes. It had been over half an hour since her last message. After returning to the castle, he had not touched his phone and thus had missed her affectionate calls. I went to the gym for a bit before coming home. Have you rested? Su Mu was uncertain whether Jiang Xinchuan was awake at this hour. Not yet. You still want to work out this late? It seemed Jiang Xinchuan had been waiting with her phone in hand. As soon as he replied, she responded immediately. Yeah, I was bored at home, so I decided to work out. This way, you'll have benefits in the future. Benefits? Jiang Xinchuan momentarily did not grasp Su Mu's implication. Sumosenta lefingdi moki. You're being cheeky. Once she caught on, she playfully accused him with an angry emoji. Is that so? I am genuinely striving for our future happiness. Once the couple began exchanging sweet nothings, it became difficult to cease. With his kingly stamina, Su Mu remained unfazed. That it was only when Jiang Xinchuan could hardly keep her eyes open that she reluctantly bid him good night, glancing at the time. It was already 1 a.m. Could love truly make time fly? Su Mu smiled, feeling no fatigue, yet acknowledging the need for rest. After all, he had promised Jiang Xinchuan they would go shopping together the next day. He muted his phone, turned off the lights, and drifted into slumber. The following morning, rising early was second nature to Su Mu, no reminder needed. Good morning, Grandpa. After a quick wash, he made his way to the castle's grand garden to find his grandfather. Having seen him practicing Tai Chi alone yesterday, Su Mu had formed a thought. Little Mu, why are you up so early? The elder was aware that his grandson had returned quite late last night, assuming that young people prefer to sleep in. Thus, he refrained from sending anyone to wake Su Mu for breakfast. Grandpa, I wish to learn Tai Chi clad in athletic wear. Su Mu displayed genuine intent. Li Zan Tai Chi. Don't young people consider that an exercise for the elderly? The elder chuckled, continuing his movements. Not at all, Grandpa. That's just the misconception of those who lack understanding. Practicing Tai Chi offers numerous benefits. It not only strengthens the body, but also cultivates one's disposition. People today are too impulsive, in my opinion. We should promote Tai Chi more widely. If it were to become a national pastime, wouldn't our society be much more harmonious? Su Mu had invested some effort into understanding the basics of Tai Chi. He did not wish to express overly sentimental sentiments to his grandfather, as that would feel too melodramatic for him. You young fellow, you seem to know quite a bit. The elder was indeed pleased to have someone to accompany him, especially when that individual was his favorite grandson. After an hour of practicing Tai Chi, the time had passed unnoticed. All right, little Mu, go and do something you enjoy. The elder understood his grandson's intentions and waved, signaling that Su Mu need not remain with him. Grandpa, then you should rest. I'll take my leave. With a casual turn, Su Mu resolved to visit his grandfather whenever he had the time, feeling no need for excessive sentimentality. The young master is truly filial. Watching Su Mu walk away, Ah Fu remarked sincerely. Having returned to the castle merely 2 days ago, the young master had already sensed the elder's solitude. What a considerate child he was! Indeed, little Mu has been well taught. The elder recognized Su Mu's genuine filial piety, that he is the sole heir of the Su family. Su Mu had no obligation to ingratiate himself with the elder. His sentiment stemmed purely from familial affection, and Su Mu was unaware that his simple actions had so deeply touched his grandfather. He had arranged to meet Jiang Xinchuan at 11 in the morning. After a light breakfast, he changed his attire and had Xiao Wang drive him out. Destination: Wanxiang City. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wanxiang City, he spotted Jiang Xinchuan waiting there. As Su Mu stepped out of the car, he noticed Jiang Xinchuan wearing the outfit he had purchased for her yesterday. The fitted dress accentuated her figure exquisitely. Perhaps due to the shopping trip, Jiang Xinchuan had opted for a stylish pair of sneakers instead of the high heels he had meticulously chosen for her. She appeared exceptionally beautiful and full of vitality. Full marks, a perfect score for her face and figure. Su Mu mentally rated Jiang Xinchuan, which was the highest score he had ever given a girl. Even the Ferrari beauty had only earned a 10 because of the luxury car she was associated with. Su Mu. Seeing her boyfriend arrive, Jiang Xinchuan waved cheerfully. The men who had been admiring her glanced over, intrigued to see who the fortunate individual was that had captured her attention. Upon recognizing that the handsome companion was accompanied by an impressively luxurious Maybach, they discreetly averted their gazes, realizing the disparity between themselves and Su Mu. It was no wonder he could make such a stunning woman wait. With both looks and wealth, he was indeed extraordinary. Su Mu also noticed the envious glances directed towards Jiang Xinchuan as he approached. He wrapped his arm around her waist, silently asserting his claim. There was no jealousy. The onlookers merely regarded them with envy, and no words were necessary. The gleaming Maybach had already made evident the chasm that separated them from Su Mu. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived. Jiang Xinchuan, always considerate, refrained from mentioning that she had been waiting for nearly half an hour. I apologize for the delay. There was a bit of traffic. Su Mu acknowledged his tardiness, gently ruffling Jiang Xinchuan's hair as an explanation. It's fine. Let us head inside. Since you gifted me something yesterday, let me treat you to a lavish meal today. Jiang Xinchuan, raised with good values, did not feel entitled to continuously spend Su Mu's money merely because he was her boyfriend. Jiang Xinchuan was acutely aware that, given Su Mu's current wealth, such a trivial sum would hardly catch his attention. Nevertheless, Jiang Xinchuan felt compelled to make a gesture of gratitude. By accepting the gift that Su Mu had presented, Jiang Xinchuan regarded treating him to dinner as a fitting reciprocation. Naturally, these acts were not equivalent exchanges. The back and forth was merely a matter of etiquette. All right, then I shall indulge heartily, Su Mu remarked with a smile, choosing not to contest Jiang Xinchuan's decision. Jiang Xinchuan selected an upscale Western restaurant, where they ordered a couple-set meal along with 2 desserts. Upon finishing their meal, it was only natural for Jiang Xinchuan to take care of the bill. Su Mu was aware that if he insisted on paying, his girlfriend would likely be displeased. Xiaoxian, where shall we wander next? Their relationship had evolved, and their terms of address had naturally grown more affectionate. Shaking her head, Jiang Xinchuan affirmed that she was merely accompanying him today. I'll follow your lead. Great. Let us peruse some watches, Su Mu suggested. Cars and watches are emblematic of a man's status, with watches being particularly significant. While a car can only flaunt its prestige when in motion, a watch is a man's ever-present adornment. Now that Su Mu had come of age and his financial standing had improved, acquiring a watch befitting his status was essential. Jiang Xinchuan nestled her arm around Su Mu's, playfully trailing his steps as they strolled into the luxury watch section, where Su Mu headed straight for the Patek Philippe boutique. Welcome, sir, madam. May I inquire whether you're interested in men's or women's models? The staff at Patek Philippe exuded warmth. Upon observing the attire of Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan, the attendant recognized that they were indeed significant clients. Men's, please. Su Mu had noted that Jiang Xinchuan often adorned her wrist with bracelets or bangles, but she had never worn a watch, considering her youthful disposition. He surmised that she might not favor the formality of such accessories. Certainly, please follow me. The attendant, keenly aware that these 2 patrons were serious buyers, guided them to the men's display. Sir, what style are you interested in? I'll browse for myself. Su Mu was uncertain about the precise style he desired. He would go by instinct, choosing what appealed to him. Very well, take your time, the attendant replied, patiently awaiting their selection. How about this one and this one? Let me see them, Su Mu said after a cursory glance, selecting 2 models. Certainly. Sir, these two are from our diamond-studded collection, the attendant explained. One is more sporty, while the other leans towards a business aesthetic. Which do you prefer? As the attendant, gloved hands deftly retrieved the watches from the display. It was evident that Su Mu exhibited a strong sense of autonomy, disinterested in unsolicited recommendations. What do you think, Xiaoxian? Su Mu, mindful of not neglecting his girlfriend, sought her opinion. They both look great. You decide. Jiang Xinchuan understood Su Mu well and deemed it best for him to make the choice. Then I'll take both. Without hesitation, Su Mu felt no need to deliberate further. He liked both, and Jiang Xinchuan had expressed her approval. Both! The attendant was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Patek Philippe maintained a high-end reputation, and most clientele typically opted for watches ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands. The two models Su Mu favored belonged to the premium series, and while it wasn't unheard of for someone to purchase high-end timepieces, it was exceedingly rare for someone to buy two at once. The attendant could firmly attest, based on his experience, that he had never encountered such a scenario. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase both, given that they represent different styles? The attendant felt compelled to confirm. Surely this young man's tastes were rather eclectic. Indeed, they are perfect for pairing with various outfits. Su Mu nodded, affirming his intent. The attendant acknowledged his own incredulity. The young man had a point. Different styles of watches could indeed complement diverse ensembles, albeit at a rather exorbitant cost. Very well, the sporty diamond-studded model is priced at $2.36 million, while the business model is $2.99 million. The total comes to $5.35 million. Will you be paying by card? The attendant calculated swiftly, his smile widening as he realized his commission for the month would surpass 5 figures. I will use my card. Producing a black card, Su Mu confidently acquired the sporty diamond-studded watch, which suited his relaxed attire perfectly. Please hold on for a moment. The attendant took the black card with both hands and proceeded to process the transaction. Now he understood the source of the young man's confidence. Such a card indicated he was among the wealthiest of individuals. Sir, here is your card. After completing the transaction, the attendant returned Su Mu's card with both hands and presented him with the elegantly packaged business model watch. Shall we? Su Mu took Jiang Xinchuan's hand, strolling out with ease. Sir, madam, please have a pleasant day. It wasn't until Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan rounded a corner and were out of sight that the attendant returned to the store. This experience had offered him a genuine glimpse into the lives of the affluent. It revealed that what constituted a fashionable ensemble was far more intricate than merely switching ties or adding small accessories. Here was a man who spent over $5 million on 2 distinct watches merely to coordinate with his wardrobe. The attendant was left thoroughly impressed. With the watches procured, Su Mu's primary objective fulfilled. The couple meandered leisurely. The Patek Philippe watches, valued at over $200,000, felt as light as carrying a loaf of bread in Su Mu's hand. Su Mu, there seems to be quite a crowd over there. Shall we take a look? Jiang Xinchuan suggested. Noticing several couples in a sketch shop, her interest piqued. After all, shopping was more enjoyable amidst a lively atmosphere, especially in a place evidently favored by couples. Sure, Su Mu replied, indifferent to her preference upon entering the store. They discovered that it was a venue where artists sketched portraits on site. Some couples sat side by side awaiting their turn, while others had girls eagerly awaiting their sketches, their boyfriends patiently standing by. In an age dominated by smartphone filters and beautification, this return to simplicity through sketching appeared quite appealing to the youth. Su Mu, shall we get one done? Jiang Xinchuan inquired, observing the couples cuddle together, eagerly anticipating their portraits. Sure, Su Mu agreed, readily accommodating her desire. As they settled down, Su Mu instinctively wrapped an arm around Jiang Xinchuan. The artist, a bespectacled young man, glanced at them but remained silent, quickly picking up his brush and paper to begin his work. Su Mu noticed the artist's gaze occasionally drifting towards Jiang Xinchuan, a testament to the universal appreciation of beauty. Not one to be petty, Su Mu perceived only admiration in the artist's eyes, devoid of any ulterior motives. All right, the artist declared, his action smooth and practiced, as he presented the completed sketch. Let me see, Jiang Xinchuan exclaimed, eagerly accepting the drawing. A unique snapshot of her and Su Mu. She recalled that they had never truly had a private photograph together. That Su Mu, curious, leaned in for a closer look. What do you think? Jiang Xinchuan mused, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, as if the outcome did not quite align with her expectations. It's decent, though it fails to capture your beauty or any sense of vitality, Su Mu remarked candidly. The sketch, being merely a drawing, had outlined their basic features but lacked depth and essence. That it was clear that the artist treated the task as a mere job, devoid of emotional investment, thus failing to create a compelling piece. Are you insulting my profession? The artist, who had remained silent until now, flushed crimson at Su Mu's words, having initially admired the intimate scene between Jiang Xinchuan and Su Mu. He felt a pang of envy, particularly upon noticing the diamond-studded Patek Philippe adorning Su Mu's wrist. The disparity between them was glaring. Despite his own accomplishments as a graduate from an art school, he was merely working at this sketch shop to earn a living. Now, with his pride wounded by Su Mu's critique, he found it intolerable. Surprised, Su Mu had simply stated his opinion, not realizing how the artist would react. You treat this as anything more than a job. Reflect honestly, do you approach it as a profession? If emotionless drawings can be deemed professional, then we are all professionals, he retorted heatedly. The artist's vehement response drew the attention of others in the shop, some nodding in agreement with Su Mu's assertion. This gentleman has a valid point. It does seem rather mechanical. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it does appear rather rigid. The individual who had received their portrait began to scrutinize the drawing paper in their hands, conceding that Su Mu had a point. You are merely an amateur. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to create such a sketch? Do not speak as if you are immune to the struggle. If you possess the skill, why not attempt to draw one yourself? Noticing that those around him were starting to echo Su Mu's sentiments, the man grew anxious. This was no longer merely a matter of professionalism. If the reputation of the sketch shop were to be tarnished, his own livelihood would be jeopardized. Chapter 16. Just drawing for my girlfriend, try. Su Mu chuckled at the man, who believed a trained sketch artist could compete with a client. Did he presume that Su Mu lacked any formal training in drawing? Admittedly, Su Mu did not possess extraordinary artistic talent, yet he was not entirely lacking either. As an academic achiever, his art grades were commendable, though not comparable to those of a professional artist. Unfortunately for the man, his calculations were misguided. Who was Su Mu? He was someone supported by a system. Such a trivial matter would hardly pose a challenge for him. Check-in at the sketching studio. Su Mu had yet to utilize today's check-in opportunity, and the timing was perfect. Ding! Successfully checked in at the sketching studio. Reward: master painting skill. As the system's voice faded, Su Mu felt a rush of techniques and knowledge about painting flooding his mind. His hand trembled imperceptibly. Moments later, everything returned to tranquility. The master painting skill encompassed far more than mere sketching. Traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, ink wash painting, abstract art. All painting techniques were now etched into Su Mu's consciousness. Should he choose, he could easily ascend to the status of a master in the art world. How about now? Do you realize your limitations? Without specialized training, do you think just anyone can emerge as a painter? The man, seeing Su Mu's silence for a few minutes, assumed that Su Mu was lacking confidence. His self-assurance swelled. Handsome, wealthy, and with a stunning girlfriend, the man believed that these advantages had all been bestowed upon Su Mu. Surely, Su Mu could not surpass him in painting, given that he had undergone over a decade of professional training. That if anyone could easily outdo him, the man would be left utterly astonished. Then let me give it a try. Without casting a glance at the man, Su Mu winked at Jiang Xingyuan, picking up the brush and paper from the table. Naturally, Jiang Xingyuan supported her boyfriend, even if Su Mu's drawing did not match the expertise of the professionals. She would still regard him as the best. Sitting obediently, Jiang Xin propped her chin on her hand, allowing Su Mu to sketch her. The studio was filled with young people, their curiosity piqued upon seeing Su Mu's posture as he grasped the brush. There was indeed a hint of professionalism about him. Wow, this handsome guy is incredible. He captured the beauty's essence perfectly. Yes, it looks even more stunning than a beautified photo on a phone. Could it be that this handsome fellow is a hidden expert? As Su Mu made his final stroke, the crowd surrounding him erupted in excitement. Take a look. Are you satisfied? Su Mu handed the drawing to the bewildered Jiang Xinyuan. Having been classmates with Su Mu for 3 years, she knew that while Su Mu excelled academically, he had not received specialized training in art. Could he truly be as exceptional as they claimed? Accepting the drawing and gazing at the depiction of herself, Jiang Xinyuan's face lit up with a broad smile. She had not anticipated that her boyfriend possessed such a remarkable skill. The image of Jiang Xinyuan on the paper seemed vividly alive, capturing her facial expressions, demeanor, and even the faint smile at the corners of her mouth with exquisite precision. Observing the reactions of the crowd, the man sensed a shift in his fortunes. Was it possible that he had encountered a true master? Disbelieving, he leaned closer to examine the drawing in Jiang Xinyuan's hands. Are you an art student as well? Though the question was phrased as such, his tone conveyed certainty that he refrained from voicing the thought that Su Mu's foundational art skills far surpassed his own. No, this is merely a hobby of mine, Su Mu kindly clarified. Impossible, if you haven't studied. How could you draw so well? The evidence was irrefutable. The crowd's perception was sharp. Even if the man refused to acknowledge Su Mu's superiority, there was little he could do to deny it. Because I infused my emotions into this artwork, whereas you merely regarded it as a job to be completed. The man found himself at a loss for words to counter Su Mu's assertion. Indeed, he had only taken the job at the sketch shop for monetary gain. The passion for art, he had long since become numb to it. I apologize. I retract my previous statements, and I will reflect on my actions. It seemed that Su Mu had struck a chord with him. Prompting the man to bow in apology, that Su Mu smiled nonchalantly, recognizing the potential for growth. Who said that artists were inherently temperamental and incapable of proper communication. Observing the man's respectful demeanor was quite reassuring. Handsome. Could you draw a portrait for me? And me? Could you draw one for me as well? I would like one too. The man found himself pushed out of the circle as several young women surrounded Su Mu, chattering excitedly, eager for him to create beautiful portraits for them. Apologies, but I only draw for my girlfriend. Su Mu took Jiang Xinyuan's hand, firmly declining and departing the sketching studio. What a pity. That handsome guy is truly disheartening. Who can blame us for not being as stunning as his girlfriend? Without receiving a portrait from Su Mu, the patrons of the sketching studio lost interest in waiting for the indifferent artists to draw for them. The once bustling sketching studio quickly became forlorn and quiet. Su Mu, when did you acquire such impressive drawing skills? Jiang Xinyuan inquired curiously, thoroughly astonished by Su Mu's talent. Additionally, Su Mu's final refusal of the girl's requests, I only draw for my girlfriend, filled her with delight. I picked it up casually. Su Mu felt no shame in his statement. Casually picked it up? If such a high level of skill could be achieved with little effort, how would those who had toiled for years feel? My forte lies in figure drawing. Would you like to give it a try? Su Mu leaned in and whispered softly in Jiang Xinyuan's ear. Figure drawing? Jiang Xinyuan's face flushed crimson. That if such a piece were to be created, would that not lead to? I have not yet celebrated my 18th birthday. Perhaps we can wait until then. Jiang Xinyuan found herself at a loss for words. Lowering her gaze. Very well. Once you turn 18, I shall draw several for you, taking my time. Although slightly disappointed that their relationship had not made a tangible leap forward due to this opportunity. Su Mu respected Jiang Xinyuan's wishes and did not press the matter, but Su Mu genuinely cherished Jiang Xinyuan, and his thoughts were merely a potential breakthrough in their emotional connection. The soft affirmation was faint, yet Su Mu heard it. With a playful smile, he wrapped his arm around the still shyly gazing Jiang Xinyuan, and they continued their shopping excursion. After purchasing 2 cups of milk tea and perusing for a while, Jiang Xinyuan finally emerged from her bashfulness. Noticing that it was getting late, Su Mu escorted her back to the entrance of the Yolonga Villa District. Chapter 17. A beautiful companion approaches as per custom. Xiao Wang exited the vehicle to buy water. Having learned from her previous experience, Jiang Xinyuan understood Su Mu's intentions. After a moment of affectionate exchange in the car, she reluctantly alighted with the portrait Su Mu had drawn for her. It was only when Jiang Xinyuan stepped into the Villa District that Xiao Wang returned with a bottle of water. Young master, here is the water you requested. Su Mu accepted it and set it aside. Homeward bound. Understood. Young master. The Maybach executed a graceful turn, heading towards the seaside of Huadong City. Young master, you have returned. A Fu seemed to have been waiting specifically for Su Mu's arrival. The Maybach came to a halt in the courtyard of the castle. A Fu opened the rear door and bent slightly to await Su Mu's descent. Where is grandfather? The master is in the study, writing. The old master enjoyed calligraphy and painting, both excellent pastimes for passing the time. Young master, I have registered you at the driving school. The materials for the written test are in your room. Arrange the exam for a suitable time. Aside from the written test, a Fu believed the young master should require no other arrangements for practical tests. Having witnessed the young master's driving skills, a Fu felt no reservations. When is the next written test scheduled? Su Mu was eager to drive Jiang Xinyuan around. Although Xiao Wang was perceptive, the excuse of buying water was rather flimsy. Su Mu understood that Xiao Wang was quite aware of the situation. In his eyes, however, Xiao Wang remained a significant third wheel. The next one is in 2 days. The timing is a bit tight. The written test questions were randomized, meaning that he needed to master the content of the extensive book, that a Fu believed that even if the young master were to start studying diligently tonight, time would still be tight. Set it for the day after tomorrow, and arrange the remaining practical tests as soon as possible. Su Mu was an academic achiever. A mere written test could hardly pose a challenge for him. Observing the young master's confident demeanor, a Fu swallowed the words he nearly voiced. Let us make the arrangements. If I don't succeed this time, I can always retake it's not a major issue. Of course, young master. Afu sensed that the young master had already made up his mind to participate in the first subject exam the day after tomorrow. The ensuing hours would surely be devoted to preparation. Afu, have Xiao Wang bring out that Lamborghini from yesterday. Su Mu had just begun to savor the thrill of driving and had no intention of relinquishing such delightful exhilaration. Understood, young master. Afu was already prepared to arrange another first subject exam for the young master. Without hesitation, he instructed Xiao Wang to drive the Lamborghini from the garage into the castle's courtyard. With the distinctive, exhilarating roar of the sports car, Su Mu pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini sped out through the castle gates. Having witnessed Su Mu's driving prowess, Afu stood calmly, no longer anxious. The Lamborghini's performance was indeed impressive. Su Mu reveled in the dual sensations of speed and sound that enveloped him. Suddenly, a striking red vehicle zipped past Su Mu's Lamborghini. Is it waiting specifically for me? Su Mu mused, doubting the serendipity of such an encounter. It was the same Ferrari 599 from yesterday. That Su Mu's departure was casual, with no set schedule. How coincidental that at the same intersection, the identical Ferrari 599 would reappear. How intriguing. A smile crept across Su Mu's face as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and pressed the gas pedal. The Ferrari 599 seemed to be anticipating the challenge, flooring its accelerator just as the Lamborghini was about to overtake it. Unlike the previous day, this time the Lamborghini struggled to surpass. Are we being serious? Allow me to demonstrate my unparalleled driving skills. It was evident that the lady in the Ferrari 599 was no novice. Feeling invigorated, Su Mu decided to take the competition more seriously. With only 10% of his driving skill engaged, he effortlessly left the Ferrari 599 behind. What followed was a spirited chase. The lady in the Ferrari 599 clearly refused to concede, making several attempts to overtake. Yet Su Mu maintained a firm grip on the lead, leaving her no opportunity. I'm done playing. Time to head home. At the same intersection as yesterday, he executed a graceful U-dash turn as their cars crossed paths. Su Mu waved at the lady in the Ferrari 599, unconcerned with her reaction, and drove straight back to the castle. Having a free practice partner isn't too shabby, Su Mu thought, feeling quite pleased with the unexpected company during his driving practice. Upon returning to the castle, Su Mu had dinner with the elder Rui Zhi and Bai Xiaoping had been exceptionally busy lately, either in meetings or attending various social functions. Su Mu pondered how his parents managed to juggle so many responsibilities while keeping him in the dark for the past 18 years. Young master, the lady of the house has instructed me to help you measure for a few tailored outfits. May I take your measurements? Su Mu glanced at Afu, who had a measuring tape draped around his neck and was holding a small notebook and pen. The image immediately reminded him of the old tailors he saw on television. Afu was indeed a master. Due to the ancestral customs of the Su family, certain matters had to be conducted with discretion and mystery. The castle was not a place where outsiders could simply wander in. For individuals of high social standing, bespoke clothing was a perfectly normal affair. That it could be said that Afu had been honed into a skilled craftsman by necessity. Afu, why does my mother want to have these made for me? Su Mu asked while raising his arms as instructed. As a student preparing for university, he felt such formal attire unnecessary. The lady of the house mentioned that there will be a company gathering soon, and it is time for you to make an appearance. Afu continued his work without pause. Responding earnestly, Su Mu nodded in understanding. Now that he had returned to the castle, revealing his identity was a natural progression. He initially thought taking measurements would be a simple task, but after nearly half an hour of being fussed over by Afu, he dashed into his room. This was far too tedious. It was better to keep some distance. Since returning to the castle, Su Mu had developed a delightful habit of taking long baths. Once he lay on the soft bed, feeling refreshed, he took out his phone and unlocked the screen. Jiang Xinchuan had sent him several messages. The class group chat was buzzing with activity, and unread messages kept piling up. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing his girlfriend, Su Mu opened the messages from Jiang Xinchuan first. Su Mu, are you coming tomorrow night? Did you see the messages in the class group? Everyone is planning a graduation gathering tomorrow night. Chapter 18. The Fiery Beauty. Su Mu opened the class group chat. And indeed, the discussion about the graduation dinner was lively, that he skimmed through the options for the venue, finding the choice of the Cayman Hotel intriguing. Although his classmates came from well-off families, hosting a graduation dinner at such an establishment was not a significant issue. Su Mu thought it rather coincidental. Noticing the initiators, Wang Mingqi and Zhu Haoyu, both signs of affluent families, he realized he hardly knew them and had barely exchanged words throughout high school. Having grasped the gist of the situation, Su Mu replied to Jiang Xinchuan, "Let us go together tomorrow night. Opportunities to meet one to be plentiful in the future." "Sure, I was thinking the same." Her quick response exemplified what it meant to reply in a heartbeat. Su Mu chuckled, wondering if she had been waiting by her phone for his reply. "I'll come pick you up tomorrow night." "All right. What are you doing tomorrow? Missing me?" "Not at all. I was just asking casually." Jiang Xinchuan could sense the flirtation in Su Mu's tone even through the screen. "I registered for the driving test. I have the first subject exam the day after tomorrow." Even a top student had to hit the books. Their essay saying, "It's not the top student that S feared, but rather the top student on summer break. Their diligence is often unseen." "That was quick. I was planning to sign up too. If I had known, we could have done it together." She sent a regrettable emoticon, revealing a hint of disappointment that if they had signed up together, wouldn't she have had more time to be close to Su Mu? "I'll accompany you when you sign up." Su Mu realized he hadn't considered Jiang Xinchuan's feelings. He had been so focused on getting his license quickly that he hadn't thought to ask her. As a gesture of goodwill, he expressed his willingness to accompany her. "Now that's more like it. You should study first. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow night." After exchanging goodnights, the young couple drifted into slumber as Su Mu woke up early the next morning. With only the summer vacation available to spend more time at home, he thought of how his grandfather would be left alone in the Grand Castle after he went off to university, that Su Mu resolved to spend as much time as possible with his grandfather. "Grandfather, good morning. Why didn't you wait for me to practice?" He hurried over to his grandfather's side, matching his pace. "Are you serious? I thought you were just indulging in a whim yesterday." The elder Su continued his movements, surprised by Su Mu's determination. "Do you really think I'm so unreliable? Well, just don't think you can abandon me this summer. I'm committed to learning Tai Chi, you rascal." The elder Su said little more, but there was a hint of moisture in his eyes. After completing a set of Tai Chi, Su Mu snatched a few slices of bread and retreated to his room to study. Failing the first subject exam would tarnish his reputation as a top student, and Su Mu would never allow such a thing to happen. The end. Upon reflection, it took Su Mu just over 2 hours to commit a thick volume to memory. Thus, being a top student required certain capabilities. Not everyone could claim the title so easily. Checking the time, he noted there was still a while until dinner. "I wonder if that beauty from yesterday will show up again." He called for Xiao Wang to bring out the Lamborghini. Su-Mu's craving for driving had yet to fade, and he felt a tinge of anticipation. At the same intersection, he remained vigilant. Indeed, his instincts proved correct. The striking red Ferrari 599 was parked at the corner. Upon spotting Su-Mu's Lamborghini, the Ferrari accelerated forward without hesitation. What a fiery beauty! Observing the speed at which the Ferrari approached, Su-Mu realized the lady had not turned off her engine. She had simply been waiting for him to appear before flooring it. This time, armed with the knowledge of her intentions, Su-Mu didn't grant her a single chance to overtake. The Ferrari 599 was thoroughly subdued, unable to find any opportunity to reclaim the lead. At the same intersection, this time Su-Mu did not simply U-turn and leave. He halted and waited for the Ferrari 599 to draw alongside. Lowering his window, he gave the lady a thumbs up. Su-Mu meant no mockery. Her driving skills were impressive. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered someone with unparalleled driving prowess. One could only say that her luck was rather poor. Emotionless, the lady in the Ferrari 599 was undeniably beautiful. Yet her expressionless visage exuded an air of aloofness. With a casual wave, Su-Mu was not there to flirt. He pressed the gas pedal, and the Lamborghini roared away. Through the rearview mirror, he watched as the Ferrari diminished in size until it vanished from sight. Only then did the lady retract her gaze. That it seemed that, just like today, she had intentionally waited at the intersection yesterday. The self-proclaimed skilled driver was unwilling to accept being effortlessly outmatched by Su-Mu in a bid for redemption. The beautiful woman yearned to challenge Su-Mu once more. Yet, it was evident that she was indeed outmatched. Nevertheless, she was not prepared to concede defeat so easily. Turning back, she retraced her steps along the same route. Upon returning to the castle, Su-Mu greeted his grandfather before retreating to his room for a refreshing bath. After donning a new outfit he had purchased, Su-Mu resolved to reveal his true identity today. That as the time approached to pick up Jiang Xinchuan, he deemed it prudent to set off early. Adhering to his own theory, he believed in alternating vehicles. This time, Xiaowang had procured a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a vehicle whose base price approached 10 million. The garage housed numerous cars of such caliber. And without hesitation, Su-Mu entered the vehicle. To Yulong Lake Villa, he instructed. Certainly, young master. Recently, Su-Mu had frequented the Yulong Lake Villa, and Xiaowang was quite familiar with the route. That as they neared their destination, Su-Mu sent a WeChat message to Jiang Xinchuan. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Yulong Lake Villa area, Su-Mu noticed that Jiang Xinchuan was already waiting there. What a punctual young lady. Su-Mu silently commended her. Jiang Xinchuan possessed the allure to boast, yet she never engaged in such tiresome antics. Some women believe that men should naturally wait for them. Su-Mu held this notion in disdain. He found waiting to be an utter waste of time and had no desire to partake in such frivolous activities. Xiaoxian, Su-Mu, having switched cars quite frequently, noticed that Jiang Xinchuan stood there, oblivious to the fact that the Rolls-Royce had come to a halt. Upon hearing his voice, she realized her boyfriend had arrived. With a radiant smile, she approached him. Su-Mu observed a significant transformation in Jiang Xinchuan's recent fashion choices. She exuded an increasing femininity, a change that Su-Mu greatly appreciated. Chapter 19. Things are going well. Allowing Jiang Xinchuan to enter the car first, Su-Mu followed suit. To Cayman Hotel, he instructed. Certainly, young master. With the driver present, Su-Mu leaned closer to Jiang Xinchuan and whispered, Xiaoxian, you look truly beautiful. Receiving praise from someone she cherished filled Jiang Xinchuan with delight. Aware of Su-Mu's sincerity, she felt confident in her appearance. Stealing a glance at the driver, Jiang Xinchuan seized the opportunity to plant a quick kiss on Su-Mu's cheek while he maintained his previous posture. After this bold act, she shyly lowered her gaze. Feeling a tad too forward with an outsider present, her kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, was brief yet sent a delightful shiver through Su-Mu. He wrapped her in his arms. Savoring the warmth and fragrance of her presence, the ride was serene, with the two nestled against each other. Young master, we have arrived at Cayman Hotel. Although reluctant to disrupt the ambience within the car, the driver had to fulfill his duty. Su-Mu replied, glancing outside to confirm they had indeed reached the Cayman Hotel. The Rolls-Royce was parked precisely where he had collided with that Bugatti previously. Xiao Wang exited the car and opened the rear door for Su Mu. Taking Jiang Xinchuan's hand, he stepped out. Su Mu, Jiang Xinchuan, you two are really together? Boomed a loud voice, without needing to turn around. Su Mu recognized it as his high school best friend, Mu Yuqing, affectionately nicknamed Four Eyes. Coming from a wealthy family, he often appeared carefree, frequently becoming the target of ridicule from other rich heirs. Naturally, Four Eyes had noticed the Rolls-Royce behind Su Mu, but thought it was Jiang Xinchuan's family car. He approached and playfully patted Su Mu's shoulder. I knew you two were flirting. You wouldn't admit it back then, but now you're together right after graduation. Which of your eyes saw us flirting? Sumuri tortid. Playfully patting Four Eyes back. Their relationship had always been innocent. There was no ambiguity whatsoever. Jiang Xinchuan simply tightened her grip on Su Mu's hand, smiling silently. She had indeed harbored feelings for him long before, a fact she did not wish to deny. By the way, with you two together, today's graduation dinner should be quite entertaining, Four Eyes mused, stroking his chin with a mysterious expression. What do you mean? Su Mu questioned, puzzled as to how the graduation dinner related to his relationship with Jiang Xinchuan. He had not confided in anyone about his romantic involvement. Young Master Su, are you here for a meal? Before Four Eyes could respond, an eager voice interrupted. The head waiter. Recalling his time working there, Su Mu remembered the head waiter had treated him well that he nodded in acknowledgement. We are here for a class reunion. Oh, please do come in, the head waiter said, taken aback by Su Mu's humility, that he hadn't expected young Master Su to be so approachable and willing to converse. The head waiter felt quite popular. Su Mu, why does he call you young Master Su? As the trio approached the private room, Four Eyes asked, perplexed. Everyone was aware of Su Mu's family background, an ordinary middle-class household, making it hard to fathom why the head waiter would address him in such a manner. This is a bit complicated. I'll explain later, Su Mu replied, not wanting to disclose his family situation in front of so many people. Not every classmate was a friend, and there was no need to reveal his family's circumstances. Got secrets, do you? Four Eyes teased but refrained from pressing further. Pushing open the door to the private room, Four Eyes' loud voice resonated once more. Our college entrance exam star and the stunning Jiang are here. The once lively room fell silent as all eyes turned toward the entrance. Behind the boisterous Four Eyes stood the strikingly handsome academic achiever, Su Mu, followed closely by the universally acknowledged beauty, Jiang Xinchuan. Most people offered friendly smiles, but only Wang Mingqi's face darkened upon hearing Four Eyes refer to Su Mu as the entrance exam star. Although Wang Mingqi had performed admirably, he had fallen short of the top three, that having always considered himself a talented individual, being overshadowed by Su Mu throughout high school had been disheartening, and to be outperformed in the crucial college entrance exam was particularly galling. Equally displeased was Zhu Haoyu, but his ire stemmed not from academic rivalry, that as a poor student, he seldom concerned himself with grades. Instead, his frustration arose from seeing Su Mu holding Jiang Xinchuan's hand. Zhu Haoyu had long harbored feelings for Jiang Xinchuan, expressing them both openly and subtly. Yet she showed him no interest, often treating him dismissively, while demonstrating warmth towards Su Mu as the initiators of this gathering. Wang Mingqi and Zhu Haoyu had carefully chosen Cayman Hotel, fully aware of Su Mu's background. Their intent was to orchestrate an embarrassing situation for him. Su Mu, Jiang Xinchuan, please take a seat here, Four Eyes said, oblivious to the expressions on Wang Mingqi and Zhu Haoyu's faces as he pulled Su Mu to an empty spot beside him. Naturally, Jiang Xinchuan followed suit. Jiang Xinchuan, when did you and Su Mu get together? Zhu Haoyu couldn't help but pry, unable to ignore Su Mu's hand firmly holding Jiang Xinchuan's. Yes, I almost forgot to ask when you two started dating, Four Eyes chimed in, lacking any sense of the situation. What do you mean by dating? You really have a way with words, Su Mu frowned, perplexed as to why his innocent relationship was being twisted into something so unsavory. Haha, just a slip of the tongue, Four Eyes chuckled, unconcerned. Noticing that Su Mu remained silent, Zhu Haoyu exchanged glances with Wang Mingqi, signaling the waiter to bring out the dishes. That Su Mu observed the silent exchange between Zhu Haoyu and Wang Mingqi. Recognizing their ulterior motives, moments later, the waiter arrived, presenting an array of dishes that filled 2 tables. Only upon entering the private room did Sumu realize that not all of their classmates had attended, for various reasons. Only about 20 people were present. Everyone, feel free to eat, .as mentioned in the group chat. Today is an AA system. Each of you pays for your own meal, so there's no need to feel awkward, Zhu Haoyu announced. Casting a pointed glance at Su Mu understood the implication. They were laying a trap for him. Chapter 20. Impulsiveness is the devil. Only Jiang Xinchuan was privy to Su Mu's true identity among those present. Zhu Haoyu and Wang Mingqi had devised this scheme to undermine him, believing that their financial resources could overshadow Su Mu's abilities. They were convinced their approach was the most effective means to deal with him. Sumu, don't hold back. This is a 5-star hotel, and I bet you've never been here before, Zhu Haoyu taunted. Try this. It's the signature dish of Cayman Hotel. Who knows when you'll get to taste such exquisite cuisine again? As Zhu Haoyu spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the room, a palpable tension arising from his words, and no one had anticipated that Zhu Haoyu would so openly ridicule Su Mu at the graduation party. Some individuals contemplated defending Su Mu, but found themselves at a loss for words. Others chose to remain passive observers. That Su Mu keenly noted everyone's reactions. A smile graced his face, reflecting a nonchalant demeanor. In the past, he might have truly felt the weight of such an insult. But now he merely remarked, "Are you hungry? Please do eat." Unfazed, Su Mu spoke gently to Jiang Xinchuan. You should try this," replied Jiang Xinchuan, a hint of shyness evident as she placed a slice of foie gras into Su Mu's bowl. Zhu Haoyu, blinded by jealousy, felt his anger intensify upon witnessing his idealized goddess display such a delicate affection towards Su Mu. It is often said that impulse is the devil, especially for those whose minds are clouded by envy. Zhu Haoyu fixated on the interaction between Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan, entirely overlooking Su Mu's noticeably different attire today. Su Mu, this foie gras is imported from France. You've never tried it before, have you? Initially, Su Mu had no intention of engaging with Zhu Haoyu's provocation. With everyone soon to part ways, he didn't want Zhu Haoyu's antics to dampen the mood. Unfortunately, some individuals thrive on drama. When ignored, they mistakenly believe they hold the upper hand, their smugness barely concealed. Shaking his head internally, Su Mu mused on Zhu Haoyu's lack of intelligence. Today, Su Mu was anything but low-key. The diamond-studded Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist alone was worth an astonishing $36 million. It was baffling how Zhu Haoyu could still perceive Su Mu as a mere pauper. Summoning a waiter standing nearby, Su Mu leaned in to whisper a few words. The waiter's eyes widened in surprise, and he bowed deeply before hastily exiting. The room fell silent, puzzled by the unfolding situation. The Cayman Hotel is known for its excellent service, but it would never bow to a customer without reason. What had Su Mu said to the waiter? Before Zhu Haoyu could voice another word, Wang Mingqi pulled him back. Since Zhu Haoyu's initial jibe at Su Mu, Wang Mingqi had been observing closely, sensing an unusual aura about Su Mu today. Though he couldn't pinpoint what was different, it was only moments ago, when Su Mu raised a hand to speak to the waiter, that it dawned on Wang Mingqi. Su Mu was adorned in designer brands from head to toe, and that watch was indeed a diamond series from Patek Philippe. Wang Mingqi suddenly realized that today's gathering would not unfold as he and Zhu Haoyu had imagined. Having just gained the upper hand, he now felt compelled to restrain himself. Zhu Haoyu, confused, began to sense something amiss. Taking a seat, he composed himself, no longer acting impulsively. Clearly, the waiter had some insider knowledge. Zhu Haoyu recognized that his jealousy stemmed from Jiang Xinchuan's exclusive attention towards Su Mu at school. He understood that his feelings for her were merely unreciprocated sentiments. Now calmed, he regained a semblance of rationality. The lively atmosphere dimmed as everyone lowered their heads to eat. "Young master, I apologize. I was unaware you would be dining at the Cayman Hotel. It was my oversight," said the waiter, breaking the silence as he re-entered with a middle-aged man beside him. The man approached Su Mu, bowing respectfully as he spoke. But Su Mu smirked slightly, thinking, without an introduction, "How am I to know who you are?" "Ah, yes, young master. I am Yang Liming, the general manager of the Cayman Hotel." Realizing his abruptness, the man promptly introduced himself. Moments ago, Su Mu had revealed to the waiter that he was the heir of the Su Group. The waiter, aware that the Cayman Hotel was a subsidiary of the Su Group, had rushed off to find the general manager upon hearing Su Mu's name. The delay in returning was due to the general manager needing to confirm the identity of the young master. After receiving personal verification from Rui Zhi, young Liming wasted no time and hurried into the private room. "Young master, Su Mu, you are the heir of the Cayman Hotel?" exclaimed the bespectacled one, excitement evident in his voice. "The Cayman Hotel is part of the Su Group. So, doesn't that make you a part of the Su Group?" "Wait, the Su Group. You also bear the surname Su? What a coincidence." The bespectacled one suddenly connected the dots regarding Su Mu's identity. The others looked on in shock. The Su Group, a conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions. Most of those present were scions of wealthy families and had at least some knowledge of commercial affairs in East China. They had heard that the Su Group was preparing for an IPO. What kind of staggering valuation would it achieve post-IPO? A profound sense of shock washed over them. Over 3 years of school. Aside from being a top student and handsome, Su Mu had remained remarkably low profile. This humility stemmed from Su Mu's seemingly modest background. "Su Mu, you weren't living modestly to experience the life of an ordinary person, were you?" This was the only conclusion the bespectacled one could draw, and others nodded in agreement. Su Mu paused, recognizing the irony. He had been forced into this position. Naturally, there were matters he wouldn't disclose in front of those deemed inconsequential. "Let us eat. Today's meal is on me. Manager Yang, please bring out the signature dishes." Su Mu deftly shifted the topic, addressing the hotel as general manager. "Certainly, young master. I will have the kitchen prepare everything immediately," young Liming replied. Still bowing, Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, signaling Yang that he could leave. "Young master, please enjoy your meal. I will attend to other matters." With the arrival of the young master at the hotel, Yang Liming was naturally eager to facilitate everything. Chapter 21. The Theories of the Wealthy. "Su Mu, your unexpected revelation has truly caught me off guard. Just when I thought my sole advantage was shattered by you. How am I to cope now?" Observing the dramatics of the bespectacled one, laughter erupted among the group, lifting the atmosphere. "Su Mu, you truly are remarkable. Despite being extraordinarily wealthy, you choose to live like an ordinary person. Is this your way of experiencing the lives of the common folk? Indeed, I once thought my family was affluent, but compared to you, I feel embarrassed to even call myself a rich second generation. It appears we could all learn a thing or two. This is the genuine philosophy of the wealthy." Those who had remained silent during Zhu Haoyu's earlier taunts now expressed regret and rushed to seek Su Mu's attention. Su Mu merely smiled, saying nothing. Zhu Haoyu and Wang Mingqi sat in silence, their faces flushed. Academically, Wang Mingqi could not compete with Su Mu in matters of the heart. Jiang Xinchuan was already paired with Su Mu, leaving Zhu Haoyu with nothing but despair. Soon, a line of waiters began to present an array of exquisitely prepared dishes on the table. "Young master, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me," young Liming said respectfully, standing beside Su Mu. After receiving a nod from Su Mu, young Liming stepped back. "Everyone, please eat. It would be pointless to only discuss my matters." The enticing aroma had already captivated the guests. And upon hearing Su Mu's words, they eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to feast. Su Mu glanced at Zhu Haoyu, who was noticeably shrinking into the background, silent and withdrawn. A smirk crept across his face. Was he no longer so boastful? However, Su Mu had no intention of allowing his classmates to retreat into their shells. That was hardly a virtue. "However, Zhu Haoyu, you were right about one thing," he stated. "I indeed have never dined at the Cayman Hotel before." The group paused mid-bite, astonished. Could it be true? The heir of the Su Group had never dined at his own family's hotel. In response to their puzzled expressions, Su Mu smiled warmly. "Primarily, my mother believes it's too much of a hassle to come here, just for a meal. She usually has the chef come to our home instead." Realization dawned upon them. This was the explanation. They did not perceive Su Mu as boasting, as he had every right to do so. The hotel belonged to his family, and the chef was merely an employee of the Su household. Furthermore, Su Mu had maintained his low profile for so long. Why would he choose to flaunt it over trivial matters? Nods of agreement circulated among the group, as they wholeheartedly embraced Su Mu's mother's rationale. If the Cayman Hotel were their own, they too would find dining out to be an inconvenience. The genuine philosophy of the wealthy. The words echoed in their minds, a truth they had previously overlooked. Zhu Haoyu, who had almost been forgotten, was suddenly thrust back into the spotlight by Su Mu's remark that he had almost overlooked this fact. After all, it was Zhu Haoyu who had been the most vocal in taunting Su Mu earlier. Now, confronted with Su Mu's true identity, he found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Haoyu, are you satisfied with my explanation? Su Mu inquired, as Zhu Haoyu grappled with the scrutinizing gazes of his peers. Yes. Yes, I'm truly sorry for my ignorance, Zhu Haoyu quickly retorted, acknowledging the vast difference between him and Su Mu. Now, watching Jiang Xinchuan nestled beside Su Mu, he felt no pang of jealousy. Even his once proud family background seemed trivial in comparison to Su Mu's reality. What qualifications does Zhu Haoyu possess to compete with Su Mu regarding the affair with Jiang Xinchuan? A glance swept over Wang Mingqi, whose face had long been flushed with embarrassment. Considering Wang Mingqi refrained from asserting himself, Su Mu chose not to hold it against him. Yet, all were acutely aware of the underlying tensions. This gathering was organized by both Wang Mingqi and Zhu Haoyu, and the hotel was selected by the two of them as well. Although Zhu Haoyu had been incessantly provoking Su Mu earlier, Wang Mingqi was undoubtedly complicit. What was initially intended as an occasion for Su Mu to suffer some humiliation had transformed into a stage for him to unveil his true identity. The dinner was undeniably a source of discomfort for Wang Mingqi and Zhu Haoyu. Delicious dishes lay before them, yet neither could bring themselves to take a single bite. Faced with Su Mu's formidable prowess, they dared not express any dissatisfaction. Maintaining forced smiles throughout, as the gathering concluded and discussions turned to the next battlefield, Wang Mingqi and Zhu Haoyu simultaneously opted to depart. The reasons were well understood by all, and consequently, no one attempted to retain them. With the college entrance examinations behind them, everyone felt they had entered adulthood and thus sought to unwind in venues befitting their newfound status. Undoubtedly, the nightclub became the preferred choice. Do you want to go? Su Mu had no objections, though he wondered if Jiang Xinchuan would disapprove. If you go, I will go. Jiang Xinchuan adopted a distinctly feminine demeanor, completely shedding her previously lofty persona from school. All right, you two should refrain from flaunting your affection in front of us single folks. It's quite heart-wrenching, someone remarked, inciting laughter as everyone playfully clutched their chests. Jiang Xinchuan stomped her foot and lowered her head in embarrassment as Su Mu wrapped an arm around Jiang Xinchuan, leading the way out. Today, I'll cover the bill. Those who wish to join, hurry along, or you'll miss your chance. Observing Su Mu exit the private room, everyone followed suit to the hotel entrance. Young Liming had been waiting there for some time, estimating that the young master and his companions should have finished their meal by now. Naturally, Yang Liming would personally see the young master off. Mr. Yang, what distinguished guest has arrived at the hotel that warrants your personal reception? The head waiter inquired, standing behind the general manager in confusion. Working at the hotel for several years, he had never witnessed the general manager personally welcoming anyone. Could it be the owner? The head waiter straightened his attire, anticipating that if his assumption were correct, this would be his first encounter with the big boss, and he must create a favorable impression. The young master is dining at the hotel. Would you not consider that a distinguished guest? Yang Liming shot an exasperated glance at the incessantly chattering head waiter. Goodness, if the young master were to see the staff's lackadaisical attitude, who knows what he would think? The young master? The head waiter exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock, but quickly closed it again under Yang Liming's scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, a distinguished guest. The head waiter wisely took a step back, refraining from further comment. Su Mu, shall we meet directly at the nightclub entrance? Everyone had arrived in vehicles provided by their families, so there was no need for Su Mu to handle such trivialities. Certainly. See you shortly. In the hotel lobby, the others exchanged greetings with Su Mu before dispersing to prepare for the next gathering. Chapter 22, Worldview Overturned 4 Eyes. Did your driver not bring you here? Su Mu asked, half embracing Jiang Xinchuan, puzzled as they approached the hotel entrance. This was perplexing. Four Eyes was known for his privileged demeanor, always requiring luxurious transportation for his commutes. How could he possibly choose to be inconspicuous on such an important day? No. I just have a question that piques my curiosity. Four Eyes scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful, as he kept pace with Su Mu. Initially, he had assumed Su Mu's family was of modest means, concluding that the Rolls-Royce Phantom must belong to Jiang Xinchuan's family. However, now he felt he had misjudged at a car enthusiast. Four Eyes lamented that his own family was not affluent enough to afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom for transportation. Having seen the genuine article today, he was eager for a taste of that experience. Not being well acquainted with Jiang Xinchuan, he hesitated to speak up that if the Rolls-Royce Phantom belonged to Su Mu, however, that would be a different matter altogether. What is it? You seem quite troubled. With his identity now revealed, Su Mu wondered what could possibly cause Four Eyes such distress. Su Mu, is that Rolls-Royce Phantom yours? Indeed? Why do you ask? Is it truly yours? Perhaps too overwhelmed with excitement, Four Eyes failed to control his volume. In an instant, the trio became the focal point of attention among the hotel patrons. That Su Mu shot Four Eyes a warning glance, signaling him to be mindful of his demeanor. Young master, did you enjoy your meal? Before Four Eyes could apologize for his slip, Yang Liming approached briskly at the hotel entrance. Under the circumstances, the head waiter followed suit. Young master? Upon seeing Su Mu, the head waiter was momentarily taken aback. Could the young master mentioned by Mr. Yang be this very person? The head waiter felt his worldview had been completely upended. With a hint of disbelief, he thought it prudent to clarify. Mr. Yang, is this young master indeed the heir? Yang Liming shot him a piercing glare. What business did a lowly head waiter have speaking to the young master? Still, it seemed the young master had overheard, and not responding would be inappropriate. Yes, this is the young master of the Su Corporation. Young master, the head waiter exclaimed in excitement. Good heavens, was it truly necessary to subject himself to such turmoil? The esteemed heir of the Su Corporation, the son of the big boss, had worked under his supervision. The head waiter immediately began to reflect on whether he had ever uttered any indiscreet remarks during the young master's tenure at the hotel. After ruminating several times, his anxious heart finally found solace. Thankfully, the head waiter had sensed from the beginning that Su Mu's identity was extraordinary, hence he had never treated him with disdain or spoken harshly. With his mind at ease, the head waiter felt he could hold his head high before the young master. Looking up, he intended to convey his respect, only to discover that the young master was no longer in sight. The hotel lobby was now deserted, with only the head waiter remaining. Quickly glancing toward the hotel entrance, he saw that indeed, the general manager and the others were lined up to bid farewell. Knowing they must be seeing the young master off, the head waiter hastily made his way over. Young master, safe travels. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, the head waiter heard the general manager's parting words, just in time to witness the Rolls-Royce Phantom driving away before his very eyes. Young master, safe travels. Without regard for anything else, the head waiter raised his voice to call after him. Su Mu, your hotel staff is indeed very enthusiastic, remarked Four Eyes, who had been eagerly seeking to ride in the same car as Su Mu did. Of course, Four Eyes had a clear motive. He yearned to experience the luxury of riding in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Initially, Su Mu had declined. Under normal circumstances, it would not have mattered, but today he was with Jiang Xinchuan. Adding Four Eyes to the mix felt somewhat crowded. That it wasn't that the Rolls-Royce Phantom lacked space, but rather that it felt cramped in terms of atmosphere. That in a bid to persuade Su Mu to acquiesce, Four Eyes willingly settled for the front passenger seat. That in Four Eyes' worldview, a young master would never occupy the front seat. It was evident he was genuinely committed to this endeavor, but Su Mu understood Four Eyes' determination, and considering that sitting in the front would not impede his moments of intimacy with Jiang Xinchuan, he nodded in agreement. Four Eyes' exclamation had indeed been rather thunderous. Even though the Rolls-Royce had already traveled a considerable distance, those inside the car could still clearly hear it. Smiling, Su Mu decided not to disclose his previous employment at the Cayman Hotel. Jiang Xinchuan, aware of the situation, chuckled as well, guessing that the one who had shouted was likely the head waiter she had seen Su Mu with last time. What are you yelling about? Are you not afraid of startling the young master? Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan could hear everything clearly, and one could only imagine the intensity of the auditory assault endured by those standing with the head waiter. Yang Liming's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Mr. Yang, the young master worked at the hotel for a while. I was his supervisor then. Clearing his throat, he realized he had indeed overexerted himself, and his voice felt strained. What did you say? How was I not informed? Yang Liming exclaimed, taken aback. The young master had worked at his family's hotel. Why had no one mentioned this? Was it possible that the big boss was dissatisfied with his performance, and the young master had come to evaluate him covertly? As thoughts of Su Mu's employment swirled in his mind, Yang Liming began a profound reflection on his actions, that he had lost interest in reprimanding the head waiter for his earlier rudeness and headed straight for his office. Four Eyes observed Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan, who seemed to know everything yet remained silent, feeling a bit disheartened. You two are quite the pair. I'm just a lonely dog here, a single dog. Is there no compassion from you? Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who refers to themselves as a dog and does so with such conviction? Realizing his faux pas, Four Eyes felt embarrassed that it was all his fault for insisting on riding in Su Mu's Rolls-Royce. Now his image was completely tarnished. Casting a glance at the rear of the Rolls-Royce, he saw his Pagani following steadily behind. The Four Eyes felt an urge to exit the car. However, the allure of the Rolls-Royce was too great, and he couldn't muster the resolve to act on that impulse. Sumu. There's a football match the day after tomorrow. You should come. This is a friendly match for the graduating class of East China City High School. This statement was originally intended to be made after the gathering. But in an effort to cover up his earlier gaffe, Si Yin spoke up prematurely. Great. Please send me the specific time and address. The day after tomorrow was free for Su Mu, who also had a fondness for the sport of football. He readily agreed. Chapter 23. The Royal Dance Technique. Su Mu, would it be possible for your family driver to pick me up? Si Yin suggested. I would love to experience the sensation of sitting in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he realized he sounded a bit naive. No problem, Su Mu replied. Xiao Wang, you won't need to switch cars for the next few days. Understood, young master. Si Yin was delighted to have received the answer he desired and fell into a comfortable silence, savoring the luxurious treatment. Meanwhile, Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan naturally leaned together, relishing the bliss of their romance. The nightclub was not far from the Cayman Hotel, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the nightclub. The classmates gathered for the event had already arrived. The main character, Su Mu, was the last to show up, prompting everyone to frolic and joke around at the entrance instead of going inside first. Xian, you're quite the unwelcome third wheel, aren't you? Someone jested upon seeing Si Yin emerge from Su Mu's car, a hint of envy lacing their tone. Among the classmates, aside from Jiang Xinchuan, who was Su Mu's girlfriend, Si Yin was the one closest to him. It was only natural for them to feel a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing Si Yin alight from the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. Some even thought to themselves that had they known Su Mu was deliberately being so low-key, they should have forged a stronger connection with him during high school. Given the power of the Su group, it would have been beneficial to have Su Mu as an ally in the future. Alas, there was no such thing as foresight, nor could one ever take a pill for regret. Come on, we say that in a trio, there must be a teacher among us. I'm merely seeking advice from Su Mu, Si Yin waved dismissively, not wanting his thoughts to be exposed by his classmates. Oh, come on, Si Yin, the college entrance exams are over. Is it really necessary to pretend to be so studious? Someone persisted. Su Mu cast a glance at the speaker, Li Feifei, who had previously confessed her feelings for him, only to be rejected outright. Si Yin, let's head inside, Su Mu said, taking Jiang Xinchuan's hand as they walked directly into the nightclub. All right, Si Yin replied. Following along with the others, ignored by everyone, Li Feifei, feeling frustrated, turned to leave. Coming from a wealthy family herself, she was unaccustomed to such treatment, being dismissed so easily. As a person who valued appearance, Li Feifei ultimately managed to convince herself to follow them inside. Previously, when Su Mu had portrayed an average background, Li Feifei had developed an interest in him. Now that she had learned of his substantial wealth, combined with Su Mu's irresistibly charming looks, she felt there was no reason to back down. The nightclub was, of course, a place for dancing. Regardless of their academic performance, everyone was in high spirits. One student remarked, "At worst, we can just muddle through college and head home to take over the family business." With no pressure, everyone was having a blast at Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan, however, refrained from joining in the wild revelry, opting instead to sit back and observe the fun. "Jiang Xinchuan, you're the recognized campus beauty. Isn't anyone inviting you to dance?" The tone dripped with envy, unmistakably emanating from Li Feifei, who had been glaring at Su Mu without receiving any acknowledgement in return. Jiang Xinchuan was aware of Li Feifei's previous confession to Su Mu at that time. Su Mu had maintained a certain distance from Jiang Xinchuan, which led her to think little of it. Now, observing Li Feifei's provocation, Jiang Xinchuan understood the reason without needing to ask. Clearly, it was due to Su Mu. "I don't enjoy dancing," Jiang Xinchuan replied succinctly, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Li Feifei. As Su Mu's legitimate girlfriend, she felt uneasy seeing Li Feifei's gaze fixed on him. "Is it that you don't like it or simply don't know how?" "Jiang Xinchuan, your family is a prominent one. Surely you've learned the basics of social etiquette?" Li Feifei scoffed, eyeing Jiang Xinchuan disdainfully. Li Feifei considered herself a beauty as well and couldn't fathom how her classmates had crowned Jiang Xinchuan as the campus flower. Naturally, she was indignant. Now that she saw Jiang Xinchuan had audaciously swooped in to claim the man she had set her sights on, Li Feifei's frustration only intensified. Jiang Xinchuan truly did not want to engage, as the only daughter of the Jiang family. She had indeed been trained in various social niceties. However, she simply did not take pleasure in such activities and was rather inexperienced when it came to dancing. "Jiang Xinchuan, just dance once. It will shut her up." Several classmates who had returned to their seats after tiring out from dancing openly supported Jiang Xinchuan. Not to mention, given Jiang Xinchuan's status as Su Mu's girlfriend, their stance was abundantly clear. Jiang Xinchuan felt a bit torn. Her lack of dancing skills would surely lead to ridicule from Li Feifei if she stumbled. Su Mu noticed Jiang Xinchuan's dilemma and had a thought. Having lived as an ordinary person for 18 years, he had never engaged in the sophisticated social activity of dancing. Nevertheless, he had the system. Didn't he? Su Mu resolved to use his sign-in today to help his girlfriend out of her predicament. "Sign in at the nightclub." Without any pause, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Successfully signed in at the nightclub. Reward, Royal Dance Technique." As soon as the voice faded, a series of images of little figures dancing filled Su Mu's mind. Jazz, rumba, samba, cha-cha, tango. Various visuals whirled through his brain like a fast-forwarded film, leaving him feeling slightly dizzy. Yet he suddenly gained a comprehensive understanding of dance techniques. Not only his mind, but also his hands and feet trembled rapidly in ways imperceptible to the eye. A few minutes later, everything returned to stillness. Su Mu casually gestured a few moves. And to his surprise, they looked quite impressive. "Xiao Xian, would you dance with me?" Su Mu rose and, with the grace of a gentleman, extended his hand toward Jiang Xinchuan. Taken aback, Jiang Xinchuan noticed Su Mu's demeanor was remarkably knowledgeable. Looking into his eyes, which sparkled with confidence, she felt reassured and placed her hand in his. "What style do you want to dance?" Su Mu gently whispered in Jiang Xinchuan's ear, their intimate closeness igniting a flame of anger within Li Feifei. Li Feifei had hoped to see Jiang Xinchuan embarrass herself, not to provide her with an opportunity to flaunt her romance with Su Mu. "I'll follow your lead," Jiang Xinchuan replied. Although her dance skills were rusty, she had some foundational training and had learned various beginner techniques. "Si Yin, tango," Su Mu gestured to Si Yin. "Understood." Si Yin, receiving Su Mu's cue, dashed off to instruct the DJ to change the music. With the royal dance technique at his disposal, even if Jiang Xinchuan struggled to keep up, Su Mu could easily guide her. Chapter 24. Only for many as the music began to play. Su Mu led Jiang Xinchuan into the center of the dance floor. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was already a sight to behold. With the royal dance technique at his command, Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan danced in rhythm, executing the movements seamlessly that no one could tell it was Su Mu's first time dancing, nor did anyone notice that Jiang Xinchuan nearly fell behind the beat a few times. "Bravo! You danced splendidly." Applause erupted as the dance concluded. Even those who were not dancing with Su Mu joined in the cheers. Holding Jiang Xinchuan's hand, Su Mu returned to their seats amidst the applause, seeing her plan thwarted and being ignored. Li Feifei had no choice but to leave quietly. Su Mu, your dancing is incredible, Jiang Xinchuan gushed as they sat together, the crowd having dispersed to the dance floor. Nestled in Su Mu's embrace, she expressed her heartfelt admiration. Jiang Xinchuan's dancing skills were indeed quite rusty. If it weren't for Su Mu leading, she would have forgotten several steps. That depends on who you're dancing with. When dancing with someone you adore, the emotions flow and the dance naturally improves. With lines like that, you're bound to charm countless girls in the future. Rest assured, I only have eyes for you. Seizing the moment, Su Mu planted a gentle kiss on Jiang Xinchuan's cheek. She felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, her face lighting up with a blissful smile. As midnight approached, everyone began to tire of the festivities, and many voiced that it was time to conclude the evening's activities. At the entrance of the nightclub, everyone was aware that they might not gather again for some time, and a wave of reluctance washed over them. Let us stay in touch more often, someone suggested. Yes. Let us keep in contact and meet up frequently. No matter how reluctant, parting was inevitable. They exchanged farewells and climbed into their respective vehicles. Since Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan had arrived together, it was only natural for Su Mu to drive her home. Su Mu, don't forget about the day after tomorrow, Xian called out, leaning against the window of the Rolls-Royce and tapping on the door to remind Su Mu of his promise to pick him up. Understood. I'll make sure you have a great time. Su Mu replied with a smile, fully grasping Xian's intent. I want to intrude on your romantic world any longer. Goodbye, Xian said before heading toward his Pagani. Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan exchanged glances, amused by Xian's obliviousness that a romantic world. What about their driver, Xiao Wang? Feeling somewhat powerless to complain, Su Mu instructed Xiao Wang to drive directly to the Yulong Lake Villa district. Naturally, it was inappropriate to ask Xiao Wang to get out and buy water at such a late hour, but Su Mu merely bestowed a good-night kiss upon Jiang Xinchuan, allowing his girlfriend to be free. He had no desire to stage any grand performance in public. Jiang Xinchuan, being more bashful, immediately dashed out of the car the moment she was liberated, forgetting even to utter a good night. Slow down, be careful not to fall, Su Mu called out as he followed her. Jiang Xinchuan simply waved her hand, not even glancing back as she raced into the villa's entrance. Was it really necessary to be this shy? Su Mu pondered, though he kept his thoughts to himself. A faint smile played on his lips. Perhaps it's simply a trait of girls to be inherently bashful. He got back into the car, heading straight to the castle to rest, having enjoyed a night of pleasant dreams. Su Mu did not indulge in a lion. Once he set his mind to something, he was resolute and would not easily change his plans in the morning. He accompanied the old master in practicing a set of Tai Chi before heading off to take the first part of his driving test. At Su Mu's behest, Xiao Wang was still driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Young master, once the results for the first part are out, I will arrange for your next exam, A Fu politely suggested as he opened the car door for Su Mu. Based on A Fu's observations, the young master had hardly spent any time studying, that he had little hope for Su Mu's performance in this exam, that A Fu knew the young master usually achieved good grades. But even the brightest minds could not succeed without diligent preparation. All right, let us proceed as swiftly as possible. Su Mu, unaware of A Fu's underlying concerns, assumed he was referring to the next section of the examination and readily agreed. After closing the car door, A Fu watched as the Rolls-Royce exited the castle gates. The first part of the exam involved a computer-based selection of questions. Prior to the exam, Su Mu adhered to the requisite preliminary checks. The most crucial being the color blindness test, which he passed without issue. That he then drew his number for the computer test. Su Mu's number was relatively early, placing him among the first candidates to enter the examination room. Seated before the computer, he clicked the start button on the screen and commenced the test. Unlike traditional exams that require a unified start, this computer-based format allowed candidates to begin as soon as they clicked the button. Su Mu found the first part of the exam trivial in comparison to his high school assessments. There was no need for contemplation. He simply scanned the questions and answered them in a flash. After completing the test, he clicked the Submit button. 100 points. The first part consisted entirely of multiple-choice questions, with a total of 100 questions, each worth 1 point. Once submitted, the computer automatically graded the exam. providing immediate results that Su felt quite satisfied with his score. Rising from his seat, he prepared to leave. Exiting mid-exam is prohibited. Leaving the room counts as an end to the exam. Please click the submit button, the invigilator remarked. Having noticed that this young man had seemingly given up, the invigilator assumed Su Mu was unable to grasp the material and had abandoned the test. However, even in the event of abandonment, submission was still necessary to avoid complications with retaking the exam. I have completed the test and submitted it, Su Mu replied, surveying the room and realizing he was the only one standing. Thus, the invigilator's comments were directed at him. Finished, submitted, the invigilator was taken aback, glancing at his watch. Only 10 minutes had passed, including the time spent waiting for the questions and the submission process. This young man had completed the exam in no more than 8 minutes. Given 100 questions, the invigilator seriously doubted whether he had even finished reading them all. Just submit it. If you don't pass this time, be better prepared for the next. The invigilator waved his hand, indicating Su Mu could leave. Naturally, with such a brief examination period, neither the invigilator nor the other candidates believed Su Mu could have passed. There was no need to question his score to avoid discouraging him further. I passed, Su Mu remarked casually. Could he really fail such an exam? The term top student isn't just thrown around lightly. Passed? What score? The invigilator, skeptical, found it hard to believe that this young man had been fortunate enough to succeed. Other candidates had lost focus on their tests, straining to hear Su Mu's score. Completing the first part of the exam in such a short time led everyone to believe he had been favored by Lady Luck. Chapter 25. The treasure of the store, 100 points, Su Mu stated nonchalantly. 100 points. Not just the invigilator, but everyone else was incredulous that it was to say that no one could achieve a perfect score. The first part merely encompassed the knowledge points from a single book. With a bit of effort, attaining a high score was certainly feasible. This was far simpler than the college entrance examination. Right? The issue was Su Mu had secured his perfect score in just 8 minutes. Even if he had memorized the content, he still needed to read each question. Spending an hour to achieve a perfect score would not raise any eyebrows. But accomplishing this in mere minutes was astonishing. The invigilator prided himself on having encountered numerous candidates, but had never seen anyone like Su Mu. He exchanged a disbelieving glance with the staff responsible for tallying the results. After receiving a confirming nod, the invigilator genuinely believed he had encountered a genius. Everyone's attention was drawn to the interaction between Su Mu and the invigilator, and they couldn't help but notice the subtle exchange between the two. Now, they understood that this handsome young man had indeed achieved a perfect score in just a few minutes. It was infuriatingly impressive. Regardless of their envy, the other candidates had to continue with their own exams. After sending Su Mu off with envious eyes, they lowered their heads, returning to their own struggles with the test questions. Now, they only hoped to perform slightly better. Unable to match his speed, they wished their scores wouldn't fall too far behind. Otherwise, where would they place their pride? Su Mu did not arrive with the other students from the driving school, so he avoided waiting outside the examination room, with time still on his side. He grew curious about the next part of the test. Equipped with his exceptional driving skills, he felt confident that passing would be a breeze, that Su Mu simply wished to familiarize himself with the upcoming requirements. After a casual stroll, he had a clear understanding of the tasks ahead. Reversing into a parking space, parallel parking, hill starts and stops, right-angle turns, and finally, the road test. These were trivial challenges that posed no difficulty for him. Having gathered the necessary information, Su Mu decided not to waste any more time. Estimating that he would soon obtain his driver's license, Su Mu felt ready to prepare for the next steps. With a clear goal in mind, he promptly made his way to the Rolls-Royce. Xiaowang had been waiting in the car. Upon seeing Su Mu, he immediately exited, opened the back door, and bowed slightly for Su Mu to enter. After closing the door, he started the Rolls-Royce and drove away. "Hey, did you see that handsome guy from earlier? He asked the one who scored 100 in just a few minutes." The lighting inside the examination room was poor. "He looks even more handsome out here. Not to mention, he is not only good-looking, but also has a luxury car to escort him. Why are we crammed into this old vehicle? I wonder if that handsome guy has a girlfriend. With such wealth, looks, and intelligence, where could one find another like him?" Inside the driving school vehicle, a group of women chattered excitedly while the men remained silent, their spirits dampened. take me to the car city. Of course, young mastered, at Sumu's command, the Rolls-Royce made a swift turn in a new direction. The auto city in East China was vast, a hub for luxury car dealerships that Sumu already had a clear idea of which car he wanted. Directing Xiao Wang to park the Rolls-Royce at the entrance of the Ferrari dealership. "Welcome, sir. What type of car are you interested in?" Before Sumu even reached the dealership entrance, a salesman greeted him enthusiastically. Salespeople were astute and particularly perceptive. They had noticed Sumu arriving in a top-tier Rolls-Royce Phantom. One could only imagine his wealth. Such affluent individuals rarely visited dealerships without intention. Typically, they were discerning clients who knew exactly what they wanted. The salespeople understood that, compared to the Rolls-Royce, their Ferraris were slightly lacking. However, Ferrari had its own appeal, especially among the youth, thanks to its superior performance, extraordinary power, and stylish appearance, qualities that attracted young enthusiasts. Sumu's interest in Ferrari stemmed from his admiration for its design. 812. Sumu had already made his choice, so there was no need to waste time looking at other models. "Very well, sir. This way, please." The salesman, beaming with enthusiasm, led Sumu into the exhibition hall. Clearly, this handsome gentleman had come prepared. The Ferrari 812, officially named the 812 Superfast, was renowned for its speed. With a 6.5 L V12 naturally aspirated engine, it boasted 800 horsepower and a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 2.9 seconds. Of course, the price was equally impressive, with the high-end model starting at a cool $7.8 million. "Sir, this is the Ferrari 812." Within moments, the salesman guided Sumu to a striking bright red Ferrari 812. "Another red one?" Sumu slightly furrowed his brow. In contemporary society, many individuals remain perplexed as to why the predominant choice for a Ferrari leans towards the color red, although it is undeniably vibrant. "Sumu finds it unappealing." "Sir, is there something that does not meet your satisfaction?" The salesman, astutely observing the subtle shifts in Sumu's demeanor, immediately inquired upon noticing his frown. Such a significant client must not be allowed to slip away. The salesperson's entire performance this month hinges on Sumu's decision. "Do you have it in black?" "Indeed, we do." "Please follow me, sir." It turned out to be merely a matter of color, prompting a sigh of relief from the salesman. Clearly, the gentleman possesses discerning taste. While many admire the allure of Ferrari's signature red, it is the elegance of black that truly epitomizes the brand's nobility and aesthetic lines. That is the crown jewel of the showroom. It is not casually displayed. The salesman guided Sumu into an inner hall, where a lone black Ferrari 812 stood, reflecting enchanting hues under the lighting. Sumu nodded in approval. It was undoubtedly stunning and exuded an aura of sophistication, particularly its speed, which matched his own prowess behind the wheel. Suddenly, a beautiful face flashed in his mind. "Do you have the 599? "Ah, yes, the Ferrari 599 is indeed available in the showroom." "Sir, if we are discussing performance, the 812 is superior in that regard." The salesman was momentarily taken aback by Sumu's abrupt shift in inquiry. He had not detected any dissatisfaction with the 812, yet here he was, pivoting to the 599, that while any sale would contribute to his commission, the discrepancies in their respective tiers would significantly affect his earnings. "Sir, is there anything about the 812 that displeases you?" The salesman understood that Sumu, arriving in a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantom, was certainly not constrained by financial considerations. He was still striving to salvage the sale. "It's perfect. I will take this car." Sumu felt an immediate connection with the black Ferrari 812 and decided on the spot. "You want to buy it?" The salesman struggled to keep pace with Sumu's rapid decisions. Just a moment ago, they were discussing the 599, and now he was decisively opting for the 812. The salesman had prepared himself to extol the virtues of the 812 in hopes of re-engaging the customer. To his astonishment, the gentleman's extravagant choice rendered his preparations moot. Happiness arrived with alarming swiftness. "Is there a black version of the 599? Poor salesman, still reeling from excitement, found himself once again diverted by Sumu's query. "Yes, we have that as well." Was there yet another change of heart? The salesman's heart raced uncontrollably. "Sir, would you like to take a look?" Although he desired to finalize the sale of the 812, he felt it was essential to respect the customer's choices, albeit with a twinge of regret, as his commission may be impacted. No need. I will take both. Both. The salesman was grateful for his robust constitution. Otherwise, the exhilarating roller coaster of emotions within such a brief span could have induced a heart attack. So, you would like one of each, the 812 and the 599. In terms of performance and speed, the 599 cannot compete with the 812. Having worked at Ferrari for several years, the salesman had encountered numerous wealthy clients. Yet today's gentleman struck him as particularly peculiar, having already set his sights on the superior 812. Why consider purchasing the 599 as well? It was akin to owning a designer garment and then opting to buy a commonplace one at the 599, while still a luxury vehicle, paled in comparison to the 812. I am aware. Sumu nodded, fully cognizant that the 599 could not rival the 812, which is precisely why he chose to acquire both. Observing the salesman's puzzled expression, Sumu offered a kind clarification. I can't very well showcase my driving skills in the presence of others with the 812 while they are driving a 599. Can I? That would seem rather unfair. Indeed, sir. You make a valid point. The salesman nodded repeatedly, grasping Sumu's reasoning. Though internally, he was in a whirlwind to avoid gossip. One spends millions on a car merely to compete with someone else's driving skills. The salesman could not fathom such a wealthy individual's rationale. Let us proceed with the paperwork for both vehicles. By the way, do you offer delivery services? Sumu, ever prudent, would not drive in the city until he had obtained his driver's license. Yes. Sir, please hold on while I take care of that. Once the paperwork is complete, we will arrange for a dedicated person to deliver the cars to your specified address. Regardless of his inability to comprehend Sumu's mindset, the salesman was elated. The gentleman had purchased the 812 and additionally ordered a 599. This was akin to a windfall for the salesperson. Fueled by motivation, the salesman worked expeditiously, and within 20 minutes, everything was finalized. The base price for the Ferrari 812 amounted to $7.8 million, while the 599 was priced at $4.9 million, bringing the total, including additional fees, close to $15 million. Sir, here is your card. Please keep it safe. Naturally, Sumu used the black card provided by his father for the transaction. Accepting the card offered by the salesman with both hands, Sumu left his address and departed with an air of nonchalance. The salesman accompanied him to the exit of the dealership, even opening the rear door of the Rolls-Royce for him. Mr. Su, please take care, and we will ensure the cars are delivered to you by 3 o'clock this afternoon. The salesman had caught a glimpse of the address Sumu provided, which happened to be located atop a hill in the affluent district of East Washan City. That IT was not merely on the hill, but at the summit. The salesman had heard tales that the higher one ascended in that district, the more prestigious the status. In other words, Sumu was among the elite of East Washan City. It was no wonder he purchased cars as if they were cabbages, without a second thought. Yet, the salesman suddenly recalled that he would haggle even over cabbages. A flush crept over his face. Cabbages weren't particularly expensive nowadays. Justifying himself, he noted that the Rolls-Royce had long since exited his line of sight before he turned back to the store. I've made up my mind. I shall no longer haggle over cabbages, the salesman declared with bravado. With the commission from 2 luxury cars, he could afford to be generous elsewhere. Couldn't he? Back at the castle, Sumu, having had an early start to accompany his grandfather, had not rested well the previous day. Despite possessing kingly stamina, he decided against overexerting himself and indulged in a refreshing afternoon nap. Indeed, the plush bed was wonderfully comfortable, but Sumu slept soundly until after 4 in the afternoon. Checking his phone, he noticed a message from Jiang Xinchuan inquiring about the results of his theory test, and Sumu switched his phone back to ringing mode and replied, "Of course I will excel. Do you lack confidence in your boyfriend? Look at you. So full of yourself. I know you Haven T had much time to study. Could it be you scored full marks?" As a fellow academic overachiever, Jiang Xinchuan understood that beneath the glamorous facade of academic success lay rigorous study. However, compared to the average person, it was indeed easier for them to achieve results. It seems you truly lack faith in your boyfriend. This exam is a mere formality for me. Full marks? That is certainly a given. In the presence of someone he admired, Sumu felt no need for modesty, that if his boyfriend excelled, it would only enhance Jiang Xinchuan's reputation. Jiang Xinchuan responded with 2 astonished emojis followed by another message. You are too impressive. I can't chat now. I'm studying for the theory test as well. Along with 3 encouraging emojis that Su Mu smiled. After 3 years of camaraderie, Jiang Xinchuan's competitive nature had not waned in the slightest. He sent back 3 encouraging emojis, as it was only right to uplift his girlfriend. Glancing at his rumpled clothes from his nap, Su Mu changed into a fresh outfit that was now past the time the dealership had promised to deliver the cars. So he decided to check on the salesman's reliability. Young master, you're awake. The cars you purchased have been delivered. They're in the courtyard. Would you like to take a look? Afu, upon seeing Su Mu descend the stairs, approached eagerly. Unsure of the young master's intentions, Afu had refrained from directing the driver to the garage with the 2 Ferraris. Very well. Su Mu made his way to the courtyard. It appeared the Ferrari salesman was indeed punctual. The salesman would not dare to be tardy. He was counting on future business from a client of Su Mu's stature. The 2 gleaming black Ferraris were neatly parked in the courtyard. Exuding an unspoken air of grandeur, Su Mu ran his hand along the hood of the Ferrari 812. It was exquisite and worth every penny. Young master, the performance of the Ferrari 812 far surpasses that of the 599. Why did you opt to purchase both? Afu had been curious since the 2 Ferraris had entered the castle, both in the same color and bearing matching license plates, yet differing in model. It seemed illogical to acquire a 599 once one had already chosen the 812. Unable to contain his curiosity, Afu finally voiced his question. With a smile, Su Mu remarked, "It seems that everyone is filled with doubts regarding my decision. Afu, I can't possibly race a motorcycle against someone on a bicycle, can I? Let Xiao Wang drive the 812 into the garage." Regardless of whether Afu had comprehended the situation, Su Mu gave his command and entered the Ferrari 599. Su Mu's driving schedule was not fixed, and today was undoubtedly the latest he had ever set off. Nevertheless, he was confident that the enchanting lady in the red Ferrari 599 would be waiting for him at the intersection. If one were to inquire why Su Mu was so assured, it would be because he had deliberately slowed down yesterday and had perceived an indomitable spirit in the woman's gaze. The young master truly embodies the essence of his lineage. Even after 18 years of living as an ordinary person, the inherent grandeur of the Su family heir shines through. By the time Afu grasped the situation and felt a surge of genuine pride, Su Mu had already driven the sleek black Ferrari 599 out of the castle gates. If Su Mu had heard Afu's words, he would have undoubtedly added a few more. The grandeur of the Su family heir is synonymous with wealth. Lacking money, one cannot exude magnificence without it. Can one? Worried that the lady might not recognize him due to the change of car, Su Mu intentionally slowed down at the intersection where she frequently appeared. Indeed, the red Ferrari patiently awaited his arrival at the same spot. Showing no signs of abandoning her post despite his tardiness, he pressed the horn, rolled down the window, and waved at the red Ferrari. Stepping on the gas, he accelerated. Through the rearview mirror, Su Mu couldn't help but smile. For the red Ferrari had indeed caught up. The beauty still remembers me, Su Mu mused to himself, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to prevent her from overtaking him on her first attempt. He straightened up and pressed down again. The 2 Ferraris, one black and one red, raced unabashedly along the coastal mountain roads of East China City. There was no need to worry about speeding or the police intervening. It was evident that the black Ferrari had firmly suppressed the red one, leaving no room for a comeback. Should the red Ferrari's lady catch a glimpse of Su Mu's relaxed and content expression at that moment, she would likely be infuriated to the point of fainting. Despite her best efforts, the red Ferrari never managed to surpass the black Ferrari. To Su Mu, it felt as effortless as a child's play. Complete domination had become second nature. At the same intersection, Su Mu executed a flawless U-turn. Still refusing to reduce his speed, he noticed that this time the lady in the Ferrari turned her face to regard him directly. The speed was too great for Su Mu to discern the turmoil in her eyes or the fleeting glimmer of light. It was only after his black Ferrari had vanished without a trace that a tall, elegant woman emerged from the red Ferrari 599, her lips pressed tightly together, gazing intently in the direction Su Mu had departed, lost in thought. "Young master, the master just called and asked you to come to the company," Afu said, approaching as Su Mu stepped out of the car upon returning to the castle. "My father wants me at the company. Is there something important?" Previously, in order to conceal his identity, Su Mu had been unaware of his family's business, and thus had never set foot in the Su group. Although his identity had recently been revealed, it was still a matter of days. Moreover, with Su Mu about to enter university, he had little interest in the affairs of the company and had never visited his family's establishment. The master did not specify. "The car is ready," Afu replied, opening the rear door of the Rolls-Royce parked beside Su Mu's Ferrari, bowing slightly for him to enter. Well, if father summoned him, Su Mu felt it necessary to comply. Once inside, Su Mu knew he need not instruct the driver. He would surely know the destination. Unexpectedly, after closing the door behind Su Mu, Afu joined him in the car, taking the passenger seat. "Afu, aren't you supposed to be with grandfather?" In Su Mu's perception, Afu was like a shadow to his grandfather, always by his side. With the old man in the castle, it seemed inappropriate for Afu to accompany him to the company. "The master said it was your first visit to the company and requested that I accompany you. Rest assured, young master, the master has someone attending to him at home." Sensing Su Mu's concerns, Afu provided reassurance that Su Mu nodded. With grandfather's thoroughness taken into account, he felt there was no further need for concern. The Rolls-Royce came to a halt before a towering edifice, estimated to be over 10 stories high. Gazing at the prominent Su group emblazoned on the building, Su Mu recognized it as his family's company. "Young master, we have arrived. This building serves as our Su group's headquarters," Afu announced with a hint of pride that Su Mu felt a sense of belonging, realizing that Afu truly regarded him as part of the Su family. He resolved to inquire further with his father about Afu's lifelong dedication to the Su household. Surely there had to be more to his presence than mere employment. As they approached the entrance, the security guard, recognizing the Rolls-Royce, quickly approached but merely stood aside, taking no further action. Afu exited the vehicle first. "Good day, Mr. Fu," the guard greeted, and upon hearing the exchange, Su Mu understood his grandfather's intention. On his first visit to the company, no one recognized him. Entering and exiting such a prominent establishment as the Su group necessitated certain protocols. The security guards served as a testament to that. Thus, without a call from his father to send someone down to escort him, Su Mu had no other means to enter. This circumstance left him waiting outside the company, which, in terms of image, somewhat diminished his stature. However, with grandfather permitting Afu to accompany him, Su Mu realized that he would not only gain seamless access to the Su group but, by association, elevate his own standing. Afu directly approached the back seat to open the door for Su Mu. "Young master, please alight." Maintaining a courteous demeanor, Afu's attitude towards Su Mu remained exceedingly respectful. Since this was his family's company, Su Mu felt no anxiety and stepped out confidently. Under Afu's guidance, they entered the building. Su Mu observed that a barrier had been erected between the lobby and the elevators, allowing only Su group employees to gain access with a swipe of their cards. Clearly, Afu was a frequent visitor, as he had not yet reached the barrier before a security guard approached to swipe the card and lift the gate. "Young master, please." In front of everyone, Afu paused at the barrier and addressed Su Mu with utmost respect. Su Mu nodded, recognizing this as another of grandfather's intentions to establish his authority. Upon hearing Afu's respectful title and observing his demeanor, everyone in the lobby was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? "Young master?" Everyone recognized Afu, who was far more than a mere butler. When the old master had presided over the Su group, Afu had served as his right-hand man in the business world. Though the old master had since stepped back, Afu still visited the company frequently, and everyone was well aware of his esteemed position within the Su family and the company. Now, witnessing Afu's deference to a young man, referring to him as young master, even the dimmest minds could deduce the true identity of the young man. "Oh my, is that young man truly the heir of the Su group?" exclaimed one woman, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Are your ears merely decorative? Did you not hear Mr. Fu address him as young master?" Another woman retorted, casting a disapproving glance. "Indeed, look at how you behave. If the manager were to see you, you'd be dismissed on the spot." A third woman chimed in, supporting the second, that a collective disdainful gaze was cast upon the first woman, who, realizing her overt enthusiasm, quickly composed herself. "I'm not that surprised. I've never seen the young master at the company before. Nor have I heard of his existence, she admitted sheepishly. What business do you have knowing such matters? The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth of the statement. These were matters for the boss's family, not for employees to concern themselves with. Gradually, they returned to their respective tasks. Father, did you summon me to the company for any specific instructions? Su Mu inquired as Afu expertly led him to Su Ruiji's office. Mother, you're here too? Upon entering, he noticed Bai Xiaoping seated on the sofa and promptly joined her. Xiao Mu, there will be a shareholders meeting shortly, the final discussion regarding our Su Group's potential listing. Though our family holds 90 of the shares and possesses absolute authority, we still need to adhere to the necessary procedures. The purpose of today's invitation was primarily for everyone to meet you. Additionally, your mother and I discussed that it would be beneficial for you to become acquainted with the company's affairs. As Su Ruiji's only child, the couple had come to the conclusion that with Su Mu's identity now public, he should begin to engage with the family's business, that it's always advantageous to be prepared. Father, mother, you want to pressure me into labor, will you? I still have school after the summer break, you know? Su Mu felt his parents were perhaps being a tad overly concerned regarding their physical conditions. Su Mu could easily abstain from company affairs for a decade or even 8 years without issue. Xiao Mu, she called gently. All right, I understand. Su Mu surrendered at the mere sound of his mother's voice. Raising the white flag, Afu observed the young master, who only displayed the demeanor of a well-behaved child in front of the young mistress, and couldn't help but smirk. Well, it's about time. The other shareholders are already waiting in the conference room, Su Ruizhi remarked, glancing at his watch before rising and exiting the office alongside Bai Xiaoping. Su Mu pouted and followed behind. His father never missed an opportunity to flaunt his affection. Was that really necessary? Afu naturally trailed behind, as it was simply the way things unfolded. Chairman, Mr. Bai, the so-called shareholders meeting consisted of Su Ruizhi, Bai Xiaoping, and 3 shareholders, with Su Mu now included among them. Su Mu smiled, recognizing the privileges of being a major shareholder. Those 3 shareholders seemed merely ornamental. Upon the entrance of Su Ruizhi and Bai Xiaoping, the 3 middle-aged men in the conference room rose to greet them. However, the young and handsome man following Bai Xiaoping was unfamiliar to them. Exchanging glances, they confirmed they had never encountered this dashing fellow. Upon noticing the person who entered behind the handsome man, they were momentarily taken aback. Mr. Fu, they stammered, recovering quickly to offer their greetings. Fu nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining a low profile as his sole task today was to accompany the young master. Allow me to introduce my son, Su Mu, Su Ruizhi stated, gesturing for Su Mu to take a seat to his right. So, it's young master Su, and no wonder I found him familiar. He bears a striking resemblance to the chairman. Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on young Master Su, I felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Turns out he is the chairman's son. Although the 3 men were shareholders of the Su Group, their shares were pitifully small that if it weren't for Su Ruizhi's amiable nature, they wouldn't even have to meet these individuals. That a mere secretary could suffice for a symbolic meeting, after which they could be dismissed. As the 3 men obviously fawned over them, Su Mu merely smiled. All right, gentlemen, let us return to the matter at hand. Su Ruizhi, keen to avoid wasting time, dove straight into the topic that as an outsider. Su Mu found his father's discourse utterly uninteresting. Bored, he focused on his fingers, contemplating the fact that he had yet to utilize his sign-in opportunity for the day, that if midnight passed, it would be considered the next day, thus wasting a chance. Now, let's discuss our company's stock. The mention of stocks immediately piqued Su Mu's interest. Sign in at the conference room. Su Mu mused, wondering if the system might grant him some trading prowess, transforming him into a stock market prodigy. Ding! Successfully signed in at the conference room, earning 1 stock market tip. Stock market tip? Wasn't it akin to being a stock market deity? Su Mu was taken aback by the system's unexpected reward this time. Accepting it with a mindset that having something was better than nothing, he begrudgingly acknowledged it. Yet he was curious about the value of this stock market information. Chapter 29, an advance of 1 billion inch reading stock market information. Su Mu silently intoned. Stock code 00078. The company will announce the completion of financing in 2 days. and its stock will hit the ceiling for 3 consecutive days. While Sumu didn't care much about the company itself, he committed the information about the consecutive 3-day ceiling to memory. It seemed the system rewarded not with tangible wealth, but with shortcuts to fortune, and Sumu hoped his father would conclude this tedious meeting soon. For him, the most crucial aspect was to effectively utilize the information provided by the system, wasn't it? Fortunately, Rui Zhi was not one to dawdle. After a swift process, the shareholders' meeting concluded no voting or deliberation was necessary. The Su family held absolute control, making it a one-man show. The other shareholders harbored no dissent, as their stakes paled in comparison. Thanks to their meager shares in the Su group, the annual dividends for the 3 shareholders amounted to a considerable sum. Who would complain about basking in the shade of a large tree? After exchanging farewells, the 3 shareholders exited the conference room. Xiaomu, do you wish to explore the company further or head home? Rui Zhi inquired, believing it would be beneficial for Xiaomu to gain more insight into the company. Dad, Grandpa mentioned I own 5 of the Su group, correct? Sumu's tone was exceedingly courteous, carrying an undertone of anticipation. Nodding, Rui Zhi understood his son had yet to articulate his main point. Dad, I would like to request an advance of 1 billion, which I shall return to you in 5 days. With his father's expectant gaze upon him, Sumu stated his purpose without pretense. 1 billion. While the sum is not substantial, may I inquire about your intended use? Sumu, now of age, prompted Rui Zhi to refrain from imposing restrictions. For the Su family, 1 billion was trivial. However, it represented a staggering amount for an ordinary household, and Rui Zhi was puzzled as to why Sumu suddenly required such a sum. He assumed the funds on Sumu's bank card were sufficient for his needs, having not received any notifications of expenditures from Sumu. Thus, why the sudden request for 1 billion? Sumu revealed a mysterious smile. Dad, this matter requires confidentiality. However, could you arrange for someone knowledgeable in stock trading? Naturally, Sumu could not divulge the source of his information, that it was unclear whether his parents would believe him, and he found it challenging to explain the origin of this information. Stock trading, understanding that Xiaomu wished to learn about investments. You can consult Afu. He is quite adept. I will instruct my secretary to transfer the funds to you immediately. That said, Xiaomu, you have no prior experience with stocks. Learning now may seem somewhat opportunistic. If you lose this 1 billion, you shall not engage in stock trading until you officially enter society, understood? Rui Zhi believed Sumu's interest was merely a fleeting fancy. 1 billion was not a significant issue. Granting Sumu some exposure could be beneficial. Understood, Dad. Perhaps I will strike it rich. With a wink at Rui Zhi, Sumu spoke nonchalantly. Afu. Let's head home. Dad, remember to transfer the funds. Sumu declared, stepping lively out of the conference room. Darling, what do you think prompted Xiaomu to take an interest in stocks? Bai Xiaoping expressed her concern. Just days after his college entrance examination, despite her preoccupation with company matters, she sensed a subtle change in her son. Dear, do not fret. Xiaomu has come to understand his true identity, and investing aligns with his role as the heir of the Su family. Moreover, Afu will be overseeing him. If he loses the entire billion, it will merely serve as a lesson for Xiaomu. With no one else in the conference room, Rui Zhi embraced his beloved wife, offering solace. I knew you were keeping an eye on things. Bai Xiaoping had sensed her husband's intention to have Afu assist Xiao, Mut. Rui Zhi had indeed arranged for a watchful eye. Of course, our son is ours. I take this matter to heart. Afu, please assist me in opening an account. Invest the entire billion in stock code 00078 and sell everything on the 3rd consecutive day of the price ceiling. Upon receiving a bank notification of the 1 billion transfer, Sumu instructed Afu, who was seated in the passenger seat. Understood, young master. I will handle it as soon as the market opens tomorrow. Afu accepted the order without question, though a hint of curiosity lingered. Given the young master's confidence, he must possess considerable stock market knowledge or have some insider information. However, that seemed unlikely, as the young master had yet to formally enter the business world, and company secrets were typically not privy to anyone, let alone a young heir. Trust me, it's the right move. A veil of mystery hung over Su Mu. He had no intention of revealing his secrets. Understood, young master. Ah Fu recognized the Su family's indifference towards the billion. Choosing not to press further, with time still on their side, Su Mu felt returning to the castle would be mundane, and he could not afford to neglect his fitness regimen. Xiaowang, please take me to the Super LM Fitness Club. After dropping Ah Fu back at the castle, return for me. Aware of his grandfather's intention in having Ah Fu accompany him to the company, Su Mu certainly would not make Ah Fu wait at the fitness club. With business concluded, Ah Fu was to return to his grandfather. Very well, young master. At a traffic light intersection, the Rolls-Royce made its way toward the Super LM Fitness Club. Welcome, Mr. Su. What fitness program would you like to arrange today? The staff member had heard the clients at the gym discussing Su Mu's remarkable achievements that day. To her surprise, despite his dashing appearance, Su Mu possessed such impressive physical abilities. Her respect for him escalated further, especially after witnessing him descend from a Rolls-Royce Phantom. For a man who had visited 3 times, each time in a different luxury vehicle, she thought he was undoubtedly the wealthiest client she had encountered thus far. Today, I would like to focus on arm strength. Please arrange a fitness coach for me. In truth, Su Mu aimed to train his chest muscles, but he felt it prudent to phrase his request differently, given that the staff member was a young woman. After all, training the chest also relied on exercises such as push-ups and weightlifting, which involve arm strength. It was merely a matter of expression, without affecting the workout's efficacy. Certainly, Mr. Su, I will arrange that for you immediately. Mr. Su, allow me to escort you to the gym. As the staff member guided Su Mu inside, she used her intercom to summon a fitness coach to await them in the gym. Mr. Su, this is our star fitness coach, Zhou Qi. Coach Zhou, this is Mr. Mr. Su, feel free to communicate your requirements directly to Coach Zhou. I shall not intrude on your training. With the arrangements made, the staff member stepped outside. Su Mu assessed Coach Zhou, noting his well-developed chest muscles. However, Su Mu's goal was not to attain Zhou Qi's level, which he found a tad excessive for his aesthetic preferences. After articulating his thoughts, Su Mu commenced his workout, with Zhou Qi providing professional corrections and guidance. Initially, Zhou Qi suggested that for Su Mu's first training session, 1 hour would be the maximum limit. However, endowed with the stamina of a champion, Su Mu was far from exhausted after just an hour. Perhaps having heard of Su Mu's remarkable accomplishments from the previous day, Zhou Qi refrained from strongly discouraging him. Thus, Su Mu ended up training for over 2 hours. Had he not considered the time, as he had a soccer match scheduled with the four-eyed fellow the next day, he would have extended his workout by another hour. Mr. Su, your physical capabilities far exceed those of us coaches. At this rate, you will achieve your goals in no time. Zhou Qi spoke calmly, devoid of any jealousy. It was undeniable that Su Mu's stamina was extraordinary. I wish to expedite my progress. Could Coach Zhou devise a tailored fitness plan based on my capabilities? This upscale gym was not merely a place to collect fees. The services and professionalism offered were significantly superior as well. Absolutely. Mr. Su, I will formulate the plan tonight. Zhou Qi readily agreed to Su Mu's request, aware that Su Mu had purchased a comprehensive annual membership, the gym's highest tier of VIP, for clients of Su Mu's caliber. The gym provided one-on-one personal training that as long as Su Mu expressed no dissatisfaction with Zhou Qi's services, he would remain Su Mu's dedicated fitness coach for the coming year. Finalizing the plan was naturally within Zhou Qi's purview. After a pleasant exchange, Su Mu took a shower at the gym and prepared to return home. Xiaowang had been waiting outside the gym. Upon seeing Su Mu emerge, he immediately exited the vehicle and opened the door to the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Hey, handsome, wait a moment. Just as Su Mu stepped out of the gym, a woman rushed out from inside, calling out to him. Lin Mumu? Su Mu did not recall having a particularly deep impression of her. Her academic brilliance extended even to her remarkable memory for faces. Raising an eyebrow, Su Mu chose to remain silent. They were not well acquainted, so what did she want? Handsome, I waited for you at the gym all night yesterday, and didn't see you. I thought you might not come today either. Did you change your fitness program? Lin Mumu had indeed waited for Su Mu for 2 evenings. Initially believing he would not show up today, she was about to head home when she spotted him at the door and dashed over. Slightly out of breath as she spoke, "Waiting for me?" Su Mu was puzzled. Had they made plans? What was there to wait for? Not particularly interested in Lin Mumu, he intended to leave. "Hey, handsome, why are you ignoring me?" Lin Mumu grew anxious as she noticed Su Mu about to walk away, directly grasping his sleeve. "Handsome, I genuinely admire your physical prowess and would like you to be my training partner." "A training partner?" Su Mu chuckled, shaking off her hand, which she reluctantly withdrew. Did this woman truly believe that a young master of the Su group would serve as a training partner for someone of uncertain background? Did she think her looks granted her special privileges? "I am not a coach," he replied coldly, dismissing Lin Mumu as he entered the Rolls-Royce. "Did I express myself incorrectly?" Watching the car drive off into the distance, Lin Mumu muttered to herself. She fancied herself a great beauty and assumed that Su Mu would eagerly accept her invitation. Why was the reality so different from her expectations? Lin Mumu did not need to confirm Su Mu's wealth. Just observing his ever-changing luxury vehicles was enough to ascertain that he was a man of considerable means. "I must clarify my intentions to avoid any misunderstandings. It would be better to send him a WeChat message." Lin Mumu thought, pulling out her phone to text Su Mu. "Handsome, I primarily wish to befriend you. I expressed myself poorly earlier. Click to send. Sorry, you and the other party are not friends yet. Message cannot be sent." Lin Mumu was taken aback. What did this mean? Did he delete her as a WeChat friend? A wave of disappointment washed over her. This was her first time actively adding a male acquaintance, only to be promptly removed. Lin Mumu felt a sense of helplessness. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Su Mu had indeed deleted Lin Mumu from his WeChat as soon as he entered the vehicle. Initially, he had agreed to add her, partly due to her stunning looks and perfect figure, thinking perhaps a romantic encounter could blossom. However, upon realizing Lin Mumu viewed him as a free training partner, Su Mu saw no reason to keep her in his contacts. Returning to the castle, it was already quite late. Old Master Su had long since retired. Su Mu headed upstairs, took another bath, and then lay down on the soft bed, feeling refreshed by this time Jiang Xinchuan was likely already asleep. So Su Mu refrained from sending her any affectionate messages that he understood that girls were particularly attentive to their beauty sleep, a fact he was somewhat aware of. Feeling a bit bored, he scrolled through his social media. Finding nothing of interest, switching his phone to silent mode, Su Mu drifted into a peaceful slumber. Initially, he had intended to ask Jiang Xinchuan if she wanted to attend his soccer match the following day, but it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow to discuss it. Chapter 31. A billion in tuition fees. Upon waking, Su Mu was surprised to find old Master Su not in the garden, but seated in the living room, perusing the newspaper. "Good morning, Grandpa. You haven't been avoiding me by practicing Tai Chi, have you?" Su Mu exaggeratedly inquired, knowing he had awoken roughly half an hour later than usual. Was this an indication that he was beginning to relish the life of a wealthy second generation? "You little rascal. Didn't you say you would study with me every day? Is it only a few days, and you can't hold out any longer?" Old Master Su teased Su Mu, fully aware that his precious grandson had been at the gym late the previous night. He had deliberately waited in the living room for him. "Grandpa, you haven't started practicing yet, have you? Thankfully, you're still on time. Tomorrow, I'll set an alarm to ensure I'm on time," Su Mu replied cheerfully, sensing his grandfather's anticipation. "All right, go have some breakfast. I'll read the paper a bit longer." "Understood, Grandpa." Su Mu recognized that his grandfather was merely concerned about him going hungry, which was why he feigned interest in the newspaper. After a quick glass of milk and a sandwich, Su Mu had his breakfast sorted. After accompanying old Master Su for Tai Chi, Su Mu was in no rush to leave. The soccer match with the four-eyed fellow was scheduled for the afternoon, and he still had some inquiries for AFU. Su Mu noted that while he had been practicing Tai Chi with his grandfather, a Fu had left for a while. He wondered if he had gone to attend his own matters. "Young master, I have followed your instructions and invested the entire 1 billion into stock code 00078. Good. Remember to sell it all on the 3rd day after it hits the limit." Su Mu nodded. As long as the task was accomplished, he could simply await the returns. "Grandpa, I'm heading inside now." After exchanging pleasantries with old Master Su, Su Mu entered the castle. He hadn't had the chance to communicate affectionately with Jiang Xinchuan the night before. And now, having woken up late, he hadn't even touched his phone. Master, the stock young master instructed me to buy. I checked, and it appears the company is not making any significant moves at present. From the market trends, there doesn't seem to be any indication of a major rise in the near term. I wonder why young master is so confident that this stock will experience 3 days of limit-up trading. Afu returned last night and promptly reported his matters to Elder Su. Just now, while Su Mu was accompanying the old gentleman and practicing Tai Chi, Afu took the opportunity to investigate the company behind that stock. However, he found no discernible clues that it was this lack of insight that left Afu perplexed regarding the true motivation behind Su Mu's grand investment. Forget it. Just proceed as Xiao Mu suggested. Elder Su waved his hand dismissively, showing no sign of concern. His attitude mirrored that of Su Ruizhi. 100 million as tuition merely attests to the affluence of the Su family. Upon returning to his room, Su Mu immediately picked up his phone to send a message to Jiang Xinchuan. Opening WeChat, he noticed several notification messages. Among them was a friend request from Lin Mumu. From last night until this morning, Su Mu observed that Lin Mumu had sent 5 requests in total, displaying a certain persistence. Unfortunately, this determination did not sway Su Mu, who promptly declined the request. He had no desire to squander time on inconsequential individuals. Xiao Xian, are we going to the football match this afternoon? He inquired, knowing full well Jiang Xinchuan was aware of what he referred to. I am not going. My dad has already asked his secretary to help me register for the driving test. Tomorrow is the theory test. I want to stay home and read more. It was evident that Jiang Xinchuan was never far from her phone, likely awaiting a call from her boyfriend. All right, good luck. I'll accompany you for tomorrow's exam. Su Mu had initially promised to accompany Jiang Xinchuan when she registered, but now that her father had taken care of it, Su Mu's chance to be present would have to wait until Jiang Xinchuan's theory test. Be careful during the match. Jiang Xinchuan felt torn internally, wishing to witness Su Mu's boyfriend display his prowess on the football field. Su Mu's effortless full marks ignited an inherent stubbornness within Jiang Xinchuan, who, not wanting to fall too far behind, chose to stay home and study diligently, aware that she could not match Su Mu. She also did not wish to appear overly inadequate. According to Jiang Xinchuan's father's wishes, he encouraged her to dedicate more time to studying. The theory test was initially scheduled for the following week. But determined to catch up to Su Mu, she resolutely registered for the upcoming exam tomorrow. Naturally, Jiang Xinchuan was of a studious caliber, and passing was never in doubt. Setting her sights high, she lamented the lack of time to enjoy herself with her girlfriend. With a free morning, Su Mu indulged in mobile gaming. Damn, it lagged again. Frustrated with the interruption while deeply engrossed in a battle royale game, Su Mu tossed his phone aside. Modern smartphones truly have a short lifespan, even with minimal usage. They seem designed to fail after 2 years. Once the time comes, an array of issues arises, making it impossible to avoid replacement. Wait a minute. Now that I have money, why should I endure this torment? Previously, aware of his family's financial constraints, he refrained from adding to his parents' economic burden and stuck with his phone from the first year of high school until graduation. Now, he had no reason to tolerate such discomfort. Had his phone functioned properly, Su Mu's gaming level would have risen significantly by now. Without hesitation, he instructed Xiao Wang to drive him to Vientiane City, motivated by the desire for a more suitable gaming device. The second floor of Vientiane City housed various brand outlets for smartphones that Su Mu had always used Huawei phones and had developed a certain attachment to them. Moreover, Huawei had several models well suited for gaming, and he had no desire to follow the trend of purchasing an Apple device. Thus, he headed straight to the Huawei smartphone counter. Good day, sir. What model are you interested in? The sales associate, recognizing Su Mu's attire, immediately identified him as a substantial customer. Nowadays, the wealthy tend to be quite rational, favoring domestic products. The sales associate mentally gave Su Mu a thumbs up that a peculiar phenomenon exists where those with less wealth often chase after brands like Apple, while the truly affluent tend to remain low-key. Perhaps holding an Apple product grants some an inexplicable sense of vanity. I am looking for a phone suitable for gaming, Su Mu stated directly, favoring efficiency. Certainly, sir. Our Huawei Mate 40 features the Kirin 9000 SoC chip with 8 GB RAM and 128 GB storage. It is fully compatible with 5G networks, priced at 7,899 yuan. Additionally, we have the Mate XS 5G foldable phone with 8 GB RAM and 512 GB storage. This is our latest model, priced at 21,388 yuan. Both models are excellent for gaming. The foldable screen offers a more comfortable experience. As the sales associate presented the two phones for Su Mu to try, it became evident to him that Su Mu was inclined towards the foldable model. Generally, a sales associate would not introduce such a high-priced item to an average customer. Su Mu held the device and confirmed that the foldable screen indeed felt superior. "I'll take this one. Do you have it in black?" Su Mu decisively selected the model, though the display model was in interstellar blue. While not unattractive, in fact, quite stunning, Su Mu felt that the color might not be appropriate for formal occasions. After all, hadn't his mother mentioned she would be attending a company gathering soon? He needed to prepare accordingly. "We do have it in black. Do you prefer this color? Let me show you." With the customer already committed to a purchase, the sales associate was in high spirits. The commission from this sale could rival that of 10 ordinary phones. Swiftly, he retrieved the black model for Su Mu to examine. Su Mu glanced at it and confirmed that black indeed exuded a sense of gravitas. "I'll take both. I'll pay via WeChat. And please assist me in transferring my data." Su Mu's WeChat was linked to his bank card. After the incident with the Bugatti, Rui Zhi had transferred 30 million to Su Mu, which he had yet to utilize. Now, merely buying phones, he saw no reason to flaunt his black card. After all, it was rather conspicuous. Both? The sales associate assumed Su Mu disliked the interstellar blue model, not realizing his intention was quite different. Purchasing two of the same model raised questions, especially at a price of 21,388 yuan each, totaling 42,776 yuan, easily equivalent to the salary of an average worker for half a year. The sales associate, puzzled, paused his actions as Su Mu felt compelled to clarify. "I'm buying both to coordinate with different outfits," he explained, akin to choosing a watch. This was indeed the rationale. Su Mu had planned to use the interstellar blue model for everyday use, befitting his student status, while reserving the black model for formal occasions paired with suits. "Is there a problem with that?" "No, of course not," the sales associate quickly assured, displaying understanding. "Sir, please open your WeChat payment code. I will scan it." The sales associate promptly fetched the scanning device, successfully completing the transaction. The sale was now finalized, and the sales associate wore a radiant smile as he transferred all content from Su Mu's old phone to both new devices. "Pack the black one. I'll start with the interstellar blue." "Certainly." "Sir, here are your phones. Please take care." Following Su Mu's request, the sales associate efficiently installed the SIM card from Su Mu's old phone into the interstellar blue device, carefully packaging the black model and handing both to Su Mu. "Mr. Su, what a coincidence. We seem to have quite the connection," a bright and slightly excited female voice called out. Turning around, Su Mu encountered a familiar face. Upon seeing the exhilarated Lin Mumu, he felt no sense of serendipity. The earth is round, and what are the odds of running into someone in a city like Huadong? If every encounter were deemed fate, the concept would hold little value. With no expression, as if Lin Mumu had mistaken him for someone else, Su Mu accepted the phones and bag from the sales associate, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment, Mr. Su. Did you buy this phone for gaming?" Lin Mumu, aware that she had upset Su Mu by being deleted from his friends list and subsequently rejected, now approached him with caution, addressing him formally. "Care to play around? I'm quite skilled." Knowing Su Mu was not particularly fond of her, Lin Mumu endeavored to find common ground. Given Su Mu's age and the model of his Huawei phone, she concluded he was likely a gaming enthusiast. Su Mu paused in his tracks. "You play games too?" It was rare for girls to enjoy online gaming. As far as Su Mu knew, Jiang Xinchuan certainly did not. When it comes to discussing her strengths, Lin Mumu exuded newfound confidence. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Many prefer to call it the chicken game. It's one of Su Mu's favorite pastimes. Su Mu felt a sudden realization dawn upon him. And no wonder he found it peculiar when Lin Mumu initially introduced herself. He had assumed her name was merely a coincidence. It turns out that Lin Mumu is a spokesperson for the chicken game, a fact Su Mu had only vaguely heard of. Shall we have a match? Lin Mumu, keenly perceptive of the subtle shift in Su Mu's demeanor, seized the moment to extend an invitation. Sure. The attentive salesperson promptly brought over an additional chair, facilitating their gaming session, despite Su Mu being a significant client who had already purchased a phone. The salesperson remained exceedingly courteous. Such clients often indulge in acquiring multiple phones in different colors just to match their outfits. After all, who could guarantee that Su Mu wouldn't wish to switch to another phone in a few days? The salesperson believed in maintaining a long-term perspective. Upon opening the game interface, the two entered the same room and commenced their battle. To Su Mu's surprise, the match ended in a tie. He hadn't anticipated Lin Mumu's skills to be quite commendable. What do you think, Mr. Detsu? My gaming prowess isn't too shabby, is it? Lin Mumu felt a twinge of insecurity, having exerted all her efforts just to match Su Mu's level. Among girls, your skills are indeed above average, Su Mu remarked candidly. Lin Mumu's abilities were certainly not lacking. Mr. Su, could you kindly add me as a friend again? She proposed. We could arrange to play together sometime. Noticing that Su Mu no longer appeared to harbor any disdain towards her, Lin Mumu seized the opportunity once more to request his friendship. Chapter 33. The outcome was foreordained to add her as a friend again. Su Mu glanced at Lin Mumu. She was undeniably attractive. Why was she so eager to associate with him? However, Lin Mumu had not indicated any romantic intentions. Initially, Su Mu had agreed to add her as a friend based on her merits alone. Yet, upon realizing that Lin Mumu's intentions were not aligned with his own, he had removed her from his list. When it came to matters between men and women, aside from Jiang Xinchuan being his girlfriend, Su Mu preferred to keep things uncomplicated. Ideally, he sought harmonious connections. If mutual understanding was unattainable, he would not waste his time. Indeed, Mr. Su, I know many gaming experts that I could invite them to join us, Lin Mumu remarked, attempting to cater to his interests. She was aware that Su Mu enjoyed gaming, so she had to leverage that knowledge. It was unfortunate that her previous subtle hints had led to her removal. However, in a public setting, she couldn't outright declare, I wish to be courted by you. Su Mu considered this a rather reasonable notion. After all, it was merely an opportunity to connect with a fellow gaming enthusiast. Adding her on WeChat would facilitate their gaming endeavors. Nodding in agreement, Su Mu re-added Lin Mumu. Mr. Su, I won't disturb you any longer. Let's chat later. With her phone in hand, Lin Mumu cheerfully departed. Su Mu put away his phone and stood to leave. The salesperson, noticing the esteemed client preparing to exit, promptly emerged from the counter, bowing respectfully that a Rolls-Royce was already stationed at the entrance of Wanxiang City. Su Mu entered the car and headed straight back to the castle. Handsome, I am Lin Mumu. Feel free to reach out whenever you wish to play, she added, along with 3 heart emojis. Lin Mumu realized that if she continued to be coy, she might risk being removed by Su Mu once more. Unfortunately for her, Su Mu had no such intentions at present. He merely regarded her as a gaming companion. Romantic encounters require both timing and chemistry, do they not? Lacking any romantic inclinations, Su Mu didn't even bother to respond to Lin Mumu's message. He wasn't in the mood to play games anyway. He had just finished lunch when Siyuan sent in the location of his home. When the time was right, Su Mu instructed Xiao Wang to drive to the address provided by Siyuan. Siyuan, over here. From a distance, Siyuan spotted the Rolls-Royce and excitedly waved his hand, without needing any invitation. He opened the back door and climbed in. Earlier, during lunch, Siyuan had subtly inquired whether Su Mu was bringing a girlfriend. Upon receiving a negative response, Siyuan had celebrated at home, pleased that he could sit in the back seat. Siyuan took his theory about being the master's loyal confidant quite seriously. If it hadn't been for the allure of the top-tier Rolls-Royce Phantom, he wouldn't have begrudged himself by sitting in the front passenger seat. Are you worried I won't take you back? Upon noticing the Pagani following closely behind the Rolls-Royce, Su Mu found it rather odd that it was clear that Siyuan was enamored with the Rolls-Royce. Why not prolong this delightful experience a little longer? Siyuan, you don't understand, do you? Siyuan replied mysteriously. The soccer field we're heading to is located in the outskirts. I've done my research. Once we leave the city, there won't be any traffic police. I plan to drive there myself and relish the experience. Like Su Mu, Siyuan also did not possess a driver's license. Being a wealthy heir, he had ample opportunities to familiarize himself with cars. Although he had yet to obtain his license, his skills could be deemed on par with an average driver. However, due to strict parental supervision, Siyuan rarely had the chance to drive. With such a golden opportunity before him, he couldn't possibly let it slip away. Destitute pondered whether he should follow Siyuan's lead and drive there himself, but he harbored a strong desire to drive. Had it not been for his lack of a license, he would never have allowed someone else to take the wheel. After all, he was well prepared with his own vehicle. Siyuan, would you like to experience my driving skills? Intuitively, Siyuan assumed Su Mu couldn't drive. Having kept a low profile for so long, Siyuan had never seen Su Mu in a private car, let alone behind the wheel. What about your driver? There's a bus station outside the city. I'll have him wait there. Su Mu understood, as long as there was a designated spot. It was fine. So, what do you think? Do you trust my driving skills? I assure you, it won't be dangerous. Siyuan believed Su Mu was doubtful and concerned about safety. Xiao Wang, you can accompany the driver behind us. I'll drive myself. Sure thing, young master. Su Mu found Siyuan's idea quite appealing, and it perfectly coincided with his own desire to drive. What do you mean? Su Mu, you can drive too. Siyuan was momentarily taken aback, as he had intended to showcase his own skills before Su Mu. Had fate denied him even this opportunity? Of course, Siyuan simply wished to impress Su Mu, without any ulterior motives. However, realizing that his only advantage had been snatched away left Siyuan feeling somewhat disheartened, as he found himself outclassed by Su Mu in every aspect. Finally, the chance to show off had slipped away from him. Su Mu, can you really drive? Siyuan pressed on, unwilling to give up. What do you think? Su Mu retorted with a chuckle, amused that his ability to drive seemed so extraordinary. I don't believe it. How about we have a race? Unyielding, Siyuan remained steadfast in his belief that Su Mu was at a loss for words. After all, he was a master driver, that in comparison, Siyuan was merely a novice. Siyuan, are you sure? I'm concerned you might lose embarrassingly. Su Mu, I may not be able to compete with you academically, but driving, that's a different story. Siyuan was quite confident in his driving skills, having been behind the wheel since he was 15, accumulating 3 years of experience. Then let's get on with it. Words were unnecessary. Su Mu believed it best to let his skills speak for themselves. Agreed. The two of them exited their respective vehicles at the bus station on the outskirts of the city, allowing their drivers to disembark. Thus commenced their duel of driving prowess, with the outcome already predetermined. That Su Mu observed that Siyuan's driving skills were vastly overstated, falling short of even a fraction of the prowess displayed by the Ferrari 599. In the parking lot of the outdoor sports arena, Su Mu, how did you hone your driving skills? Have you undergone professional training? Having witnessed Su Mu's driving abilities, Siyuan found it impossible to deny defeat. Now his curiosity was piqued. How had Su Mu developed such remarkable skills? As a man, Siyuan aspired to possess Su Mu's impressive driving talent. Chapter 34. The finishing move. If I were to claim I am self-taught, would you believe me? Su Mu had indeed never received any formal training. His self-taught skills were largely reliant on the system's assistance. Without the system's rewards, Su Mu would hardly be considered even a novice today. Wow! Does that mean geniuses are just that extraordinary? Su Mu, your driving skills are worthy of a racing competition. Self-taught, you say? Siyuan conceded, utterly convinced. Reaching Su Mu's level was beyond his wildest dreams. All right, practice diligently, and perhaps we can compete again in the future. The notion of attaining Su Mu's level of skill was a futile ambition for Siyuan. Su Mu patted Siyuan's shoulder, offering a measure of consolation. I understand that even if I practice for another 10 or 8 years, I still wouldn't come close to your level. I admit defeat, my friend. Siyuan was not one to dwell on frustrations. Having come to terms with the reality, he felt a sense of relief. After all, given Su Mu's driving prowess, even experienced drivers would struggle to match his abilities. Let us go. It's almost time to give them a good match at the soccer field. Aware of the disparity between himself and Su Mu, Siyuan decided against dwelling on it, casually draping an arm over Su Mu's shoulder as they strolled towards the football field. The remaining members of Su Mu's team had already gathered, while the opposing side was also complete, though one individual strikingly appeared to be well beyond high school age. Today is the graduation-friendly match. Your roster seems to be at odds with the requirements. Doesn't it? Without a doubt, the tall, robust man who looked to be in his 20s was undoubtedly an external player procured by the opposition. The players on Su Mu's side expressed their discontent. What is wrong with our lineup? He is indeed part of our team. Previously, Su Mu's Huadong International School had faced off against this Huayu High School several times, with each encounter concluding in victory for the international school. As this final match approached, Huayu High School sought to salvage some pride by investing heavily in an external player. We are willing to spend money. Is that a point of contention? Cheerleaders, take to the field. It was immediately apparent that this external player was not a high school student. The people from Huayu High School were unashamed, presenting themselves with an air of brazen confidence. Furthermore, Huayu High School had indeed spared no expense this time, that as the opposing team's voices faded. A group of girls dressed in light attire rushed onto the football field. Huayu, a goal is guaranteed. Huayu first place is a must. It was unclear who had conjured these chants, but they certainly sounded rather cliché. Su Mu, should we also hire a cheerleading squad? Setting aside the external player, the sight of the beautiful cheerleaders was undeniably captivating. Si Yan's gaze was fixated, momentarily distracted. What are you thinking? The match is about to commence. Su Mu playfully tapped Si Yan on the head, redirecting his attention. Brothers, Huayu has exploited a loophole. We cannot allow them to get away with this. Let us take them down. Everyone was largely aware of Su Mu's status. Such explosive news would undoubtedly spread like wildfire, as a key player on the team. Su Mu had now ascended to a leadership role that as soon as Su Mu finished speaking, everyone enthusiastically chimed in. Yes. Let us defeat them. Let us bring them all down. So they hired an external player. Do they really think they can ascend to greatness? The match unfolded with intensity, and the situation proved to be far more complex than Su Mu and his team had anticipated. The external player that Huayu High School had brought in was indeed a formidable talent, exhibiting remarkable speed and agility, capable of playing both offense and defense. The players from the international school felt the mounting pressure. It was no longer as simple as effortlessly defeating Huayu High School as in previous encounters. With a score of 2-2, the two teams agreed to an additional 30 minutes of overtime. Su Mu, what should we do? It seems winning this time is not as straightforward as we had hoped. The team gathered around Su Mu, their initial confidence waning. Both the international school and Huayu High School comprised amateur football enthusiasts. Now that Huayu High School had enlisted a professional player, the international school was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. No worries. Just watch me. Pass the ball to me whenever you get it. Su Mu smiled nonchalantly that if Huayu High School chose to play dirty, they could not blame him for being ruthless. Initially, he had intended for this to be just an ordinary friendly match, refraining from deploying any secret techniques. However, with Huayu High School's underhanded tactics, Su Mu felt justified in unleashing his prowess. Sign in at the football field. Ding! Sign in successful at the football field. Reward. King's football skill. As the system's announcement echoed in his mind, an array of football techniques flooded Su Mu's consciousness. Kicking, receiving, heading, passing, dribbling, shooting. His feet began to move with an imperceptible speed that Su Mu realized that the skills he had just acquired were not typical of an ordinary player. They were undoubtedly at the level of a world-class star. Glancing at the external player now surrounded by Huayu High School's team, a smirk crept across Su Mu's lips. How amusing it was to dominate a group of amateur high school enthusiasts while wielding the abilities of a professional athlete. One wondered if the external player would dare to show his face on the field again after this match concluded. During overtime, all the players from the international school gravitated around Su Mu. Anyone who obtained the ball passed it directly to him. With the King's football skill at his disposal, Su Mu certainly did not disappoint his teammates. Powerful long shots, deft volleys, backheel strikes, bicycle kicks, toe pokes. Su Mu showcased an array of 5 different scoring techniques during the 30 minutes of overtime. Sumo, sumo, sumo. The players of the international school hoisted Su Mu into the air, jubilantly chanting his name. In that moment, Su Mu resembled a true football hero, basking in the exuberant celebration of his comrades. In stark contrast, Huayu High School, having engaged a professional external player and assembled a cheerleading squad. had anticipated an assured victory only to suffer an ignominious defeat. And no one could fathom how Su-mu had unleashed such astonishing skills in the final half hour. After losing the match, they left in disgrace, unwilling to linger and face ridicule. The external player, having failed to deliver as expected, was left stranded on the field. Watching Su-mu reveling in joy with his teammates, the external player's emotions were a tumult of resentment and fear. He resented this young man for jeopardizing his livelihood. Word of this match would likely spell the end of the external player's football career. After all, Su-mu was merely a student, an amateur football enthusiast. Was he not? During the 30 minutes of overtime, the external player found himself utterly overwhelmed by Su-mu, unable to muster even a semblance of defense, let alone attempt a shot. He was frightened by the sheer magnitude of Su-mu's talent. The external player could swear he had never encountered anyone with such remarkable skills domestically. Chapter 35. An unexpected connection. Having secured victory, the team returned home in high spirits that Su-mu and Si-yin made their way to the parking lot. "What is going on?" Si-yin exclaimed. Ever the loud one, that next to Su-mu's Rolls-Royce, a group of cool girls who had just been cheering for Huayu High School on the football field were gathered, assisting each other in taking photos. Si-yan's voice failed to disturb the girls, who were engrossed in their fun, that a sudden inspiration struck Si-yin, prompting him to make a momentous decision. "Su-mu, I'm off." He winked at Su-mu before swiftly hopping into his Pagani. Si-yin was well aware of his own limits. When standing alongside Su-mu, be it in appearance, intellect, or even the once advantageous family background, he now felt utterly dwarfed. That Su-mu smirked, knowing Si-yin was up to no good. Observing that the girls showed no signs of wrapping up their photo session, Su-mu took his time, purchasing a bottle of water from a nearby convenience store. Truth be told, while the recent match had been exhilarating, it had also drained him physically. Fortunately, with the support of his king's stamina, Su-mu's recovery was swift. That moment, he felt no hint of muscle soreness, let alone fatigue. After finishing the entire bottle of water, Su-mu noticed the girls still had no intention of leaving. The sun was glaring, and Su-mu did not wish to become a roasted marshmallow. Approaching his Rolls-Royce, he decided to exhibit the gentlemanly courtesy expected of a man and gently reminded the girls, "Are you all finished with your photos?" Su-mu assumed that such a query would prompt them to wrap up and depart. The girls collectively turned their heads, glancing at Su-mu. Their eyes clearly conveyed a sense of recognition of this gentleman. The image of Su-mu's athletic prowess on the football field had left a lasting impression on the cool girls. Although these girls had been hired by Huayu High School to cheer for them, it did not preclude their appreciation for a handsome man. While admiring a handsome guy was one thing, interrupting their photo session was another. These girls were intent on sharing their photos on social media. That a top-tier Rolls-Royce phantom was not something one encountered every day, especially since the owner was absent. Allowing the girls to snap photos and flaunt their good fortune. Within just a few seconds, the girls' attention reverted back to the luxurious vehicle. One girl even waved at Su-mu. "Even handsome guys have to wait in line. We'll finish taking our photos before it's your turn." Su-mu was momentarily taken aback. Did they truly perceive him as one of their own? Glancing up at the glaring sun, Su-mu decided he would not wait any longer. "You can conclude now. I need to drive." As he spoke, he pressed the button on his car key. Beep, beep. The headlights of the Rolls-Royce illuminated instantly, startling the girls and causing them to step back. This charming young man was the owner of the luxurious car. The girls' faces flushed crimson with embarrassment. Had they been posing in front of the owner? The girl who had suggested Su-mu wait was mortified, wishing to vanish into thin air. Had she left her brain at home when she stepped out? Sheepishly retreating, the girls hastily made their exit. Only one girl lingered, offering Su-mu an awkward smile. "I apologize for taking photos beside your car without your permission and for keeping you waiting for so long." While Su-mu had noticed the girl while drinking his water, he had not given it much thought that he glanced at the girl, or rather young woman, who was quite lovely. Her revealing attire showcased her flawless figure. Su-mu rated her a 95 out of 100, deducting 5 points for the cheerleading outfit that he felt diminished her overall appeal. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, and after such a prolonged wait, what purpose did an apology serve now? As he opened the car door, "Sono preparto di part." "Wait a moment, handsome. Would you mind giving me a ride?" The girl seemed to have mustered considerable courage to voice this request, that Su Mu was taken aback by her boldness. Casting a fleeting glance her way, intriguing, he could distinctly perceive a resolute expression upon her face. Get in. Driven by curiosity, Su Mu acquiesced to her plea, rushing to the other side of the Rolls-Royce. The girl opened the front passenger door and took her seat. Hello, I'm Xia Shuyang, an actress from the Eastern City dance troupe. Su Mu noted that Xia Shuyang appeared exceedingly nervous, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress as she spoke. This unconscious gesture inadvertently showcased her long, fair legs, drawing Su Mu's gaze. Su Mu. With the girl having introduced herself, he promptly revealed his name. Aside from that, he offered no further words. Surely, Xia Shuyang did not approach his vehicle merely to exchange pleasantries? Su Mu raised an eyebrow, anticipating her next words. Ah, Mr. Su, hello. The interruption heightened her anxiety. Mr. Su, may I befriend you? Xia Shuyang had indeed mustered significant resolve to enter Su Mu's CA, or DSA leading performer in the dance troupe. She was not without suitors. Yet, the young and inexperienced were beneath her notice, while those with stature were often already committed, merely seeking a fleeting dalliance. Most of Xia Shuyang's acquaintances opted for the latter path, reaping the rewards of improved financial circumstances. Observing the ostentatious displays of wealth from those around her, Xia Shuyang felt an urgency within herself. Originally disdainful of stage photographs, she found herself posing with a group of women around the Rolls-Royce from various angles. Upon posting her first set of photos to social media, garnering countless likes and envious inquiries, Xia Shuyang experienced immense satisfaction. Thus, when she learned that Su Mu was the owner of the Rolls-Royce, she perceived him as the man she truly desired, young, handsome, and affluent. Realizing that such an opportunity might never present itself again, she resolved to seize the moment and request a ride with him. Friends, what does friendship mean to you? Su Mu began to discern the underlying motives. Unexpectedly, the fateful encounter he anticipated at the gym had transformed into an unforeseen connection on the soccer field. I mean, the kind of friendship that implies a romantic relationship. Gritting her teeth, Xia Shuyang decided to be forthright, understanding that men of Su Mu's caliber prefer directness over ambiguity. A romantic relationship? Su Mu chuckled, bemused by Xia Shuyang's audacity. To propose such a thing upon their first meeting was rather bold. Yet Su Mu was primarily drawn to her as a person. Discussions of anything further felt superfluous. I have a girlfriend. Currently, he had only one individual, Jiang Xinxuan, in his heart and wished to avoid complications in the future. He stated this plainly, hoping to prevent any misunderstandings that might arise later. Xia Shuyang paused momentarily, contemplating. Naturally, she had surmised that a man as dashing and wealthy as he must have a girlfriend. Nonetheless, she had already made her decision upon entering Su Mu's car. Even in light of the numerous likes her recent post had received, she felt that only Su Mu could satisfy her craving for admiration. I'm not suggesting I want to be your girlfriend, but we could develop a romantic relationship. Carefully choosing her words, Xia Shuyang nearly bit her tongue, for this was her first time taking the initiative to propose such an idea. Are you certain? Not concerned that this car might be rented? Given the frequent occurrences of deceit involving rented vehicles, Su Mu kindly reminded her. I'm certain. This time, there was no hint of hesitation. Xia Shuyang had faith in her judgment. Su Mu nodded, and it seemed they had reached a mutual understanding. The Rolls-Royce made its way to the city's outskirts. The four-eyed attendant arrived before Su Mu. Xiao Wang anticipated that the young master would be along shortly. Waiting in the parking lot. Once the car came to a halt, Su Mu left the engine running. You may exit now. Xia Shuyang was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Someone had already opened the driver's door. Young master, Xiao Wang bowed. Awaiting Su Mu's descent, he paid no heed to the beauty in the passenger seat. Young master. Xia Shuyang was momentarily bewildered, yet she followed Su Mu's lead and exited the vehicle. Xiao Wang promptly opened the rear door for Su Mu, who entered without needing an invitation. Responding quickly, Xia Shuyang opened the opposite rear door and joined him inside. Kaiman Hotel? Certainly, young master. Having extended the invitation, Su Mu had no grounds to refuse, correct? Upon hearing the name of the hotel, Xia Shuyang felt a flicker of anxiety. Her entwined hands betrayed her current emotions. You can still change your mind. Su Mu was not one to force matters. Mutual consent was the foundation of all beautiful beginnings. Shaking her head, Xia Shuyang affirmed her determination. With the driver and being addressed as young master, she believed Su Mu was the man capable of providing the life she yearned for. The ride continued in silence until the Rolls-Royce arrived at the entrance of the Kaiman Hotel. Young master, you have arrived. Upon recognizing the voice, Su Mu knew it was the head attendant. He hadn't anticipated such a fortuitous connection. He encountered this attendant every time he visited the Kaiman Hotel. Naturally, the attendant recognized the Rolls-Royce, prompting him to rush over as soon as the vehicle halted, opening the rear door without needing Xiao Wang to alight. Young master, are you here to dine? Book a presidential suite. As Su Mu stepped out, Xia Shuyang followed closely behind. Certainly, young master. Observing the stunning woman beside the young master, the attendant comprehended the situation immediately. Xia Shuyang was taken aback by the attendant's demeanor towards Su Mu. What was his true identity? Was he the heir to the prestigious Kaiman Hotel? Had he just mentioned booking a presidential suite? Xia Shuyang was aware that the Kaiman Hotel as presidential suite cost an astonishing $39,900 per night. How did she know this? It was thanks to a colleague of hers whose boyfriend had taken her to the presidential suite for a night, flooding social media with posts throughout the evening. Let us go. Noticing Xia Shuyang still in a daze, Su Mu prompted her. Oh, all right. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Shuyang followed Su Mu into the hotel. That Su Mu was the young master of the Kaiman Hotel, which meant he was genuinely wealthy and not one of those fraudsters renting luxury cars to deceive women. The head attendant personally escorted Su Mu to the presidential suite. Young master, please come in. The attendant gestured for him to enter, remaining outside. Su Mu stepped inside, closely followed by Xia Shuyang. The attendant closed the door behind them and retreated. You should take a shower first. On a sweltering day, Su Mu disliked the thought of sweat lingering on him. Her face flushed, yet Xia Shuyang showed no signs of retreating, dashing toward the bathroom. Observing her, Su Mu smiled. This marked the beginning of another chapter in his enjoyment of life. Although he was not the type to fall for every woman he encountered, he saw no reason to decline when a beauty presented herself so willingly. The presidential suite indeed justified its price. Su Mu surveyed the lavish decor and comprehensive amenities, estimating the room's furnishings to be no less than 7 figures. Those who reserved the presidential suite were undoubtedly doing so to showcase their worth. I'm done. Do you want to wash up too? I can dry my hair while you do. Xia Shuyang emerged from the bathroom with impressive speed. Aware that Su Mu had engaged in a full soccer match, and having witnessed his remarkable performance on the field, she was considerate enough to inquire about his needs. All right. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the view, Su Mu made his way to another bathroom, but he noted that the presidential suite was designed with user-friendliness in mind. Featuring 2 bathrooms, each equipped with complete amenities, including neatly arranged bathrobes. After a shower, Su Mu emerged to find Xia Shuyang seated on the edge of the bed, her hair dry. She was quite tall, likely around 168 to 170 centimeters. The bathrobe she wore appeared somewhat short, exposing her long, fair legs to the air. Why you redone? Seeing Su Mu exit the bathroom, Xia Shuyang stood up nervously to greet him. Observing her bashful demeanor, Su Mu wasted no time. He swiftly lifted Xia Shuyang into his arms, nestled against his chest. Her face flushed, and a subtle glow emanated from her skin that in contrast to Su Mu's steady, robust heartbeat. Xia Shuyang felt utterly weak, devoid of any strength. Strangely, at that moment, she discovered a profound sense of security within herself that Su Mu, holding Xia Shuyang, wore a satisfied smile. With his extraordinary vitality, he felt no need to hold back, and Xia Shuyang's complete cooperation left him thoroughly pleased. Chapter 37: The best evidence. After taking a brief respite, Su Mu, feeling that Xia Shuya had regained some of her strength, resolved to take another shower. The sensation of sweat clinging to his skin was decidedly unpleasant as expected. Upon lifting the covers, Su Mu was greeted by a splash of crimson. From the very beginning, he sensed something unusual, although lacking practical experience. Su Mu, as an academic overachiever, was well aware of basic common knowledge that a smile played at the corners of his mouth, uplifting his spirits. You should wash up as well. Change into your own clothes afterward. Sumufonsia was cheerleading outfit utterly unappealing. All right, she responded obediently. At the moment of relinquishing her garments, Xia Shi's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. There was no rush this time. Su Mu indulged in a long, relaxing soak, after an afternoon filled with 2 intense bouts of exercise. He believed it essential to afford his muscles a proper relaxation. Upon emerging from the bath, he discovered Xia Shi snapping pictures at various angles throughout the presidential suite. "Mr. Su, are you done?" she asked, her gaze dropping shyly as if caught in the act. Earlier, she had noticed Su Mu was still in the shower and, recalling the unprecedented likes she garnered from a few photos taken beside a Rolls-Royce, she thought shooting within the presidential suite would evoke even more envy. Without a second thought, she began capturing moments, neglecting to dry her hair first. Naturally, she also accidentally included a glimpse of herself clad in a bathrobe. Watching the likes on her social media multiply rapidly, Xia Shi's smile widened as she received a series of envious or slightly bitter inquiries. "Official announcement, my dear," she captioned, adorned with a few heart emojis, which incited a flurry of questions. However, at that moment, Xia Shi had neither the inclination nor the time to respond, as Su Mu had emerged, and she was uncertain whether her actions would displease him. "Just call me Su Mu," he said, refraining from commenting on her behavior. Given their newfound intimacy, the formal address of Mr. Su felt somewhat awkward to him. "Su Mu, I took some photos," she confessed, having been caught. "Just don't include me in them," he replied nonchalantly. Xia Shi's intentions were evident. Such vanity was something Su Mu could provide her. In turn, Xia Shi had exchanged her most precious asset for this indulgence. "All right," she acquiesced, feeling reassured as she resumed her enthusiastic photography. Her social media feed continued to update with likes and comments, and she had never felt such a profound sense of satisfaction before. Previously, while scrolling through others' posts, she often felt a pang of envy, vowing that if she ever reached such heights, she would never flaunt it online. Yet, the afternoon's photos beside the Rolls-Royce had awakened an unexpected vanity within her, and now she found it impossible to restrain her excitement. "Are you ready? Let's go explore Wanxiang City," Su Mu suggested, believing Xia Shi had thoroughly documented every corner of the presidential suite. Excluding the time he spent bathing, she had likely been photographing for over half an hour. Su Mu genuinely could not fathom why she appeared insatiable in her quest for the perfect shot. All right, she hurriedly responded, her eyes sparkling at the mention of Wanxiang City. She quickly stowed her phone, twisted her damp hair into an updo, and followed Su Mu out. Wanxiang City. It was the most upscale shopping plaza in Huadong City. Although Xia Shuya was a prominent dancer, her income was modest. In the world of dance, unless one gained considerable fame, they often found themselves relegated to accompanying roles. Otherwise, Xia Shuya would not have sought additional income through cheerleading. Thus, while she might occasionally stroll through Wanxiang City, she rarely indulged in actual purchases. Now that Su Mu had offered to take her there, Xia Shuya understood that he was clearly pleased with her performance, that Su Mu led Xia Shuya to the Rolls-Royce waiting at the hotel entrance. The young heir's vehicle was not one to be parked in a lot. "Young master, take care," the concierge remarked, recognizing the significance of Su Mu's presence with a beautiful companion, that he noted the time and marveled at the young master's remarkable endurance. 3 whole hours. The concierge expressed his admiration as he gracefully opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce, bowing slightly as Su Mu entered. Xia Shuya, meanwhile, made her way to the opposite side, opening the door and climbing in. "To Wanxiang City," Su Mu instructed. "Understood, young master," the driver replied, maintaining his focus on the road, aware that only Su Mu's presence mattered. "Is there anything you wish to purchase?" Su Mu inquired directly, having been thoroughly impressed by Xia Shuya's conduct. With such an obedient beauty by his side, he had no intentions of skimping on her experience. Shaking her head, Xia Shuya admitted she had no idea what she wanted to be in the past. Her visits to Wanxiang City had consisted of nothing more than a cup of milk tea and leisurely window shopping. Now, faced with the freedom to choose, she found herself lacking direction. Moreover, she was uncertain of her worth in Su Mu's eyes. Fearing that she might choose something that exceeded his expectations, she worried he might dismiss her altogether. "Follow me," Su Mu suggested, unwilling to waste time on trivialities. With Xia Shuya lacking a clear objective, he decided to take the lead and treat her to something special. He led her straight to the Patek Philippe boutique, with Xia Shuya closely trailing behind. "Welcome, Mr. Su," the sales associate greeted, instantly recognizing the dashing young man who had recently purchased 2 timepieces worth over 5 million. The associate noted that although the beauty accompanying him was different from the last, it did not diminish their enthusiasm. As long as the main character remained unchanged, it was irrelevant who accompanied him. The associate anticipated another sale. "What style are you looking for today, Mr. Su?" Assuming that Su Mu was shopping for himself, the associate was eager to assist, believing he was merely seeking a watch to complement his attire. "Take a look and see what styles you like," Su Mu said, directing his words towards Xia Shuya. Upon entering the car, he had noticed that the watch adorning her wrist was a counterfeit Patek Philippe. The logo on the dial was the most evident proof of this. Chapter 38 must be worth the price. Xia Shuya was taken aback. Choose for herself? She was aware that Patek Philippe watches started at prices exceeding tens of thousands. Such luxury items had previously been well beyond her imagination. Yet, not daring to dream did not equate to disliking them. The counterfeit on her wrist was ample evidence of her desire. After catching Su Mu's encouraging gaze, she felt a surge of eagerness. The sales associate's demeanor upon entering the store had made it clear to her that Su Mu was undoubtedly a valued customer of Patek Philippe. "Miss, this way, please," the associate prompted, expertly leading Xia Shuya to the women's section. Although the associate had misjudged the situation, the fact that Su Mu was a paying customer was indisputable. Regardless of whether it was a men's or women's item, it meant another sale for the associate, who was naturally very enthusiastic. Gazing at the array of watches in the display case, Xia Shuya felt somewhat overwhelmed. Having never seen the genuine articles before, she was captivated by the multitude of styles and found every piece appealing, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. "Miss, which one do you like? I can bring it out for you to try on," the associate offered. The watch on Xia Shuya's wrist did not escape the sales associate's keen eye. Upon comparison, it was evident that the beauty accompanying Su Mu was markedly different from the previous one, that not wishing to embarrass the customer, the associate tactfully ignored the counterfeit on Xia Shuya's wrist. Recognizing that regardless of her purchasing power, today's transaction would undoubtedly be covered by Su Mu. "I'll take a look first," Xia Shuya replied, her eyes lighting up upon spotting a familiar design. However, upon seeing the 6-figure price tag, her enthusiasm waned. She genuinely coveted the Patek Philippe watch that resembled her counterfeit, yet she feared that choosing it might come across as excessively greedy, that Su Mu had brought her shopping as a form of reward. But such rewards must be commensurate with value. Xia Shuya was uncertain of her worth in Su Mu's eyes and hesitated to make a bold choice, that if she misstepped and exceeded Su Mu's expectations, she feared he might withdraw from her life altogether. As Su Mu had already bestowed upon her a sense of vanity she had never known. If he were to return her to her previous state, she would find it utterly unacceptable. "This one will do," she finally declared after weighing her options, selecting the least expensive watch. While it was labeled as affordable, it was merely in comparison to the other Patek Philippe models. Su Mu glanced at the price. 58,800 yuan, that a smirk tugged at his lips. Xia Shuya had indeed chosen the most modest option. Su Mu simply felt that this style was somewhat outdated for Xia Shuya, and he was dissatisfied. "Let us take a look at that one." Without consulting Xia Shuya's opinion, Su Mu directly pointed to another watch that he had noticed Xia Shuya's expression moments before. "All right, Mr. Su." The salesperson immediately retrieved the watch that had caught Su Mu's eye. The salesperson was also puzzled. Did the beautiful woman brought by him, or did Su not know of his previous extravagant spending? To choose the cheapest watch was hardly befitting of him or Su's status. The watch he selected, although not excessively expensive, was at least in the 6-figure range. The salesperson could discern some underlying relationship between the beauty and Su Mu. It was evident that her standing in Mr. Su's heart was not particularly significant. "Miss, would you like to try it on?" the salesperson inquired politely. "Sure." Xia Shuya quickly removed the imitation watch from her wrist and tucked it into her bag. She extended her wrist for the salesperson to help her don the watch that Su Mu had chosen, which she secretly liked as well. Stealing a glance at Su Mu, she felt a surge of gratitude. She hadn't anticipated such generosity from him. Xia Shuya was aware that Su Mu must have recognized the fake she had been wearing before. "Miss, this watch suits you perfectly," the salesperson remarked as she secured the watch on Xia Shuya's wrist. Genuine compliments flowing effortlessly. Complimenting customers is the first rule of sales, and today's words from the salesperson were entirely heartfelt. Both times you brought a lady, they were top-tier beauties, and the salesperson's praise was sincere. "Please proceed with the payment." Noticing Xia Shuya's gaze fixated on the watch on her wrist, Su Mu understood she must have liked it. Naturally, having worn an imitation of the same style, how could she not appreciate the real deal? "Very well, Mr. Su. This watch is 126,800 yuan. The salesperson knew that Su Mu would not be concerned about such an amount. Yet the necessary protocols must be observed. Before processing the card, shouldn't the customer be informed of the total? Without any hesitation, Su Mu produced his black card. "Mr. Su, please hold on a moment." The salesperson took Su Mu's card with both hands and hurried to the register to swipe it. "Mr. Su, here is your card." In just a few minutes, the salesperson returned respectfully with Su Mu's black card. The watch required no packaging, as Xia Shuya had no intention of removing it. However, the presentation box for the watch was a must. Xia Shuya planned to take a nice photograph of the Patek Philippe logo once she returned, as her social media would surely be her stage tonight. After completing the purchase, Su Mu exited the Patek Philippe boutique first. This time, Xia Shuya did not follow behind him, but instead took the initiative to link her arm with his Su Mu did not oppose this display of intimacy from Xia Shuya. "Mr. Su, please take care," the salesperson said respectfully as they reached the door, yet their gaze lingered on Su Mu's retreating figure. The salesperson felt a deep-seated regret. Why couldn't their mother have given birth to them 10 years later? Perhaps then, they could have been the woman walking arm-in-arm with Su Mu at this moment. The salesperson had completely forgotten their own appearance. "You should head back first. I'll come find you another day." Once outside the mall, Su Mu spoke to Xia Shuya that I in the presidential suite. Xia Shuya had already shared her phone number with Su Mu, and they had added each other on WeChat, making future communication quite convenient. "All right, I'll await your call." Xia Shuya was indeed obedient, asking no further questions and appearing ready to respond to Su Mu's summons at any moment. It was only after Su Mu's Rolls-Royce had vanished from sight that Xia Shuya hailed a taxi back to the dance troupe. Clutching the Patek Philippe bag tightly in her hands, she recalled the scene in the presidential suite, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily, her lips curling into a smile on her way back to the castle. At a familiar intersection, Su Mu took a moment to observe. The red Ferrari was still parked there, but he glanced at his watch. He had long surpassed the time he usually left. Was the Ferrari beauty still waiting for him? Chapter 39. The Beauty's Sincerity. Although it was already late, Su Mu had no intention of taking a drive. Yet, seeing the beauty's enthusiasm still waiting for him as dusk approached, he reconsidered, upon returning to the castle. Su Mu instructed Xiao Wang to park the car in the garage, that he exited the Rolls-Royce and got into his newly purchased Ferrari 599, to facilitate driving. He had left the keys for both Ferraris inside the vehicles. Virum! The Ferrari 599 roared out of the castle like a wild stallion. Su Mu had long wished to test the 812, but out of respect for the beauty's earnestness, he refrained from taking advantage of her. Their driving skills were not on the same level, and he feared that switching cars might leave her in tears at the same intersection. There was no need for Su Mu to slow down intentionally. The black Ferrari appeared. The red Ferrari followed closely behind. She really was waiting for me. Su Mu was quite impressed by the beauty's perseverance. If it were him, he wouldn't have waited even half an hour, let alone a few hours, uncertain if the other party would show. Given the beauty's steadfastness, Su Mu decided to indulge her this time. She was already well aware of his driving skills, and a gentlemanly demeanor occasionally wouldn't hurt. Su Mu reduced his speed, allowing the red Ferrari to overtake him. Unexpectedly, as he slowed down, the red Ferrari also decelerated. Is she worried I might play tricks on her? Su Mu muttered to himself, speculating that the Ferrari beauty might think he was deliberately behaving this way to suppress her as she attempted to pass him. Today, I am truly letting you go, he thought, though the Ferrari beauty could not hear his words. To express his sincerity, Su Mu moved his car slightly to the side, leaving ample room for her to overtake. Now, you can feel at ease, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the red Ferrari indeed surged ahead. Su Mu smirked, wondering if the beauty felt his sincerity. However, contrary to his expectations, the red Ferrari did not pass him. The two Ferraris, one black and one red, maintained a synchronized pace side by side. Su Mu turned to glance at the Ferrari beauty, who coincidentally turned to look at him as well. In that moment of eye contact, he noticed the absence of the stubborn, defiant expression she once held. Instead, she bore a remarkably calm demeanor. Su Mu understood that she had conceded in this impromptu race. Sensing her willingness for peaceful coexistence, he did not accelerate. The black and red Ferraris continued on at a steady pace. As they approached the customary turn where Su Mu usually veered, without needing to signal, the two Ferraris seamlessly turned their heads in unison on the return route. They continued side by side at a steady speed. As the beauty prepared to turn, Su Mu waved out of the window. The black Ferrari sped away towards its destination. Upon returning to the castle, Su Mu did not rush to his room. He joined his grandfather for a game of chess, and it was around dinner time. Remarkably, tonight Rui Zhi and Bai Xiaoping had returned home just in time for dinner, since Su Mu's return to the castle. It had been rare for the family to gather for a meal. Su Mu suddenly felt a twinge of nostalgia for the ordinary life of the past 18 years, at least during those 18 years. Regardless of how busy his parents were, one of them would always make time to have dinner with him and supervise his homework. The joy of a family meal was no longer as common as it once was. At the dining table, old Master Su appeared particularly pleased. Everyone chatted casually while eating. "Ah Fu, is the custom outfit for Xiaomu ready?" Bai Xiaoping suddenly inquired, as if recalling something, addressing Ah Fu, who was attentively serving. "Madam, it has been expedited as per your instructions that it will be delivered tomorrow morning." Custom-made items typically require a considerable amount of time due to the handcrafted nature of the work. However, given the Su family's status as a major client, they received special expedited service. "Xiaomu, you should accompany your father and me to a gathering tomorrow night." After receiving confirmation from Ah Fu, Bai Xiaoping conveyed what she had been meaning to tell Su Mu amidst her recent busyness. "Mom, what gathering is it? Didn't you say I wouldn't need to attend anything until the company goes public? It's a private gathering. A birthday party for the daughter of one of my good friends who is turning 18. Mom, I don't even know her. I'd rather not go." Upon hearing it was a girl's birthday party, Su Mu immediately lost interest. He didn't know her, so it would surely be dull. "That's not an option. I've already promised her, and you must attend." Unusually, Bai Xiaoping adopted a tone that brooked no argument. "What is going on?" Confused, Su Mu glanced at his father. Was it really just a birthday party? Did his mother need to react so strongly? After receiving a helpless look from his father, Su Mu resigned himself to the situation. Well, if it turned out to be unbearably boring, he could always play games. After all, he had Lin Mu's WeChat. Finding a few skilled players to join him in a game would be a matter of minutes. "All right. Mom, I'll go. Is that satisfactory?" In this vast world, the mother's authority reigned supreme. Su Mu spoke helplessly, casting a glance filled with a hint of melancholy at Rui Zhi. "This is all you're doing. You've spoiled your wife to this extent." Unfazed, Rui Zhi shot back a glare at Su Mu. "You little rascal, do you believe I'll tell your mother on you?" In this silent duel of gazes, Su Mu, having been bested, reluctantly lowered his head to continue with his dinner. Although he feigned a look of defeat, his heart brimmed with joy. Witnessing the affection between his parents was what Su Mu cherished the most. After dinner, the elder Su, still craving a game of chess, engaged Su Mu in a couple of matches. By the time Su Mu returned to his room, it was already past 9. That the young master's ritual of soaking in the bath was unwavering. Regardless of the hour, once everything was settled, Su Mu lay on his bed and picked up his phone to scroll through messages. Naturally, he first checked if his girlfriend had sent him any affectionate notes. He was not disappointed. Jiang X and Xian had indeed sent a WeChat message. "Su Mu, I have my Subject 1 exam tomorrow morning. Will you accompany me?" Recalling his promise to Jiang X and Xian, he would certainly not renege on it. "Of course I will be there for my girlfriend. I'll pick you up tomorrow." Great, see you at 9 in the morning, and please don't be late. He replied immediately. In contrast, Su Mu felt his response to Jiang Xi and Xian seemed a touch less enthusiastic. Rest assured, I will not be late for my girlfriend's matters. With his phone in hand, Su Mu promptly replied, unwilling to let his girlfriend think he was indifferent. I'm off to bed now. I must score full marks in tomorrow's exam. Good night. He added a photo of a flying kiss. Received. Let us make it substantial tomorrow. Su Mu was not satisfied with just a photo. He took the opportunity to declare his expectations for tomorrow's rewards. Understood, good night. Jiang Xi and Xian sent a shy emoji in reply. And she did not refuse. There was nothing to refuse. They were already a couple, and ordinary displays of intimacy were perfectly normal. Good night. With his girlfriend no longer engaging in conversation, Su Mu felt somewhat bored and began browsing his social media feed. As expected, he stumbled upon the latest post from a friend that brought a smile to his lips. The Patek Philippe logo accompanied a photo of Xia Shuya wearing the watch. Captioned, a gift from my dear. Isn't it lovely? Naturally, Su Mu could not see the replies to Xia Shuya's post, as their social circles did not overlap. That it was merely Xia Shuya's own post that amused Su Mu. He was oblivious to whether she was putting on a show or genuinely replying to someone else. Xia Shuya's post read, my dear insisted on giving this to me. I originally did not want it. After a few minutes, she added, it's not that I'm concerned about my dear's money. You have no idea, the watch on my dear's wrist is worth over 2 million. A few minutes later, she continued, my dear wants to buy me a couple's watch, but I'm worried it might get damaged while dancing, so I opted for a cheaper one. Yet again, after a few minutes, she proclaimed, to my dear, spending over 100,000 is like buying a toy watch. He said it was so inexpensive that I can wear it however I please, that if it breaks, just buy me another. Xia Shuya posted extensively, almost as if she had numerous admirers pursuing her. While other details were uncertain, one thing Su Mu was sure of was that the dear she referenced was undoubtedly him. However, Su Mu had never uttered such words to Xia Shuya. Thus, he concluded that the credibility of Xia Shuya's social media musings was rather low. Nevertheless, he was unfazed by her ostentation. Both he and Xia Shuya had their respective motives. Didn't they? Losing interest in scrolling, Su Mu set an alarm, silenced his phone, and drifted off to sleep. Before succumbing to slumber, he reflected on Xia Shuya's delightful scent that he resolved to seek her out more frequently, whenever time permitted. Once a man has tasted sweetness, it often becomes a source of addiction, especially for someone like Su Mu, who was just beginning to awaken to such pleasures. Moreover, Su Mu had the advantage of exceptional stamina. The next morning, the alarm proved effective. Without indulging in a lazy morning, Su Mu swiftly turned over and sat up, quickly completing his morning routine. Good morning, Grandpa. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered the elder seated at the dining table, uncertain whether he had yet to have breakfast or had just finished. You little rascal, you're up early today, the elder mused, gazing at his spirited grandson with a sense of nostalgia for youth. Young master, you reawake. I'll have the kitchen prepare breakfast right away. Upon seeing the servant A Fu carrying a tray behind him, Su Mu understood that the elder had not yet dined. The breakfast shared by the grandfather and grandson was quite simple, focusing primarily on nutrition. After their meal, Su Mu accompanied his grandfather in practicing a set of Tai Chi as he had made arrangements with Jiang Xi and Xian. He bid his grandfather farewell and prepared to leave. Young master, the stock you asked me to purchase saw a little fluctuation yesterday. It remained relatively stable. A Fu reported regarding the stock coded 00078 before Su Mu departed. A Fu felt perhaps his age had dulled his discernment, as he failed to perceive any potential in the stock. Forget 3 consecutive limit-ups. A Fu considered it a good day if it rose a few percentage points. You'll see tomorrow. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. The system had indicated 2 days hence, which meant tomorrow, didn't it? It was still too early for any significant movement. After changing into fresh attire, Su Mu instructed Xiao Wang to prepare the car. Having passed the agreement with the bespectacled one, Xiao Wang dutifully followed the young master's instructions to as Su Mu beheld the sleek Bentley speeding along. He recalled the Bentley Mulsanne, which seemed to offer a more spacious interior, better suited for engaging in certain extreme activities. However, that was not on the agenda for today. He simply got into the car and set off to pick up his girlfriend. Upon receiving Su Mu's message, Jiang Xinxian dashed out of her house. She did not have to wait long at the entrance of the villa complex before Su Mu's car arrived. Now savvy to the situation, Jiang Xinxian did not linger because of Su Mu's change of vehicle. Spotting the driver, Xiao Wang, through the front window, she hurried over and entered the car without waiting for Su Mu to step out. Having not seen each other for over a day, the young couple was naturally a bit emotionally charged. However, with another person present in the vehicle, they behaved themselves, sharing a polite kiss without any further passionate displays. Once Jiang Xinxian was settled, Su Mu noticed how increasingly feminine her attire had become. The fitted black dress elegantly accentuated Jiang Xinxian's figure. Her hair was styled up, revealing her graceful neck and delicate collarbone. The dress was not overly long, and sitting there, Jiang Xinxian's lovely legs were fully visible. "Xiao Xian, you look truly enchanting today," Su Mu sincerely complimented, causing Jiang Xinxian's cheeks to flush as she gently leaned against him. She had dressed up specifically for this occasion, that in just a few months, she would be turning 18, and Jiang Xinxian had not forgotten her promise to Su Mu. She now regarded herself as a woman. Embracing the softness nestled against him, Su Mu felt a swell of pride. All preliminary checks before the Subject 1 exam were standard. Naturally, Jiang Xinxian had no issues that AS return was somewhat later. Su Mu waited with her outside. The handsome man and beautiful woman certainly attracted attention. The first gaze of the men naturally fell upon Jiang Xinxian, taken aback by her beauty, prompting them to steal a few glances. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of man could capture the affection of such a stunning woman. However, upon seeing Su Mu's handsome features, the initially envious stares transformed. It seemed they all felt that the beautiful woman and the man beside her were indeed a perfect match. The attention of the women, however, was decidedly different. There was no allure in Jiang Xinxian's beauty for them. What truly captivated their gaze was Su Mu's striking visage. "Wait a minute. I've seen that handsome guy before." A sudden voice piped up that Su Mu and Jiang Xinxian exchanged curious glances, both aware that they did not recognize the woman speaking. The speaker, noticing Su Mu's glance, turned slightly bashful, having been caught admiring the handsome man. "Are you joking? That guy clearly doesn't know you at all," remarked one of the other women nearby, her tone a mix of disbelief and a hint of jealousy. The others shared similar sentiments, sensing that the woman was simply trying to draw attention to herself by claiming acquaintance with the handsome man. However, the reality was that he simply did not reciprocate her interest. "Seriously, I am telling the truth," the woman insisted, a hint of urgency creeping into her voice as she explained. "He the handsome guy I told you about, the one who scored full marks in just a few minutes. I was in the same examination hall as him last time." The latter part of her announcement lacked conviction, revealing her embarrassment at having to disclose her previous failure. "Ah, so this is the handsome guy you were talking about? Seems like you weren't exaggerating. He really is quite handsome. Indeed, when you first mentioned it, I found it hard to believe that such a perfect man could exist. Now I'm completely convinced." Su Mu paid little heed to the women's chatter. However, the men nearby listened intently. It was clear, not only in looks but in intellect. He was leagues ahead of them. They beheld Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan nestled together. A singular word resonated in everyone's hearts. Perfect match. It wasn't long before it was Jiang Xinchuan's turn. "You can do it," Su Mu encouraged, gently planting a kiss on Jiang Xinchuan's smooth forehead. Witnessing this tender moment, one could only imagine how many hearts were shattered. "If I had such a handsome boyfriend cheering me on, I would have surely passed the last driving test," a lady nearby murmured. At that moment, she felt no fear of being discovered for her failure. After all, she had found a valid excuse. Jiang Xinchuan's test seemed to stretch on for quite some time, lasting about half an hour. When she finally emerged, she was the first to finish, although her time paled in comparison to Su Mu's 8 minutes. "I only scored 99. Without needing to ask, Jiang Xinchuan confessed her score. Su Mu had noticed the flicker of disappointment in her girlfriend's eyes as she exited the examination room. "You did wonderfully. A score of 99 is commendable. Many others have taken the test multiple times without passing." Su Mu's words were merely meant to comfort her. Yet they struck a dissonant chord with the lady who had been eavesdropping. Was the handsome man insinuating that she was foolish? Quietly, she stepped back, diminishing her presence. "Oh well, I never managed to surpass you," Jiang Xinchuan mused, reflecting on her 3 years of high school, where she never once outperformed Su Mu. With a bright smile, she looked up at him. Unable to resist, Jiang Xinchuan stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Su Mu's face. In return, Su Mu affectionately ruffled her hair. Their blatant display of affection drew not scorn, but envy from those around them. Hand in hand, they exited the building without waiting for the driving school vehicle, opting instead to depart in a Bentley. "Now that the test is over, where shall we go to unwind?" Su Mu inquired, knowing that Jiang Xinchuan had been cooped up at home studying for the past few days. "I want to buy a sun hat. I'll be practicing driving soon, and I'm afraid of getting sunburned and becoming unrecognizable." Jiang Xinchuan's spirits remained undampened by her score of 99 and indeed, without the shadow of comparison, to Su Mu. It was a high score. Su Mu was a super scholar, and Jiang Xinchuan felt that competing with him would only bring her unnecessary distress. Moreover, the super scholar was her boyfriend, which filled her with pride. Vientiane City. "All right, young master." Jiang Xinchuan had a penchant for Chanel products, leading her to pull Su Mu into her favorite Chanel boutique. "Welcome," the staff greeted warmly upon noticing customers. "Miss Jiang, your boyfriend is quite handsome." Given Jiang Xinchuan's familiarity with the store, the staff recognized her immediately. They were taken aback by Su Mu's striking presence as he entered hand in hand with Jiang Xinchuan, prompting admiration. Jiang Xinchuan smiled. Su Mu's attractiveness required no external validation. "What would you like to see today?" "Miss Jiang, we just received some new bags. Would you like to take a look?" The staff, noticing that Jiang Xinchuan wasn't engaging, tactfully shifted the conversation. Perhaps the handsome man had grown weary of such compliments. "Let us first look at sun hats." Jiang Xinchuan's primary objective today was to purchase a hat, and she was direct about it. "Certainly, please follow me." The staff led them to a selection of sun hats. "I'll take this one." After trying on a black bucket hat, Jiang Xinchuan made her choice. The black color provided sun protection, and given that she would wear it while driving, a simple design was preferable. "Would you like to see anything else?" The sun hat was reasonably priced, under 1,000. Naturally, the staff's commission would be modest. "How about that black bag?" While Jiang Xinchuan was trying on hats, Su Mu's keen eye caught a bag that complemented her choice perfectly. Initially, Jiang Xinchuan intended to decline the suggestion, but Su Mu's interest piqued her curiosity. His willingness to help her select items signified his regard for her. Jiang Xinchuan had heard many of her friends lament about their boyfriends who wouldn't even accompany them shopping without considerable coaxing, often declaring that shopping was a man's nemesis. She felt fortunate. Su Mu exhibited none of those flaws. "Is this the one you mean? It pairs beautifully with the hat Miss Jiang has chosen." The staff quickly retrieved the bag upon hearing Su Mu's inquiry. "Do you like it?" "Yes. The size is just right. I'll wear this hat and carry this bag while practicing driving." Jiang Xinchuan assessed the combination and deemed it quite fitting. "Let us wrap it up together." She halted her hand, which was reaching for her phone to pay. "Let your boyfriend have a chance." Su Mu playfully winked at Jiang Xinchuan. The staff, hearing Su Mu's words, smiled brightly as they packaged the hat and bag together. It was worth noting that the hat and bag together barely amounted to a fraction of the cost of the bag, which, despite its simple design, was priced at nearly 70,000. The staff regarded Su Mu with renewed admiration, thinking how fortunate one would be to have a boyfriend so generous. Chapter 42. A more masculine charm. This was not a hefty expenditure, and Su Mu made the payment effortlessly via his phone. Hand in hand, he and Jiang Xinchuan exited the Chanel boutique. "Thank you, and we look forward to your next visit." The staff bid them farewell with warmth, undoubtedly influenced by the bag Su Mu had selected. In luxury boutiques like Chanel, the highest commissions came not from clothing or accessories but from bags, which typically started at 5 figures, with Su Mu choosing a bag priced around 70,000. The staff's commission was certainly substantial. Where to next? No more shopping. I need to prepare for my driving practice tomorrow. Jiang Xinchuan decided to return home first to practice in her family's car. She feared that arriving tomorrow without prior knowledge would leave her vulnerable to ridicule. "All right, I'll take you home then." Sumu suddenly remembered he needed to check with a Fu regarding the arrangements for his next driving test. Relying on Xiao Wang for driving was proving inconvenient for many matters. After dropping Jiang Xinchuan off, Sumu returned to the castle. That Fu's efficiency was commendable. He had already scheduled Sumu's upcoming tests. Aware of the young master's driving skills, Fu had arranged for the second, third, and fourth tests to be conducted consecutively in 3 days. Fantastic! Sumu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the prospect of obtaining his driver's license soon. With little to occupy him in the castle and knowing his mother's birthday banquet was that evening, he resolved to find something to do. Handsome, do you have time for a game? Lin Mu was fortunate enough to encounter Sumu during his idle moments. Sure. Great. Handsome, I'll pull you into my room. I've specifically enlisted 2 skilled players. After sending an OK emoji, Sumu felt that Lin Mu was perhaps overstating the abilities of her companions. Those 2 could hardly be deemed experts. Such claims might only deceive those new to the gaming world. Handsome, why did you log off? Care for a few more rounds? Noticing Sumu's abrupt departure without a word, Lin Mu felt anxious and messaged him again. It was boring. I'll reach out again when I find someone more skilled. Sumu had no desire to waste time with mediocre players. Handsome. These 2 are genuinely quite skilled. Perhaps they just didn't perform well earlier. Why not give it another try? Lin Mu was reluctant to say goodbye so soon and earnestly invited him again. The longer they played, the more they could converse, allowing Sumu to remember her. Not interested. Oh, Sumu declined. All right then, handsome. Next time I will definitely find some exceptionally skilled players to join you. She added a farewell emoji, not daring to disturb him further for fear of displeasing him and risking being blocked. Tossing his phone aside, Sumu suddenly realized that living in a grand castle was not much different from his previous 2-bedroom apartment. Aside from the larger space, the boredom remained the same. Remembering that since entering the garage, he had yet to indulge his beloved 812, Sumu decided it was time to pay it some attention. Besides, he had an evening banquet to attend, and it seemed unlikely he would have time for a joyride later. He pondered whether that beautiful woman with the Ferrari would still be waiting for him. Based on yesterday's experience, he felt there was a good chance she would be. He regretted not having exchanged contact information. At least that way, he wouldn't leave her waiting in vain. That a slight twinge of guilt washed over him, but it was beyond his control that he headed straight for the garage. Finally, seizing the opportunity to drive his cherished 812. For the sake of the lady, I've neglected my beloved car for far too long. Even if she waits in vain, just once, it would wipe the slate clean, no longer dwelling on it. After all, he hadn't forced anyone to wait. Virum, the 812's roar was far more commanding and melodious than that of the 599. As he sped along the highway, Sumu lost himself in the exhilaration of high-speed driving. Approaching familiar intersections, he showed no intention of slowing down, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, oblivious to the world outside his window. After driving for quite a distance, Sumu inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror. What was happening? A red Ferrari was following closely behind. Sumu instinctively checked the watch on his wrist. It was not yet 2 in the afternoon. How could that be? He had set out on a whim today, completely disregarding the usual routine. How could the Ferrari beauty manage to catch up with him? Did she have nothing better to do than to wait around all day? Sumu wondered if he was simply too oblivious to the ways of women, or perhaps he was being monitored. Regardless, nothing seemed to add up. Since an old friend had arrived, Sumu felt compelled to acknowledge her presence. Surely the affection from such a beauty was significant enough, wasn't it? He eased off the accelerator, allowing the red Ferrari to draw closer. The 2 Ferraris, one black and one red, maintained the same speed. Unlike yesterday, the models of the 2 Ferraris were different today. Through the window, Sumu caught a glimpse of the beauty to his surprise. She actually smiled at him. I must be seeing things, he thought, accustomed to the Ferrari beauty's impassive demeanor. He found it hard to accept this sudden warmth, but he glanced up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly, showing no signs of impending rain. Shaking his head, Sumu decided against pondering the Ferrari beauty's unusual behavior. Driving was far more exhilarating. In perfect synchrony, at the same intersection, the black and red Ferraris made a swift U-turn, once again driving side by side up the mountain. There was no need for greetings. The beauty simply turned in her own lane while Su Mu continued his ascent. What a thrill! Su Mu drove the 812 straight into the garage. Stepping out, he ran his hand along the hood of the 812, letting out a genuine sigh of admiration. Once he obtained his driver's license, he was determined to take Jiang Xinchuan for a ride to experience this exhilarating speed. His mother placed great importance on tonight's banquet, having returned home early with his father from the office. Thus, Su Mu felt he must behave himself, after a quick shower, on such a hot day. Even a little movement could cause one to break a sweat. He changed into a custom-tailored outfit. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. With his naturally handsome features, the elegant attire made him appear nothing short of a perfect gentleman. Glancing at the tie he had carelessly tossed aside, Su Mu decided against wearing it. Not only did he find it uncomfortable in the sweltering heat, but he also felt he simply wasn't the type to don one, that he loosened 2 buttons of his shirt, realizing this made him exude more masculinity. After putting on the Patek Philippe business watch adorned with diamonds, he scrutinized his appearance in the mirror. Perfect. Satisfied with his assessment, Su Mu exited the room. He certainly didn't want to wait for his mother to come and urge him to hurry. Chapter 43. Such coincidence upon descending the stairs. Su Mu discovered that only his father was in the living room. Unsurprisingly, his mother was likely still preening herself. "Dad," he greeted as he approached. Rui Zhi, who had been engrossed in his reading, looked up at the sound of his son's voice. "Kid, looking sharp. You've inherited your father's charm," he praised proudly, taking the opportunity to compliment himself as well. "So, you're saying my son's good looks have nothing to do with me?" Bai Xiaoping, just coming down the stairs, chimed in with a feigned annoyance. "Of course, my dear. The credit belongs to you, that I merely contributed a fraction of the influence," Rui Zhi sweetly replied in front of his beautiful wife. "Here we go again," Su Mu silently sighed, wondering if his parents ever tired of displaying their affection in front of him. "Xiao Mu, come here. Let your mother have a look," Bai Xiaoping said, casting a glance at her husband before stepping closer to Su Mu. "My son is undeniably the most handsome," she declared. "Even your father wasn't he as handsome when he was young," she added with evident satisfaction, showing no concern for any potential repercussions from her words. "Indeed, my dear wife is absolutely right. It's almost time. Let us head out," Rui Zhi interjected, wrapping his arm around his wife's slender waist as they led the way. Bai Xiaoping, well-maintained, showcased smooth skin, a supple waist and slender limbs. She hardly appeared to be the mother of an 18-year-old son, more akin to a youthful lady. Observing his parents' affectionate demeanor, Su Mu followed them outside. In the castle's courtyard, a stretch limousine was already parked that Su Mu assumed the evening's banquet would be held in the city. However, when the driver took a turn partway there, he was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the very intersection where the Ferrari beauty had exited? What a coincidence! The banquet he was to attend tonight was indeed in this vicinity. Yet Su Mu reasoned that there were likely multiple villas in this area. It couldn't be that fortuitous to run into the Ferrari beauty. "Xiaoping Rui Zhi, you've arrived." Just as the Lincoln came to a stop in front of one of the villas, a woman, elegantly dressed like a socialite, emerged. "Yuqin," Su Mu observed as his mother warmly embraced the affluent woman that he internally speculated that his mother and this lady must share a close relationship, explaining her enthusiasm for tonight's gathering. "Is this little Mu?" the socialite inquired with a hint of uncertainty upon noticing Su Mu, who had been silently standing behind Rui Zhi. "Yes, this is little Mu. You held him when he was just born," Bai Xiaoping said, nudging Su Mu forward. "Hello, Aunt Qin," Su Mu politely greeted the woman, having no recollection of her cradling him as a baby. Yet, he felt it necessary to show courtesy to his mother's friends. My little Mu has grown into quite the handsome lad," the socialite exclaimed. "Come on in. Everyone is waiting for you." She warmly linked her arm with Bai Xiaoping's as they headed toward the villa. Su Mu glanced at his father, who at this moment did not exhibit any possessiveness over his mother. Shaking his head, he realized that his father clearly understood the need for decorum. Following them inside. "Yao Yao, your Aunt Ping has arrived." A girl approached. Su Mu felt the world had become remarkably small. It was indeed the Ferrari beauty. "Aunt Ping," the girl courteously greeted, but did not seem overly enthusiastic. "Xiaoping, don't take it to heart. This child has been abroad for a few years and is a bit out of sorts with life back home, the socialite explained, seemingly dissatisfied with the girl's lackluster response, but refraining from saying too much. Not at all. It has been years since we last met. Yao Yao has become even more beautiful, Bai Xiaoping replied dismissively, understanding that today's youth have become more individualistic and there was no need to be alarmed. Moreover, she hadn't seen Yao Yao in quite some time, so a bit of awkwardness was only natural. Yao Yao, this is your Aunt Ping's son, Little Mu. As the socialite introduced them, the girl finally turned her gaze towards Su Mu. Upon seeing the beauty momentarily stunned, Su Mu couldn't help but smile that it was only natural. When he first laid eyes on the Ferrari beauty, he too had been taken aback that Su Mu was confident that the Ferrari beauty would have some reaction upon seeing him. Little Mu, do you know each other? Bai Xiaoping speculated based on the expressions exchanged between her son and the girl. We've met a few times, Su Mu nodded, neither confirming nor denying with any embarrassment. There was nothing to hide. He had no secrets. The girl's lips moved, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent. Xiaoping, it seems fate has brought them together, the socialite exclaimed, suddenly animated. When they were young. You even mentioned arranging a marriage between them. Who would have thought these two kids would meet on their own first? An arranged marriage? Was this still a trend in modern times? Su Mu now regretted mentioning that he knew her. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Let us head inside, the girl interjected, having been called out from the living room. Hearing a topic she disdained, she swiftly changed the subject. Yes, let us go in. I tend to ramble when I'm excited, the socialite said, pulling Bai Xiaoping along as they entered the living room. Chairman Su, Mrs. Su, you've arrived. The living room was already bustling with guests, clearly affluent and influential individuals. Upon seeing Rui Zhi and Bai Xiaoping enter, they immediately approached to greet them. After all, the Su Group was one of the leading companies in East China, and Rui Zhi's wealth was immeasurable. Just mentioning the castle the Su family owned on the mountain was akin to discussing an antique masterpiece. Apologies for our tardiness, Rui Zhi humbly acknowledged. Not at all. Not at all. Chairman Su's arrival is perfectly timed. Naturally, the most important guests arrived last, making any time they arrived seem just right. And who might this be? Upon spotting Su Mu, who bore a striking resemblance to Rui Zhi, the guests began to draw their conclusions. However, given that the Su family valued their privacy, few had actually seen Rui Zhi's son. They merely speculated quietly, hesitant to voice their guesses. This is my son. Su Mu. Ah, so this is young Master Su. What a handsome young man. Indeed. I was just wondering why he looks so familiar. Now I understand. It's because he resembles Chairman Su so closely. Su Mu simply smiled at the flattery. He understood that these compliments were given out of respect for his father. Having been blessed with good looks since birth, he had never received such praise from influential figures throughout his 18 years of ordinary life. Such was the power of wealth. Chapter 44. Blatant implications. Su Mu's family did indeed arrive a bit later than the others. The guests who were meant to arrive have finally made their entrance. Su Mu observed a throng of people surrounding his parents, showering them with flattering remarks. That it became evident that even among the elites, there exists a hierarchy of influence. One could clearly discern that Rui Zhi holds a formidable position in Huadong City. Naturally, Su Mu, as a young master of the Su family, is also a subject of admiration. However, Su Mu remained indifferent, merely offering polite smiles in response, choosing not to engage in conversation. After a brief stay in the living room, the host ushered everyone to the garden of the villa, where a birthday celebration had been meticulously arranged and a grand 10-tiered cake was wheeled out, and amidst the applause, the evening's protagonist, the Ferrari beauty, took the honor of cutting the first slice. That Su Mu realized that the Ferrari beauty was not merely aloof while driving. Her entire demeanor exuded an air of cold detachment. The opening dance was, of course, to be initiated by the birthday girl. That Su Mu noticed that the young gentlemen present were vying to be her dance partner. But alas, each request was met with her merciless rejection. It was worth noting that those in attendance at this birthday celebration hailed from families of considerable means. The luxury cars parked outside the villa were a testament to that. Furthermore, The fathers of these young men appeared quite familiar with Su Mu's own father, and Su Mu understood the principle of like attracting like. Yet, the rejected suitors bore no signs of displeasure, merely retreating to the sidelines without a hint of dissatisfaction on their faces. Was it possible that the guests tonight were all of such exemplary character? This seemed unlikely, as young people typically place great importance on their pride, and one would expect those wealthy second-generation elites to respond with more indignation when faced with public humiliation. Son, how do you know Yao Yao? Su Mu was still pondering the intricacies of the situation when his mother, Bai Xiaoping, suddenly whispered in his ear, or that Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Had his mother mastered the art of stealth? Recalling the mention of a childhood betrothal, he instinctively denied any acquaintance with the Ferrari beauty. After all, they could hardly be considered friends. At best, they were merely familiar faces. I don't know her. We just live in the same area and have seen each other a few times on the road, he replied, omitting certain details to avoid sparking any further speculation from his mother. Is that so? It seems you two are rather fated, she observed. Yao Yao just returned from abroad not long ago, and you two have only recently moved back to the castle. Given that you've crossed paths a few times, it is quite a coincidence. As if to conclude her thoughts, Bai Xiaoping earnestly declared, Son, you and Yao Yao truly have a connection. Su Mu felt somewhat exasperated. Did he appear to be someone in desperate need of a girlfriend? Prompting his mother to set him up? Mom, what exactly is Yao Yao's background? Su Mu could only think of the formidable family background of the Ferrari beauty, which might explain why those young men felt intimidated, yet unable to express their grievances. Yao Yao's father is He Yuguang, the CEO of Xinhuan Entertainment. Xinhuan Entertainment is valued at 600 billion, and He Yuguang holds a 60% stake. Yao Yao is He Yuguang's only daughter and is cherished as his beloved. Bai Xiaoping believed her son had finally shown interest, and she happily elaborated that Su Mu understood now. The suitors must have felt a mix of anger and frustration. With the CEO of Xinhuan Entertainment at the helm, boasting a valuation of 600 billion and a substantial stake, it meant He Yuguang's net worth was a staggering 360 billion, that as his only daughter. These assets would eventually belong to the Ferrari beauty, although her wealth might not rival that of the Su family. It was certainly not insignificant in isolation. Wife, let us join the dance as well, Bai Xiaoping's husband interjected, pulling her toward the dance floor. It turned out that while Su Mu conversed with his mother, the Ferrari beauty had declined all other invitations, ultimately dancing with her father for the opening performance. Once the main event commenced, others eagerly joined in. Watching his parents revel in their dance, Su Mu casually found a chair. Feeling a sense of boredom wash over him, that he mused to himself about the dullness of the evening. Taking out his phone, he opened WeChat and began scrolling through moments posted by his classmates. There was little of novelty. Most of the posts were mere displays of wealth. The Maldives trip has begun, celebrating the end of a torturous high school journey. I did well on the college entrance exams, and my family rewarded me with a BMW 530, though I find it a bit too mature for my taste. Dad wasn't very thoughtful. He gave me 2 million to buy whatever I wanted. Does my sister lack money? Or does she lack hobbies? Each post was a thinly veiled boast, accompanied by various images, which elicited laughter from Su Mu. He expected so many of his classmates to be such skilled storytellers, ingeniously masking their flaunting behind humor. Continuing to scroll, he came across a post from Xia Shuai, which simply read, I miss him. Accompanying it were 2 photos. One featuring Xia Shuai, seemingly accidentally revealing a corner of her bathrobe in the presidential suite of the Cayman Hotel, and another showcasing her adorned with a Patek Philippe watch. The blatant insinuation was not lost on Su Mu. It appeared he should pay her a visit sometime, that he had a fondness for Xia Shuai's charm. May I sit here? As Su Mu focused on his phone, he failed to notice someone had approached him until a somewhat aloof voice broke his reverie. He looked up to find a Ferrari beauty, the evening's guest of honor, that Su Mu had not anticipated her would approach him. It was rather out of character for someone with her icy demeanor. Certainly, make yourself comfortable, he replied nonchalantly, remaining seated. This is your space. You may choose to sit wherever you please without needing my permission. Glancing around, Su Mu noticed the young men who had been rejected by the Ferrari beauty were now fixated on him, their expressions betraying a hint of anxiety that Su Mu felt bemused. He had no deeper intentions regarding the Ferrari beauty. He did not require being perceived as a rival. Unfortunately, even if Su Mu were to clarify, it would not alleviate the perceived threat among those young men. It was not disbelief in Su Mu's words. Rather, it was skepticism about the beauty's indifference toward him. The icy demeanor she displayed towards Su Mu was already telling. Not to mention Su Mu's handsome visage and the financial backing of the Su group, Su Mu was not someone they could easily compete with. "He's called He Chiao," the beauty abruptly stated, revealing her name. Connecting it to her nickname, Su Mu understood that the Ice Queen was introducing herself. "I am Su Mu," he responded, reciprocating with his full name, as their parents had earlier called them by their nicknames. "Your driving skills are remarkable," He Chiao complimented without reservation. Glancing at the changing expressions of the young men who had been observing them, Su Mu recognized that they were seasoned players in the game of social dynamics. Feeling somewhat helpless, Su Mu gently reminded He Chiao, "You might not be aware since you just returned from abroad, but your earlier compliment can easily be misinterpreted." He Chiao looked puzzled. Her words seemed straightforward to her, devoid of any ambiguity. That Su Mu shook his head and leaned in to explain softly. To his surprise, a faint blush crept onto the typically expressionless face of the Ice Queen. Observers began to interpret this in another light. They regarded the pairing of Su Mu and He Chiao and compared Su Mu's status. Those young men who had entertained any lingering hopes swiftly relinquished them, competing with the young master of the Su family for a woman. That was a fool's errand. He Chiao studied Su Mu intently, seemingly assessing whether he was truthful or deceiving her. Upon seeing the sincerity in Su Mu's eyes, He Chiao shrugged, indicating that she had no intention of causing any misunderstanding. "Are you a race car driver?" He Chiao inquired, her curiosity piqued by their earlier exchange. During her time abroad, she had dedicated 2 years to honing her driving skills. Confident in her abilities, she had not expected to be so thoroughly outmatched upon returning home, leading her to presume that Su Mu must have undergone professional training to achieve such prowess. Not at all. Su Mu's curt response shattered her confidence that He Chiao had already convinced herself that Su Mu was a professional racer. So losing to him seemed entirely plausible. "I don't even have a driver's license." The casual remark landed like a bombshell, further deflating He Chiao's self-assurance. "How could I be bested by someone without even a license?" "Don't be disheartened. Although I lack a license, currently, there is scarcely anyone who can rival my skills," Su Mu offered with a tone of consolation, as if he sensed her inner turmoil. Truth be told, with his unparalleled driving abilities, Su Mu found it quite challenging to encounter a worthy opponent. He Chiao scrutinized Su Mu for a moment. In all honesty, she had no doubts regarding his claims. Given Su Mu's driving prowess, she believed that even seasoned race car drivers would find it difficult to triumph over him. "How do you achieve such skill?" "In terms of Su Mu's age, He Chiao does not believe there will be specialized institutions in the country to train him. Self-taught success." Su Mu's words have always been succinct, but He Chiao even feels that this man speaks even less than she does. However, when Su Mu mentioned self-taught success, He Chiao sensed a hint of insincerity in his tone. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Mu, as if silently accusing him, with his hands raised in a gesture of sincerity. Su Mu insisted that he was telling the truth. He certainly could not disclose to He Chiao that he had systematic support. Could he? He Chiao, being a girl who had just returned from abroad, might not even comprehend what such a system entailed. Moreover, Su Mu had no desire to divulge this. It was a secret, one he had not even shared with those closest to him. He Chiao observed Su Mu intently, noting that he appeared completely at ease, devoid of any signs of deceit. Upon reflection, it seemed that only the scenario Su Mu described could hold water. Additionally, regarding Su Mu's driving skills, He Chiao believed that it was unlikely anyone could teach him. "I believe you," she said unexpectedly, just as Su Mu had not prepared an explanation and did not expect He Chiao to accept his words. "Thank you for your trust." Raising the champagne glass beside him, Su Mu offered a toast to He Chiao before taking a gentle sip. The taste was quite pleasant. This was Su Mu's assessment of the champagne in his glass. The birthday banquet did not extend too late. And around 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Mu took his leave along with his parents. "Xiao Mu, do come to Annie's house to play sometime. Huang Yuqin warmly invited at the villa's entrance. In the garden, He Qiao took the initiative to seek out Su Mu, and the two engaged in conversation for over half an hour, a detail that Huang Yuqin observed closely. Huang Yuqin had always held a favorable view of Su Mu. Although she had met him only once at his birth, she had not had the opportunity to see him again for the past 18 years due to the Su family's traditions. Nevertheless, as the sole heir of the Su group, that alone was enough to please Huang Yuqin. Not to mention, upon seeing Su Mu's handsome appearance and elegant demeanor, Huang Yuqin felt increasingly that he was quite a good match for her daughter. Later, when she witnessed her daughter, who had returned from studying abroad with a cold demeanor, take an interest in Su Mu, Huang Yuqin's conviction only grew stronger. "Thank you, Aunt Qin." Su Mu regarded this as mere politeness and did not take it to heart. After bidding farewell to Bai Xiaoping and Huang Yuqin, the Lincoln slowly departed from the villa. "Xiao Mu, what do you think of Yao Yao?" In the Lincoln, Bai Xiaoping shared the same sentiment as Huang Yuqin. Although the He family's Xinghuan entertainment was not on par with the Su group, Bai Xiaoping was still focused on He Qiao as a person. "Mom, please don't play matchmaker," Su Mu replied. "I really don't know that He Qiao. I only learned her name tonight." Su Mu felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, his mother was a vice president. How could she be so much like a regular woman when it came to gossip? "Don't act innocent. I saw you chatting with Yao Yao for quite some time," Bai Xiaoping retorted. "Still claiming not to know her? Do you think you can fool your mother?" Bai Xiaoping clearly did not believe Su Mu's words. The He family's girl had been approached by numerous outstanding young men throughout the evening. Yet she had chosen to engage with Su Mu instead. Bai Xiaoping was not about to believe that there was nothing between them. Chapter 46. Eager to meet the daughter-in-law. "Mom, I have a girlfriend now. Please stop matchmaking," Su Mu said. Realizing that both his mother and Aunt Qin shared the same thoughts. Fearing that these two concerned mothers might concoct something, Su Mu decided to come clean. "You have a girlfriend? How come I didn't know?" "Xiao Mu, you aren't just saying that to brush me off, are you? I recall your father telling me years ago that he made up a similar story to avoid the blind dates arranged by your grandmother." Rui Zhi, caught in the crossfire, could only sigh. This had been before he even began dating Bai Xiaoping. Back then, he had simply used that excuse to evade matchmaking. He later recounted it as a joke to Bai Xiaoping. Never expecting his wife to bring it up now that Rui Zhi suddenly thought that perhaps keeping a little secret of his own wasn't such a bad idea. "I'm not as boring as Dad." Without hesitation, Su Mu retorted, refusing to give his father any face, especially since his father's actions had affected his trustworthiness with his mother. Rui Zhi shot a glance at his son, but Su Mu showed no fear. "Is what you said true?" Bai Xiaoping studied her son's expression, beginning to believe him. "Son, who is this girl? Does Mom know her?" At this point, Bai Xiaoping no longer fixated on He Qiao. With her son having a girlfriend, the He family's daughter could only take a back seat. Although she felt a twinge of regret, there was no other option. It was impossible to have both. Not to mention the girl's willingness. The law simply did not allow it. "Her name is Jiang Xinchuan. She's my high school classmate." Knowing that his mother would not let him off easily without some details, Su Mu revealed his girlfriend's name. "Jiang Xinchuan?" Bai Xiaoping shook her head, genuinely unfamiliar. "Her father is Jiang Maohua," Su Mu added, hoping his parents would recognize the name. "Jiang Maohua? Are you referring to that old Jiang from the architecture industry?" Rui Zhi inquired. If Jiang Xinchuan was indeed the daughter of old Jiang, both Rui Zhi and Bai Xiaoping would certainly know him. Old Jiang's daughter. Bai Xiaoping suddenly perked up. She considered her a beauty and thought her a worthy match for her son. Nodding, Su Mu confirmed their thoughts. "That's wonderful, son. When will you bring your girlfriend home to meet us?" "Mom has seen that girl a few times, but hasn't he had a chance to speak with her up close?" Bai Xiaoping now regarded Jiang Xinchuan as a potential future daughter-in-law, appearing eager to meet her. Mom, we just started dating. Don't scare her off," Su Mu said, feeling overwhelmed by his mother's enthusiasm that he had to play defensively. "You little rascal." "Mom, I'm heading back to my room now, having been attentive to the commotion outside." Su Mu quickly opened the car door and dashed into the villa as soon as the Lincoln came to a stop. "Look at your son. Am I really that frightening?" Unable to catch her son, Bai Xiaoping vented her frustration on her husband. All right. Do you really think your future daughter-in-law won't come over to greet you when the time is right?" Rui Zhi could only shoulder the burden left by their son. Supporting by Xiaoping as they exited the vehicle, he consoled her while heading toward the villa. Su Mu nearly sprinted into his room, moving at a speed that suggested he feared being caught and interrogated by his mother. Once the door was shut, he finally felt secure. After indulging in a hot bath, Su Mu threw himself onto his large bed. Aside from discovering the true nature of the Ferrari beauty at tonight's banquet, he felt he had gained nothing else of value. It had been exceedingly dull. Opening his phone, he found that Jiang Xinxuan had not reached out to him. Perhaps she had refrained from bothering him since he had informed her about attending an event that evening. Just then, a WeChat notification chimed. It was from Lin Mumu. "Handsome, do you have time? I found 2 super experts this time. Are you interested in a match?" Surprisingly, Lin Mumu had timed her invitations perfectly on both occasions. With nothing else to do, Su Mu thought it would be a good way to pass the time. However, recalling his previous experience, he replied to Lin Mumu, "If you pull any more random people into this, don't bother asking me to play games again." "Got it, rest assured, handsome. This time it will definitely be reliable." Lin Mumu had personally vetted the players before inviting Su Mu, aware of the consequences of being deleted from his friend list. Entering a room, they began a match, and Su Mu quickly realized that Lin Mumu had indeed brought 2 skilled players this time. They lost the first round with ease. "Handsome, what do you think? Should we go for another round?" Seeing that she had finally found the right teammates, Lin Mumu felt a surge of confidence. "Fine." Su Mu was not one to surrender easily. In the second round, they narrowly managed to tie. Su Mu understood he was up against formidable opponents, and the 2 players displayed remarkable teamwork, putting him at a disadvantage. Check-in at PUBG. Su Mu had yet to find the opportunity to use his check-in chance today. Although the system stated that rewards could be obtained by checking in at different locations, he was uncertain if it would apply in such a virtual setting. With a sense of desperation, Su Mu decided to give it a try. Ding! Check-in at PUBG successful. Reward: King-level gaming skills. A series of game skills related to PUBG flooded his mind, causing Su Mu's hands to tremble in response. Everything returned to calm. Bingo! With a snap of his fingers, Su Mu, despite currently holding an elite rank, had truly ascended to the level of a Grandmaster. One might even say he had reached the pinnacle among Grandmasters. He proceeded to play 3 consecutive matches, each devoid of suspense, naturally culminating in victories for Su Mu. Noticing the late hour, he sent a farewell emoji and exited the room. The 2 players he faced were quite skilled, and he thought it would be enjoyable for Lin Mumu to invite them for future games. Su Mu felt satisfied with the individuals Lin Mumu had chosen to play with this time. Unbeknownst to Su Mu, Lin Mumu was oblivious to his thoughts. Upon witnessing Su Mu's 3 consecutive wins followed by his abrupt log-off, she felt a pang of anxiety. Lin Mumu had not anticipated Su Mu's prowess to be so formidable. Initially, it was evident that he struggled against those 2 players. How was it that, all of a sudden, Su Mu seemed to leap several tiers in skill? How could one player of Master rank and another of Grandmaster rank be bested by him? Fearing Su Mu might assume she had recruited 2 players merely to bolster numbers, she felt compelled to clarify the situation. Chapter 47. A desire to foster affection. Handsome, why did you stop playing? I swear, those 2 are truly experts. She clicked the send button. As she watched the message successfully deliver, Lin Mumu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Su Mu had not deleted her from his friends list. At the very least, she still had the opportunity to defend herself. Had it been like last time, when her messages failed to reach him, she might as well have thrown herself against a wall in despair. I don't feel like playing today. Perhaps another time. Su Mu speculated that Lin Mumu was anxious to explain herself due to the lingering shadow of his previous action of deleting her. However, this time, he had no ulterior motives. He simply did not wish to engage in play anymore. That's fine, handsome. Just call me whenever you feel like playing. She added 3 kiss emojis. By the way, handsome, have you been to the gym lately? Let us go together. Lin Mumu believed that mere online interactions could not cultivate any real feelings. She thought it best to have more face-to-face encounters with Su Mu. At the very least, this would help him remember her face more vividly. Wouldn't it? Do you think I'm a free sparring partner? Is the card you got just for show? Has Super LM run out of coaches? It was rare for Su Mu to engage in lengthy conversation with Lin Mumu. He couldn't fathom why she persistently wanted him to be her sparring partner, but he certainly did not perceive himself as having the potential for such a role. Moreover, as the young heir of the Su family, could Lin Mu afford the price of having him as her trainer? No, handsome, you misunderstand that I merely envy your physical abilities and think you are leagues ahead of those coaches. That's why I want to train with you. Besides, working out alongside a handsome guy is even more motivating, isn't it? It was evident that Lin Mu was typing anxiously, sending a flurry of messages. She hoped to explain herself thoroughly before Su Mu could delete her again. Wishing to avoid repeating the previous incident, a smirk played on Su Mu's lips as he acknowledged the psychological pressure his earlier actions had placed on the beautiful girl. My workout schedule is irregular, and the exercises I'm currently doing aren't suitable for girls. Not wishing to dwell on the topic any longer, Su Mu sent a farewell emoji. Initially inclined to negotiate further, Lin Mu, upon receiving Su Mu's farewell, wisely refrained from continuing her thoughts. She replied with a goodbye and 3 hearts, opting not to elaborate further. Glancing at Lin Mu's message with little interest, Su Mu silenced his phone and succumbed to the embrace of slumber. A beautiful morning commenced with the ringing of his alarm. After rising and preparing himself, Su Mu made his way downstairs as expected. His grandfather, Old Master Su, was indeed awaiting him. However, this time, the elder had moved from the living room to the dining area to peruse the newspaper. "Good morning, Grandpa," Su Mu greeted him cheerfully. "Morning." Upon seeing his grandson descend the stairs, Old Master Su folded the newspaper, gesturing for a Fu to head to the kitchen. The grandfather and grandson enjoyed a leisurely breakfast together, engaging in light conversation. After a brief respite, they commenced their morning exercise with Tai Chi. The session lasted a considerable amount of time, and with Su Mu's company, a Fu found his duties considerably eased. Su Mu noticed a Fu making several trips back and forth, one of which seemed particularly animated, as if he had something significant to share. Yet upon arriving in the garden, a Fu merely lingered silently to the side. Uttering not a word, Su Mu was left bemused. Was there something of which he was unaware? Was a Fu withholding information from him? Su Mu felt he should be more perceptive, so as not to impede his grandfather's affairs. "Grandpa, I shall return to my room now." After completing their Tai Chi, Su Mu wisely prepared to take his leave. "Young master, please wait a moment." Su Mu did not expect his conscientiousness to be noted, yet a Fu called out to him. Could this significant matter pertain to him? Pausing, Su Mu awaited a Fu's next words. A Fu's demeanor was markedly different from usual, prompting a peculiar feeling within Su Mu. "Young master, the stock you asked me to purchase, code 00078, hit its upper limit this morning." The reaction Su Mu had anticipated, one of exuberance, did not manifest. Instead, he simply nodded with an air of calm. The system had already informed Su Mu of this development, so there was little cause for astonishment. Old Master Su, however, exhibited a slight surprise. Both he and Rui Zhi had prepared themselves for a potential loss of 100 million. After all, Su Mu was merely a student who had just completed his college entrance examination. It was questionable whether he even understood how to navigate the stock market, let alone trade stocks. What reason did they have to expect Su Mu to profit? "A Fu, is there any favorable news?" Old Master Su inquired. Su Mu's nonchalant demeanor led the elder to believe he had little interest in the reasons behind the stock surge, or perhaps Su Mu had been privy to the insider information from the outset. "Old Master, the company announced successful financing this morning, which excited investors and prompted the surge. The upper limit was reached within half an hour. Moreover, it appears there may indeed be several upper limits, just as young master predicted." As a Fu conveyed the circumstances to Old Master Su, he glanced at Su Mu, marveling at how astutely the young master had perceived the company's insider information. "Remember to sell all shares of that stock the day after tomorrow." The system had only informed Su Mu that the stock would experience 3 upper limits, without divulging its future trajectory. Recognizing the importance of securing profits, Su Mu had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. "Understood, young master. However, young master, shouldn't we hold on to it for a few more days? It appears the momentum for that stock is still quite strong." A Fu nodded in agreement, harboring a slight confusion regarding Su Mu's urgency to sell everything on the 3rd day. The young master had previously invested a substantial sum when the stock showed no signs of rising. Now, with such favorable news emerging from the company, a Fu surmised that the upward trend could last several days. Why, then, was the young master so keen to sell everything immediately? One must not be overly greedy. Su Mu provided a reason that left little room for rebuttal. A Fu nodded in understanding. Indeed, greed was the greatest enemy of stock trading. It seemed the young master possessed an innate talent for trading. Xiao Mu, do you know something we don't? Old Master Su was not so easily deceived and directly questioned Su Mu. It seemed implausible that Xiao Mu could grasp the market's fluctuations so accurately without prior knowledge of certain circumstances. The elder had no doubt that, at least for now, Su Mu lacked that capability. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, once Su Mu had thoroughly navigated the intricacies of the business world, such a feat would be entirely plausible. Of course, Old Master Su was not oblivious to the existence of the advanced system currently aiding his grandson. Chapter 48. A celebration. Grandpa, just consider it as information relayed to me by a fairy sister. Su Mu realized he could not fool his grandfather and had no desire to concoct a tale. With a hint of mischief, he addressed Old Master Su. You rascal, do you harbor secrets? Never mind. Grandpa is getting old and can't keep up with the thinking of your generation. Waving his hand dismissively, Old Master Su chose not to press further. All right then. Thank you for your leniency, Grandpa, that I shall take my leave. Mimicking a gesture he had seen on television, Su Mu performed a small bow before retreating to the villa. Old Master, the young master has truly grown in ability. A Fu was filled with admiration for Su Mu. Over the past couple of days, during his spare time, a Fu had diligently researched that stock but had not discerned any promising leads. To think that the young master had predicted the stock would reach its upper limit today, and it had indeed done so, left a Fu astonished. Naturally, he could not believe Su Mu's claim of receiving information from a fairy sister. He assumed Su Mu was simply reluctant to reveal any secrets. Regardless of the reasoning, a Fu held Su Mu's abilities in high regard. Xiao Mu will undoubtedly surpass his father in the future. Old Master Su nodded in agreement. Summarizing his thoughts, that he recalled the time when Rui Zhi had brought him back to the castle at the age of 18, that the young man had taken a considerable time to adjust. Unlike Su Mu, who seemed to fit seamlessly into his role without any need for adaptation, Su Mu was undoubtedly fulfilling his role as the young master of the Su family with great competence. Not to mention the commercial talent Su Mu had displayed. Old Master Su believed this was a sign that the ancestors of the Su family had bestowed upon them yet another business genius. One poised to elevate the family's enterprises to new heights. Unbeknownst to Su Mu, upon returning to his room, his grandfather held such sentiments. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy for his father. Comparing oneself to a father, especially when one possesses a system, truly feels like a significant loss. Upon returning his phone to ringing mode, Su Mu discovered that Si Yin had attempted to reach him several times via voice calls. Was there an urgent matter that required his attention so early in the day? Just as Su Mu was about to return the call, another voice call from Si Yin came through. Su Mu, you little young master of the Su family is indeed hard to find. I've been calling you all morning. Why haven't you answered? Si Yin rambled on without a hint of concern that the call was not being received by Su Mu himself. What's the matter? Upon hearing Si Yan's incessant chatter, Su Mu deduced that it was not a pressing issue, that he replied calmly, offering no explanation for his delayed response. Weren't we victorious against Huayu High School last time? Everyone wants to celebrate today. Si Yan was not particularly insistent on an explanation from Su Mu. His verbosity was simply a reflection of his loquacious nature. Celebrate? Su Mu mused, recalling that he had already celebrated that day, alongside Xia Shuya. Naturally, he withheld this detail from Si Yin, as there was no need to disclose everything. It was better to keep some things to himself than to appear as though he valued romance over friendship. Indeed, we celebrating. We've planned to have hot pot for lunch and then go karaoke in the afternoon. Su Mu, the college entrance examinations have concluded. You're not still studying, are you? Si Yin inquired timidly, not being particularly familiar with the life of a top student. Of course not. Just send me the address, and I'll head over for lunch. Life is meant to be enjoyed to the fullest. How could someone like him, a top student, possibly still be studying after the exams? That would be an affront to the very term top student. Though the thought of indulging in hot pot on a scorching day did not particularly excite Su Mu, he decided to attend, knowing such gatherings would become rare in the future. He had been part of the football team since his first year of high school, witnessing many comings and goings. Yet he had remained steadfast. There were indeed bonds formed. By the way, partners are welcome. Before ending the call, Xian made a point to add this remark. Partners? That naturally referred to Jiang Xinchuan. Realizing he had not spent quality time with his girlfriend in the past few days, Su Mu initiated a voice call to Jiang Xinchuan. Su Mu, have you gotten out of bed? The call was answered promptly, and Jiang Xinchuan assumed that Su Mu, now on summer vacation, would be living a more relaxed lifestyle, perhaps just having risen. I've been up for quite some time. I've already accompanied my grandfather in practicing a set of Tai Chi. You're not still lounging in bed, are you? Su Mu teased lightly. Absolutely not. I'm all set to practice driving. Jiang Xinchuan was indeed fully equipped, standing in her family's villa courtyard, ready for practical training. Practicing driving? Are you at a driving school? Su Mu questioned incredulously. It seemed implausible that Jiang Xinchuan had progressed to driving practice so soon after passing her written exam. No. I am at home, having the driver teach me. The driver. Why don't I teach you instead? Su Mu felt his superior driving skills could be put to good use for his girlfriend. You teaching me? You haven't even obtained your driver's license yet. While Su Mu was undoubtedly a top student, the practicalities of operating a vehicle were far removed from merely studying for the written exam. It wasn't as simple as memorizing parts of a car, such as the accelerator, brakes, and gears. The knowledge often evaporated under actual driving conditions. What's this? Do you not trust your boyfriend? Well, I truly must show you my prowess. Feeling a bit slighted by Jiang Xinchuan's lack of faith, Su Mu decided to demonstrate his exceptional driving skills. How about this? Last time our football team won the match, we're celebrating at noon, and it was mentioned that partners are welcome. I'll come pick you up at noon, and in the afternoon, you'll witness your boyfriend's driving skills. The term partners caused Jiang Xinchuan's cheeks to flush. All right, she replied softly, pleasantly surprised by the endearing notion of being referred to as a partner, especially when it flowed so naturally from Su Mu's lips. Encouraged by Su Mu's confident tone, Jiang Xinchuan felt assured that he could indeed drive well. With the afternoon ahead of her as Su Mu's partner, she knew she had to prepare herself accordingly. She dashed into the villa to get ready, leaving the driver in a state of confusion, unsure whether to continue teaching or not, with the sun beating down mercilessly. With some time before noon, Su Mu found himself bored in the castle. Considering he would be teaching Jiang Xinchuan how to drive later, he figured there would be no opportunity for a leisurely drive in his Ferrari A12. He strode into the garage and settled into the driver's seat. Vroom! The exhilarating sound of the sports car echoed as the sleek black Ferrari sped out of the castle gates. The inhabitants of the castle seemed accustomed to the ostentatious roar. None expressed curiosity or astonishment that on the mountain roads, where few vehicles traversed, Su Mu enjoyed an unparalleled sense of freedom, at a familiar junction. He instinctively glanced around, and indeed, there was no sign of red, no Ferrari, and no beautiful women that it was still morning, and he had not anticipated seeing He Chiao at this hour, if she had appeared. That would have truly been odd. With no feelings of disappointment, Su Mu drove with a carefree demeanor, relishing the speed that only he could dictate at the same junction. He made a U-turn as Su Mu was cautious not to exit the mountain routes. The likelihood of encountering traffic police was too high. In just a few days, he would obtain his driver's license, and he certainly did not wish for any mishaps before then. Unlike before, this time Su Mu made 3 round trips before returning to the castle. The exhilarating experience provided by the Ferrari 812 left him yearning for more, that if not for his prior arrangement with Xian, he would have indulged in a few more laps, being classmates. There was no need for him to dress up excessively. His current attire already consisted of high-end brands that he picked up his phone and noted that Xiao Wang had parked the Bentley in the castle's driveway. Yulong Lake Villa. Understood. Young master. Familiar with the route, Xiao Wang could not recall how many times he had driven to this villa district. Xiao Xian. Jiang Xinchuan had already received Su Mu's WeChat message and was waiting at the entrance of the villa district. Knowing Su Mu would be teaching her to drive in the afternoon, she opted for a short-sleeved, short pants ensemble for convenience, complemented by a new hat and the handbag Su Mu had chosen for her. Her outfit, all in black, was brightened by a pair of light yellow sneakers, exuding youthful vitality. This was Su Mu's assessment of Jiang Xinchuan's attire today. Hearing Su Mu's voice, Jiang Xinchuan trotted over to the Bentley. Today feels special. Su Mu had never seen Jiang Xinchuan in shorts before, and he couldn't help but admire her stunning appearance. She looked even more appealing in shorts than in a skirt, her long, fair legs capturing attention. I wore this for the convenience of learning to drive. Understanding Su Mu's gaze, Jiang Xinchuan felt a bit shy and lowered her head, wishing to avoid an overly intimate atmosphere. Why the need for such a grand celebration? Jiang Xinchuan inquired, recalling that Su Mu's football team had been favored to win against Huayu High School. There had been no prior celebrations in such cases. Su Mu smiled and recounted the events of that day on the football field. Inviting external players? That's a bit excessive. Jiang Xinchuan was taken aback. She had not expected the opposing team to resort to such tactics, which was clearly cheating. With you here, their external players are of no consequence. Listening to Su Mu's recounting, Jiang Xinchuan felt an added admiration for her boyfriend. That sounds a bit like self-promotion. Su Mu chuckled at Jiang Xinchuan's response. I'm praising you, not myself. You can't misuse idioms like that. Jiang Xinchuan protested slightly. Am I not you, and you not me? Su Mu responded with a tongue-twister-like remark and chose not to elaborate further, instantly understanding. Jiang Xinchuan realized that not only in academics, but also in these verbal sparrings, she could not quite best Su Mu. Recognizing her defeat, Jiang Xinchuan turned her face away in a rare display of pride. Su Mu laughed and pulled Jiang Xinchuan into his embrace. She did not resist, relishing the sense of security he provided. The Bentley arrived at the hot pot restaurant Si Yin had recommended, observing several cars already parked outside. Including Si Yin's Pagani, Su Mu knew that most guests had already gathered. It wasn't that he intended to make a grand entrance. Rather, it took time to pick up his partner, who resided elsewhere. Su Mu, Jiang Xinchuan, over here. As soon as Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan entered the hot pot restaurant, Si Yin eagerly approached them from the lobby. Let us go. Everyone is here and waiting for you. Leading Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan into a large private room. Si Yin surprisingly refrained from his usual boisterousness. The heroes of the football field were naturally met with warm welcomes. Although it was a sweltering day, the air conditioning kept the room comfortably cool. A hot pot meal left only a slight sheen of sweat, a level of discomfort Su Mu could easily tolerate. The essence of hot pot lies in its lively atmosphere, where laughter and conversation abound. And before one realizes it, over 2 hours have slipped by. With an insatiable appetite for more, the group decides to transition to KTV for continued merriment. Under the table, Jiang Xinchuan gently tugged at Su Mu's shirt hem. Hadn't he mentioned that they would be singing after lunch? Weren't they supposed to practice driving this afternoon? If they continued to linger, it seemed they would be here until nightfall. Jiang Xinchuan expressed her discontent, questioning the feasibility of learning to drive now that Su Mu was acutely aware of Jiang Xinchuan's subtle gestures. Initially, he had no intention of joining the karaoke session. Naturally, he would not forget his promise to his girlfriend. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I won't be going to KTV. Enjoy yourselves, he declared, rising and taking Jiang Xinchuan's hand as they exited the hot pot restaurant together. Do you have something important to do? Su Mu, I've noticed you seem to prioritize romance over friendship these days, Si Yin remarked, winking at Su Mu with an air of mischief that he had intended to inquire about the cheerleader from their last soccer event, but with Jiang Xinchuan present, he stifled his curiosity. Enough of that. You're the one with a mind full of schemes, Su Mu retorted. Defensively. Undeniably, his relationship with Jiang Xinchuan was utterly innocent, and he spoke with conviction. I'll let you off this time, but next time I expect you to come clean. Si Yin shot Su Mu a knowing look. Refraining from further probing, Jiang Xinchuan misinterpreted Si Yin's comments as a reference to her relationship with Su Mu. Her cheeks flushed. After all, they were still in the early, innocent stages of their relationship. How could things appear so ambiguous in Si Yan's eyes? Unbeknownst to her, Si Yan's remarks were not directed at her and Su Mu, but rather at the enchanting cheerleader from the soccer match. Si Yan felt he had been considerate by departing early, presuming Su Mu would seize such a splendid opportunity. Catching a glimpse of Si Yan's playful grin, Su Mu quickly understood. This rascal was eager to uncover the details of that unexpected encounter. With a self-satisfied demeanor, Su Mu conveyed that he was not one to indiscriminately share his private affairs. Not only this time, but even in the future, he might not divulge anything to Si Yan. Depending on his mood. Chapter 50. Teaching my girlfriend to drive. Su Mu. Where are we going to practice driving? After the group dispersed, Su Mu led Jiang Xinchuan directly to his Bentley. Jiang Xinchuan was aware that Su Mu did not possess a driver's license, and there were no suitable locations in the city for them to learn privately, especially since neither of them was licensed. "I'll take you to a great spot," he assured her from their previous soccer outing. Su Mu had discovered an ideal location in the outskirts, spacious and devoid of traffic police. It was the perfect place to practice driving. "Xiaowang, take us out of the city." "Understood, young master." Out of the city. Jiang Xinchuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Did they need to travel so far just to practice? Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing any objections to her boyfriend's decision, convincing herself that today could simply be a pleasant outing with Su Mu. At the bus station, Xiaowang parked the car and exited. As he walked away, Jiang Xinchuan turned to Su Mu, puzzled. What was happening? Her large eyes reflected her confusion. Unable to resist, Su Mu leaned over and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Please take the passenger's seat," he instructed, opening the back door of the Bentley before settling into the driver's seat. Although Jiang Xinchuan was bewildered by the situation, she obediently moved to the front, releasing the handbrake, shifting gears, and pressing the accelerator. Su Mu smoothly maneuvered the Bentley out of the parking lot and onto the road toward the outskirts. Observing Su Mu's adept handling of the vehicle, Jiang Xinchuan realized that he could indeed drive, and quite impressively at that. The ride was remarkably smooth, devoid of any jolts. Jiang Xinchuan assumed Su Mu must have learned to drive previously and did not dwell on it further. "All right, now it's your turn to give it a try." Coming to a stop in an open area, Su Mu unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to switch places with Jiang Xinchuan. "Wait, you can't expect me to practice driving in this Bentley." Jiang Xinchuan finally grasped the situation. Su Mu had promised to teach her to drive, but this was the only car available. While Jiang Xinchuan hailed from a wealthy family, she certainly wasn't at the level of using a Bentley for practice. "What's the problem?" Su Mu raised an eyebrow. This Bentley was quite user-friendly. I'm afraid I'll crash it," Jiang Xinchuan admitted, feeling her inexperience weigh heavily on her. "Don't worry. I'm here. Even if you wanted to crash, you'd have to find a place to do it," he reassured her, gesturing to the vast emptiness around them, which offered no obstacles. With Su Mu's words, Jiang Xinchuan felt a slight easing of her burden. They exited the car and switched seats as Su Mu explained the various functions of the vehicle. He encouraged Jiang Xinchuan to practice pressing the brake a few times to get a feel for it. Regardless of the situation, applying the brakes was the crucial first step. After finding her footing, Jiang Xinchuan released the handbrake and pressed the accelerator. Viru! The engine roared as Jiang Xinchuan pressed down too hard on the gas pedal, sending the Bentley surging forward. Although her heart raced with fear, she recalled Su Mu's advice to brake if anything felt amiss. The Bentley came to a sudden halt, the tires screeching as deep marks were left on the ground, a testament to Jiang Xinchuan's novice driving skills. Both Su Mu and Jiang Xinchuan were jolted forward from the abrupt stop. Had they not been wearing seatbelts, the force could have easily sent them flying. "I can't do this anymore," Jiang Xinchuan said, clutching her racing heart, still shaken by the Bentley's power. She felt she was not cut out for driving luxury cars, that if Su Mu had known Jiang Xinchuan's thoughts, he would have pointed out that it wasn't the Bentley that was too powerful, it was her heavy foot. "Take a breather. It's all right," Su Mu consoled her. "Perhaps I didn't clarify enough. Don't slam the gas pedal down. Ease into it. Once the car is stable, you can gradually increase the pressure to build up speed." He patted Jiang Xinchuan's back, helping to alleviate her tension while providing detailed explanations. Perhaps influenced by Su Mu's calming demeanor, Jiang Xinchuan began to relax. "Shall I give it another shot?" After receiving a reassuring nod from Su Mu, Jiang Xinchuan released the brake. Following the abrupt stop, she had hesitated to move her foot, as if the Bentley would lurch forward without her pressing the brakes, that re-engaging the gear. Jiang Xinchuan gently placed her foot on the accelerator, applying a small amount of pressure. Once she felt the car move, she hesitated to push down further. The multi-million-dollar Bentley glided forward at a pace that even a bullock cart could outmatch. "That's good, just add a bit more pressure." Su Mu encouraged her to gradually increase her acceleration. "All right." Jiang Xinchuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gorgeous eyes fixed straight ahead, not daring to divert her gaze for even a moment. She cautiously pressed down a little harder. The Bentley's speed picked up slightly. "Su Mu, I'm driving," Jiang Xinchuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable, though her head and body remained perfectly still. "Just like that, keep applying more pressure. It's getting faster, really fast." Laughter erupted from Jiang Xinchuan as they drove across the open land on the outskirts. The Bentley cruising at around 30 miles per hour to Su Mu. Her speed could only be described as turtle dash like the to avoid dampening her spirits. He continued to offer encouragement. After practicing for over an hour, Jiang Xinchuan felt her foot going numb and decided to call it a day, satisfied that she had managed to drive, aware that her success was largely due to Su Mu's guidance. She rewarded him with a sweet kiss. However, it was unlikely that such a simple gesture would suffice to appease him. Without Xiao Wang, the ever-present third wheel, Su Mu felt free to act on his desires. As Jiang Xinchuan leaned in closer, Su Mu edged forward. Her attire had already stirred something within him, and her kiss had ignited the spark. Young couples often act impulsively, especially since Jiang Xinchuan had harbored feelings for Su Mu for 3 years. It wasn't until she felt a sudden chill that Jiang Xinchuan snapped back to reality. "No, Su Mu," she exclaimed, mustering the strength to create a bit of distance between them. "You promised me we would wait until my 18th birthday." Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, leaving her face crimson. "All right," Su Mu replied, not one to impose his will. Moreover, he regarded Jiang Xinchuan differently from other women. While he certainly appreciated her physicality, he also deeply cared about her feelings. After adjusting her clothing, Su Mu rolled down the car window, taking a few deep breaths to help himself regain composure. Chapter 51. The backup plan. The Bentley fell silent. Jiang Xinchuan stole a glance at Su Mu, relieved to find his expression calm, devoid of any anger. As she wrestled with how to broach the subject, Su Mu's phone rang in an opportune moment. In truth, Su Mu was not annoyed with Jiang Xinchuan. He simply needed a moment to gather his thoughts. Picking up the phone, he noticed it was his mother's call. Glancing at the still flushed Jiang Xinchuan, he answered the call. "Mother, what brings you to call at this hour?" Su Mu attempted to mask his unease with a playful tone. "Xiao Mu, are you at home or out?" As anticipated, Bai Xiaoping did not detect any hint of difference in her son's demeanor. Furthermore, with the document in hand, her divided attention led her to overlook subtle changes. "I'm out." Could it be that mother truly needed him for something? Typically, she would be at the office at this hour, too busy to attend to him. Wouldn't she? "There's a charity gala tonight. Your father has an unexpected commitment and cannot attend. You should accompany me." The advantage of Su Mu's public identity lay in its occasional utility. Bai Xiaoping believed her son so remarkable that he ought to be showcased. "Mother, do you regard me as a mere backup?" Su Mu exclaimed in discontent. What did it mean that father had a sudden engagement? It seemed mother had initially intended for him to have no involvement, but now he was roped in simply because father was unavailable. That Su Mu felt a slight diminishment in his standing. "Xiao Mu, sometimes being a backup is a commendable option," she replied. "Not everyone can be your mother's backup, can they?" In response to Su Mu's protest, Bai Xiaoping set her document aside and commenced a session of moral education with her son. All right, mother, I concede. I shall return home shortly. Waiting for your esteemed presence should suffice, yes." Fearing a lecture from his mother, Su Mu raised the white flag in surrender. Puffed. Jiang Xinchuan, having never encountered this side of Su Mu, couldn't help but laugh, momentarily forgetting the earlier awkwardness. "Son, is there a girl beside you? Who is she? Is she your girlfriend?" Bai Xiaoping, now fully engrossed in her phone conversation, displayed an enhanced sensitivity. The unusual tone emanating from Su Mu was unmistakable to her. Coupled with the fact that he had admitted to having a girlfriend, Bai Xiaoping's excitement surged. She was practically itching for Su Mu to bring his girlfriend home so she could scrutinize her as the future mother-in-law. Last night, Bai Xiaoping had been regretting her missed opportunity. Had she known Su Mu would date Jiang Xinchuan, she should have taken the time to converse with the girl rather than remaining silent. In her recollection, the daughter of the Jiang family was exceptionally well-behaved, and she held a favorable impression of Su Mu's taste. "Mother, the signal here is poor." "What did you say?" "Mother, I can't hear you clearly. I will return home to await you." Afraid that his mother's enthusiasm might overwhelm Jiang Xinchuan, Su Mu quickly ended the call. "Su Mu, how dare you hang up on me?" Beep, beep, beep. Before Bai Xiaoping could finish her threat, the line went dead. "That boy," she sighed, shaking her head before putting down her phone. "Is that Annie? I apologize. I couldn't hold back." Jiang Xinchuan, who had been by Su Mu's side, had naturally overheard the conversation. "It's nothing to my mother wishes to meet you. I will arrange a time for you to meet her," Su Mu replied nonchalantly, tucking his phone away. Since his mother was already aware of his relationship, there was no need for any further secrecy. "All right," Jiang Xinchuan nodded in agreement, surprised that Su Mu would think to introduce her to his parents. She felt her status in Su Mu's eyes must be quite significant, as her heart fluttered with excitement, reflected in her bashful expression. "Allow me to escort you home," Su Mu suggested as he prepared to switch seats with Jiang Xinchuan. Under her gaze, he felt as though he might transform into a predatory wolf, eager to devour her. Oblivious to the effect she had on him, Jiang Xinchuan was still lost in the thrill of being invited to meet Su Mu's family. Complying, she exited the vehicle while contemplating what she ought to pay attention to when meeting Su Mu's mother. "Xiaoshuang, Xiaoshuang." Ha! Su Mu had to call her name twice before she responded. "Please sit in the back." Su Mu had already pulled into the parking lot of the bus station, where Xiao Wang awaited beside the Bentley. However, Jiang Xinchuan remained absorbed in her thoughts, failing to realize she needed to move to the back seat. Following Su Mu's prompt, she finally shifted positions, after dropping Jiang Xinchuan off at the Yulonggu Villa area. Su Mu turned the Bentley around, heading towards the coast of Huadong City, then on the way back to the castle. As they passed a familiar intersection, Su Mu instinctively glanced over. "Xiao Wang, turn around and head to the rear intersection." "Understood, young master." That fleeting glance had revealed the striking red Ferrari 599 parked at the corner. Since Su Mu had no intention of driving in the afternoon, he didn't want Yiqiao to be left waiting unnecessarily. The Bentley came to a stop beside the red Ferrari, and as Yiqiao observed with a puzzled expression, Su Mu exited the vehicle. Seeing who had been waiting for him, Yiqiao also alighted. "Do you still need a chauffeur?" Her first reaction was one of surprise that Su Mu, possessing such impressive driving skills, would still require a driver. But recalling that he had mentioned not having a driver's license the previous night, she quickly realized that Su Mu was indeed a law-abiding citizen who wouldn't drive without one. Understanding dawned on her face, and Su Mu sensed there was no need for further explanation. "I have some matters to attend to today. I won't be driving this afternoon." Both were aware that they were waiting for Su Mu to drive them. "Do you have an event tonight?" Yiqiao, who was not fond of crowds, had been persuaded throughout the day by Huang Yuqin to attend a charity ball. Seizing the opportunity while her mother was on a call, she had snatched the car keys and dashed outside. Hearing Su Mu mention he had something to do, she immediately connected it to her mother's insistence. After Su Mu's family had returned home last night, Huang Yuqin had not ceased to praise him in front of Yiqiao, extolling his noble lineage, good looks, academic prowess, and high intelligence that Yiqiao felt as if her mother had transformed into a salesperson, marketing the product that was Su Mu. "Yes, my mother wants me to accompany her to an event." He did not elaborate further, believing there was no need to offer Yiqiao an exhaustive explanation. They were merely acquaintances who shared a common interest in cars, and their relationship remained somewhat distant. "All right, I understand," she replied with a nod. Signifying her comprehension, Su Mu had simply intended to inform her now that he had seen her. It would be inconsiderate to keep her waiting unnecessarily. After completing his business, he turned to leave. They had little in common to discuss, and apart from cars, Su Mu found Yiqiao to exude an icy demeanor, lacking the radiant charm typically associated with youth. That it was a pity, he thought. that such a beautiful face was accompanied by such a cold disposition. Wait a moment. Su Mu was startled. Had Jiang Xinchuan overheard his unflattering thoughts? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion, but he paused and turned back. Curious about what she wanted, without speaking, he inquired with his gaze. Let's exchange WeChat. That way, I won't have to waste time waiting here anymore. When you have time to drive, just send me a WeChat message. He Qiao stated earnestly, her tone reminiscent of discussing crucial exam topics. After a moment's consideration, Su Mu acknowledged the logic, but he was aware that He Qiao had waited for him on multiple occasions, and it seemed each time had been quite lengthy. He provided her with his phone number. All right, I will take my leave now. Just note my name. Su Mu climbed into the Bentley and departed, but He Qiao did not rush to re-enter her vehicle. She merely stood there, watching Su Mu leave without a trace of reluctance, lost in her thoughts. Upon returning to the castle, Su Mu took a shower, since he had promised his mother to accompany her to the charity gala. It was essential to prepare adequately. Having worked up a slight sweat, he felt the need to cleanse himself thoroughly. Dressed in his pajamas, he was uncertain when his mother would return home and preferred not to don formal attire too early. Pajamas were comfortable, allowing him to sit or lie down as he pleased, even rolling on the bed without concern for wrinkling his clothes. Su Mu, are you home? Still with Jiang Xinchuan. The message from Si Yin prompted a smirk from Su Mu. It appeared that Si Yin could no longer contain his curiosity. I'm at home, as long as Jiang Xinchuan isn't there. That's good. Has anything pleasant developed with that cheerleader from last time? As expected, Su Mu had anticipated Si Yan's inquiry, that he guessed that, due to Jiang Xinchuan's presence at noon, Si Yin had been struggling to contain himself. What do you think? Su Mu responded, engaging in a bit of playful banter. He knew Si Yin was quite the impatient type and relished the opportunity to tease him. Without Si Yan's astute intervention, he wondered whether Xia Shuang would have had the courage to approach him. You can't leave me hanging like this. Just tell me, is there something or not? You're driving me crazy. Si Yin, having completed his karaoke session, could barely contain his excitement upon returning home that if he weren't worried about Jiang Xinchuan being nearby, he would have called Su Mu directly to press for answers. As you might imagine, it has developed quite pleasantly. Having satiated the curiosity of the four-eyed observer, Su Mu found his heart stirred. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 4:26 p.m. I wonder when Mom's charity gala begins. In his preoccupation with evading his mother's inquiries about Jiang Xinchuan, Su Mu had neglected to ask her for the specific start time. Now, as he languished in aimless anticipation, he realized he was thoroughly bored. Prompted by this thought, he dialed his mother's number. Is the signal better now, you rascal? Did your girlfriend drop you off? Upon answering, Bai Xiaoping humorously teased her son. Mom, please don't jest with me, Su Mu replied. What is it that you need? You're not having second thoughts about accompanying me to the charity gala, are you? Bai Xiaoping raised an eyebrow, wondering if her son, who was not one to go back on his word, had changed his mind that if Su Rui were to witness his beloved wife furrowing her brow due to Su Mu's actions, he would undoubtedly chastise Su Mu. After all, it was imperative for his cherished wife to maintain a radiant demeanor without any unwarranted frowns. No, Mom. How could I ever do that? It was already quite fortunate that his mother hadn't sought retribution for his earlier dismissal of her call. Su Mu certainly did not dare to provoke her further. Although he internally resisted the idea of attending, given that his father had obligations, he felt it was his duty to assume the role of a gallant escort. Mom, may I inquire about the specific time the charity gala commences? Bored already? I knew you couldn't sit still at home, Bai Xiaoping remarked, understanding her son well that in his school days, boredom had often led him to pass the time with books. Now that the college entrance examination was over, he was akin to a bird set free, impossible to confine. The charity gala begins at 8 in the evening. There is no need for you to wait at home for me. I'll send you the address shortly. You can arrive a bit early and wait for me outside. Got it. Thanks, Mom. With such an understanding mother, Su Mu felt fortunate indeed. Opening WeChat, he sent a message to Xia Shuyan. Please send me your location. Sure, came her prompt reply as she swiftly shared her position. Was it typical for girls to respond so quickly? Su Mu found her swiftness rather surprising. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Shuyan had been virtually glued to her phone these past few days, eagerly awaiting his summons. After what felt like an eternity of anticipation, Upon receiving Su Mu's message, she was hardly going to delay her response, that Su Mu changed into casual attire and prepared a formal outfit for the evening's charity gala, adorning himself with a Patek Philippe diamond-studded sports watch. Naturally, he packed the diamond-studded business watch along with his neatly organized clothes into a single bag. Once in the car, he relayed Xia Shuyan's address to Xiao Wang. The Bentley swiftly departed from the castle. Xia Shuyan resided directly in the dormitory of the dance troupe. Xiao Wang drove the Bentley straight to the entrance of the dance troupe's premises. The security was surprisingly lax. Perhaps the opulence of the Bentley led the guards to presume that a significant figure was inside, and they dared not impede its passage. Upon receiving Su Mu's message, Xia Shuyan began her preparations. Although Su Mu only inquired about her address, without explicitly stating that he would visit her, Xia Shuyan still made an effort to present herself beautifully, waiting outside the dance troupe's grand building that as work hours had concluded. Many individuals were entering and exiting the building as a star dancer of the troupe. Xia Shuyan was a well-known figure. Chapter 53. A joyous exchange. Xia Shuyan, are you waiting for someone? A curious passerby asked. Yes, Xia Shuyan replied softly, a smile gracing her features. That was taken aback, glancing upward at the sun, which hung high in the sky, wondering why Xia Shuyan seemed so unusually cheerful. As a prominent dancer and stunning beauty, her popularity was evident, particularly among the male audience. However, among women, jealousy and envy often prevailed. In the dance industry, where youth is paramount, competition among young women is commonplace, and beauty is a significant factor in this rivalry. That felt a sense of familiarity with Xia Shuyan, having known her for many years, yet had never witnessed her smile directed at him. Could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon him? Was the gorgeous beauty taking an interest in him? He mused whether his days as a single man were drawing to a close. Contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to engage in conversation, while Xia Shuyan appeared amiable, he was startled as she dashed away from him. Caught off guard, A's gaze followed Xia Shuyan, landing on a Bentley parked in front of the building. What kind of important figure was inside? He had no idea who occupied the luxurious vehicle, but he was certain that anyone capable of riding in such grandeur was of considerable significance. Though Su Mu did not exit the car, Xia Shuyan recognized the driver, Xiao Wang, and promptly approached him. Xiao Wang stepped out and opened the rear door of the Bentley. Su Mu descended like a prince. Su Mu. You've arrived, Xia Shuyan said, instinctively linking her arm with his, exuding an air of intimacy. Su Mu smirked, relishing the feeling of her complete reliance on him. It was left questioning his existence. The stunning beauty he had long admired had chosen a wealthy man. The worst part was that this man was not only affluent but also possessed a face that could invoke envy and resentment. Wealthy and handsome was one thing, but he was also remarkably young. He realized that when fate decided to deny someone a chance, it would leave no openings. Dejected, he lowered his head, concluding that returning to his dormitory might be the wisest choice to at least there. He would find companionship with others who shared his plight, offering mutual consolation. Su Mu, I've missed you so much. Xia Shuyan was acutely aware of her position in Su Mu's life. She knew she was dispensable. It was futile to expect Su Mu to utter sweet words to flatter her, as other men might end their dynamic. It was Xia Shuyan who should be courting his favor. Moreover, her words were heartfelt. These past few days, she had genuinely missed him. Not only did Su Mu satisfy her vanity, but he was also the only man in her life. Following their shared experience, Xia Shuyan's feelings towards Su Mu had subtly transformed. Even if Su Mu could no longer provide her with material satisfaction, she would still choose to remain by his side. Miss me? In what way did you miss me? Su Mu inquired, his question laden with deeper meaning, as their communication had been limited to that one pleasant exchange. You insufferable. How can you be so cruel? Recognizing Su Mu's playful teasing, Xia Shuyan feigned a light slap on his arm. Though the gesture was so gentle it barely registered as more than a tickle, Su Mu observed the flustered expression on Xia Shuyan's face, and his smile became more pronounced. Su Mu, did you come to find me for? Xia Shuyan hesitated, uncertain if her question might make her appear overly forward after just being teased. Of course, I came to do the things you enjoy, Su Mu replied candidly, fully aware that Xia Shuyan understood his intentions as well. Otherwise, her cheeks wouldn't have flushed so deeply. Then let us be on our way. Xia Xuyin nearly buried her head against Su Mu's chest. Although her dormitory was behind the dance troupe's building, it was inappropriate for her to invite Su Mu there. Not only did it not align with his status, but Xia Xuyin also shared her room with others, making it unsuitable for their purpose. Moreover, Su Mu had promised his mother he would attend to some matters, so he was not inclined to waste time. Without closing the rear door, Su Mu simply climbed into the car. Xia Xuyin, now quite familiar with the routine, dashed to the other side, opened the door, and took her seat. Kaimen Hotel. Understood, young master. The Bentley had scarcely reached the entrance of the dance troupe when the electronic gate was already raised high. Your dance troupe security is rather negligent, Su Mu remarked, observing the unobstructed entry of his vehicle. That's because they regard you as a major client of our dance troupe, Xia Xuyin replied, leaning comfortably against him, her tone soft as Su Mu chose not to inquire further, relishing the soothing sensation of her presence beside him. Young master, you've arrived? As Su Mu stepped out of the car, the head attendant's voice greeted him. Su Mu couldn't help but wonder if this attendant held a double shift. Always present whenever he visited, the attendant felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had failed to recognize Su Mu until he had exited the vehicle. Today, he felt he had not performed his duties adequately. Suite. No further explanation was needed. Xia Xuyin's obedient stance behind Su Mu spoke volumes. Certainly, young master. The attendant comprehended the situation, hastening to the front desk to relay instructions, then took the room key and led Su Mu and Xia Xuyin upstairs. As before, the attendant swiped the key to unlock the presidential suite. Remaining outside. Young master, here is your room key. He respectfully offered the key to Su Mu, standing at the suite's entrance. Once Su Mu and Xia Xuyin entered, the attendant closed the door behind them and discreetly retreated. Casting a furtive glance back, the young master is accompanied by the same enchanting beauty as last time. However, today, she appears even more alluring, primarily due to a change in her attire. The previous outfit, which was cool and shimmering, left much to be desired in the eyes of the head waiter. I shall take a shower first. Having gained experience, Xia Xuya did not require Su Mu to prompt her. She swiftly made her way to the bathroom. To save time, Su Mu chose not to wait for her to emerge this time. The presidential suite is equipped with 2 bathrooms, presumably for the convenience of guests. It is prudent not to squander time on trivial matters. Su Mu mused. Chapter 54. The Serious System. Are you done washing up? As Xia Xuya exited the bathroom, she discovered Su Mu also emerging from the adjacent bathroom, draped in a bathrobe. His hair was still damp, and a few mischievous droplets trickled down from his hair, cascading down to his collarbone and chest. Xia Xuya stared unabashedly. Previously, her nerves had prevented her from gazing directly at Su Mu, but now, as she observed, she realized that not only was Su Mu's face handsome, but his physique was also remarkably perfect. That, of course, Su Mu's bathrobe concealed most of his form. Have you had your fill of looking? Su Mu asked with a chuckle, noting that Xia Xuya's current demeanor could easily be associated with that of a flirtatious woman. Xia Xuya felt utterly humiliated and lowered her gaze, lacking the courage to meet Su Mu's eyes. Su Mu was pleasantly surprised to discover this adorably bashful side of Xia Xuya. He stepped closer, gently lifting her chin to gaze at her face, which was flushed either from the warmth of the bath or her shyness. Without hesitation, Su Mu leaned in and kissed her. Delightful! Su Mu rated the experience in his mind, realizing that Xia Xuya's body was truly exquisite, evoking an irresistible allure. Xia Xuya found herself leaning against Su Mu, feeling as though she had been thoroughly exhausted. She had no strength left. Go wash up, Su Mu suggested, mindful of the evening's plans and wishing to avoid arousing his mother's suspicions. All right, Xia Xuya obediently replied, though she felt utterly drained, still managing to rise and prepare to shower. She had not anticipated that her legs would offer no support. In an unfortunate lapse of attention, she stumbled and fell by the bed. Had it not been for the plush carpet, she likely would have bruised herself. What happened? Su Mu, having emerged from the earlier ordeal, looking remarkably refreshed, inquired. I can't stand up. My legs have no strength, Xia Xuya replied in a barely audible voice. Such a shy admission was truly difficult to articulate. Su Mu smirked, realizing he might have exerted himself a bit too much. With a swift motion, he scooped her up amid her startled protests. You, Xia Shuya wanted to ask how he still possessed such strength, but fearing a misinterpretation, she kept silent. Do you have the strength to wash up? If not, I can assist you, Su Mu suggested, having noted the time and realizing that there was still ample time before his mother's 8 o'clock deadline. Without waiting for Xia Shuya's response, he carried her into the bathroom. Xia Shuya initially assumed that Su Mu would set her down in one of the other bathrooms, but seeing no intention of leaving, she grew increasingly anxious. Aren't you going to take a shower? Su Mu, who disliked the scent of sweat, had made that clear to Xia Shuya in their previous encounters. Of course, but why not wash together? Su Mu proposed, intrigued by the idea of experiencing the shower with Xia Shuya for the first time. However, as a novice in this realm, Su Mu was instinctively competent, but still felt somewhat out of his depth in the unfamiliar territory of the bathroom. Suddenly, a thought struck him about the system that existed to enhance his opulent lifestyle. He wondered what delightful surprises it might offer in this context. Sign in at the hotel bathroom. Beep. Check-in at the hotel bathroom successful. Reward, Master Techniques. Master Techniques? Before Su Mu could fully comprehend what this entailed, his mind was inundated with an array of risky and complex maneuvers. To it seemed the system shared a whimsical disposition. Su Mu marveled internally. Host, all functions of the system are derived from human experiences. The system merely organizes and refines the collected knowledge, extracting the pinnacle techniques to present to the host. It can be said that the system offers the essence of countless successful individuals. In response to Su Mu's praise, the system earnestly elaborated. Well, Su Mu conceded that he had misjudged the system. Indeed, human intelligence is the most magnificent force. Empowered by these formidable techniques, Su Mu embraced his newfound confidence, transforming into a wolf of sorts. The promise of helping Xia Shuya wash up was quickly forgotten. Observing Xia Shuya, who now lacked the strength even to move a finger, Su Mu felt a swell of accomplishment. The earlier experience had been so novel and exhilarating that Su Mu lost track of time. Exceeding his own expectations, as the hour approached that his mother had mentioned, he gently placed Xia Shuya back onto the bed. Rest for a moment. I have something to attend to. When you feel strong enough, wash up yourself. After issuing his instructions, Su Mu entered the bathroom for a quick rinse. He changed into the attire prepared for the charity gala, donning a diamond-studded watch from Patek Philippe. With a renewed sense of vigor, he exited the bathroom. Xia Shuya, now devoid of even the strength to rise, lay beneath the covers, watching Su Mu approach as if nothing were amiss. Was the disparity between men and women truly so vast? She silently pondered. I'll come to see you the day after tomorrow. Unable to resist the allure of Xia Shuya's post-exercise languor, Su Mu leaned in and pecked her cheek. All right, Xia Shuya replied obediently. Refraining from inquiring about Su Mu's evening plans, she was acutely aware of her place and understood that some questions were best left unasked. Xia Shuya believed that maintaining her position was essential for her continued presence beside Su Mu. Good girl, Su Mu affectionately ruffled Xia Shuya's hair, finding her current demeanor reminiscent of a charming little kitten. Not wishing to delay further, he was eager to avoid his mother's disapproval. He left the room key on the bedside table. If you're willing, you don't have to go home tonight. As he stepped out, Su Mu left a parting remark for Xia Shuya, who could now indulge in her heart's desire. Young master, are you planning to head back? Upon exiting the elevator, the head waiter, who had been waiting in the lobby, approached him directly. Not seeing the enchanting beauty who had accompanied the young master, the head waiter hesitated to inquire. Yes, don't disturb that girl, Su Mu instructed. Aware that Xia Shuya would require some time to rest, he suspected she might even indulge in social media, and he felt that tonight, she might not get much sleep. Understood, young master. Although the head waiter was uncertain as to why the beauty did not accompany the young master, he understood it was not his place to question his employer's affairs. Young master, take care. With a respectful gesture, he opened the rear door of the Bentley, making up for the earlier lack of a proper welcome. Chapter 55. An untapped gold mine. Su Mu relayed the address his mother had sent him to Shaowang. Under Su Mu's insistence for speed, the Bentley raced along the road. Fortunately, they encountered no traffic police. Otherwise, a fine would have been inevitable, it was even conceivable that a well-meaning officer might escort him to his destination. Given the price of the Bentley, other vehicles dared not linger too close, wary of incurring damage that they could not afford to repair. Even if it were not their fault, no one would dare challenge the Bentley's path, fearing the repercussions of crossing paths with someone of significant consequence. Thus, despite the rush hour, the Bentley sailed through effortlessly. With no incidents to mar the journey, Su Mu arrived at his destination ahead of schedule. Even before his mother, he stepped out of the car, Bai Xiaoping's vehicle also pulled up alongside. Xiao Mu, she called as she lowered her window. In recognition of her son's punctuality, Bai Xiaoping decided to overlook his earlier neglect to answer her call. "Mother, welcome," Su Mu replied playfully, assisting Bai Xiaoping in opening the rear door, raising his left arm. Bai Xiaoping naturally linked her right arm with his. From his mother, Su Mu learned that the charity gala was organized by a local charitable institution in East China, typically held annually. It featured contributions from benevolent individuals who donated items for auction, with proceeds benefiting children in impoverished regions, such as mountainous areas. Naturally, the benefactors were primarily affluent members of society, and items presented by the wealthy would fetch substantial prices at auction. "What did you donate, Mother?" Given the focus on upper-class patrons, Su Mu, knowing his mother's status as the wife of Rui Zhi from the Su group, found it hard to believe that the charity organization would overlook her participation. "A bracelet," Bai Xiaoping casually replied. Su Mu understood that whatever his mother had contributed was far from trivial. The value was undoubtedly significant, in the past, Su Mu would not have made such observations. During his time in the modest two-bedroom apartment, he recognized that the most valuable item his mother possessed was a ring adorned with a single small diamond. Upon returning to the castle, Su Mu realized just how understated his mother had been in the past. There were various exquisite jewels, some recognizable and others not, all sparkling in a jewelry box that Su Mu thought that his mother could go for months without repeating a single piece. "Mrs. Su, welcome," greeted the staff member clad in the charity organization's uniform as Su Mu and his mother strolled into the venue. The moment the staff member spotted Bai Xiaoping, they rushed over. Su Mu understood immediately. It seemed his mother was a significant benefactor, as the staff's demeanor spoke volumes. "Director Xia, greetings," Bai Xiaoping said, her tone friendly and unpretentious. "Director?" Su Mu glanced sideways, initially dismissing the individual as just another staff member, only to discover they held a prominent position. "Mrs. Su, thank you for your support of our charity organization," the director said, "and for your generous donation of the sapphire bracelet. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the children in the mountainous regions." Bai Xiaoping's contributions were undoubtedly substantial. Director Xia was well aware that for such an esteemed guest, the attitude must be impeccable. The charity's annual events relied heavily on the generosity of patrons like Bai Xiaoping, who were both affluent and magnanimous. "You're too kind, Director Xia," Bai Xiaoping replied, having heard such compliments far too often to be moved by them. "Mrs. Su, may I ask who this is?" Noticing Bai Xiaoping's disinterest in the topic, Director Xia's gaze shifted to the young man accompanying her. Initially, he had merely glanced at Su Mu, dismissing him as someone insignificant. But upon closer inspection, two words sprang to mind: strikingly handsome. Director Xia was certain he had never encountered Su Mu before. Despite Su Mu's youth, his evident closeness with Bai Xiaoping left Director Xia perplexed. Individuals like Su Rui and Bai Xiaoping were prime targets for the charity's focus. Director Xia was aware of their strong bond, yet this young, handsome man raised questions. Why was Bai Xiaoping so openly introducing him in such a public setting? Director Xia sensed there was information he was missing. "This is my son, Su Mu," Bai Xiaoping revealed, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Director Xia's mind. Indeed, Director Xia had formulated numerous speculations, yet he never imagined that Su Mu would be Bai Xiaoping's son. The reason was Bai Xiaoping's remarkable youthfulness. One would never guess she had a son of such age. Previously, there had never been any mention of Su Rui and Bai Xiaoping having children. Director Xia had even once gossiped about how Su, as the chairman of a vast enterprise, was not in a hurry to have an heir. Little did he know, it was not a matter of reluctance, rather. Their son was already grown. Wait a moment, Bai Xiaoping's son. That would mean he is the heir apparent of the Su group. Director Xia felt as though he had stumbled upon a gold mine. The future of the Su group would belong to this young prince, and Director Xia was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Young Master Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Xia Yiming from the XX charity organization. It is a delight to have you here tonight, he said, his tone dripping with insincerity. Su Mu nodded, uninterested in the obvious flattery emanating from Xia Yiming, who had overlooked him when his identity was unknown. The sudden enthusiasm felt forced. Xia Yiming, sensing Su Mu's indifference, awkwardly chuckled. This young prince was not easy to charm, he thought, regretting his earlier superficiality and focusing solely on Bai Xiuping. Mrs. Su, your son is truly handsome, Xia Yiming remarked, redirecting his flattery towards Bai Xiuping, hoping to win her favor. Bai Xiuping, however, remained unimpressed, offering only a polite smile. Xiuping Mu, you both have arrived, came an excited female voice that Su Mu and Bai Xiuping turned to see Huang Yuqin, linked arm in arm with He Yuguang, followed closely by He Qiyao. Yuqin, you're here? Bai Xiuping naturally turned to Huang Yuqin with Su Mu at her side. Xia Yiming awkwardly stepped aside, realizing his efforts to ingratiate himself with Mrs. Su and her son had gone unnoticed. How is it that just one day apart, Mu seems even more dashing? Huang Yuqin remarked, her gaze towards Su Mu filled with the admiration of a mother-in-law assessing her prospective son-in-law. In her eyes, Su Mu had transformed into the quintessential candidate for marrying her daughter. Huang Yuqin reminisced about the playful remark Bai Xiuping had made when He Qiyao was born, suggesting that the two children should be betrothed. At that time, it had merely been a jest, dismissed with laughter. Yet seeing the handsome young man before her now, coupled with He Qiyao's cool demeanor since returning from abroad, Huang Yuqin felt compelled to consider a union between her daughter and Su Mu. On this occasion, Huang Yuqin had subtly inquired about the event from Bai Xiuping, and upon learning that Su Mu was attending in place of Su Rui, she had insisted that He Qiyao join them. Although perplexed by her daughter's initial reluctance, Huang Yuqin was pleased that He Qiyao ultimately agreed to attend the charity gala, particularly since Su Mu would be present. You're too kind, Aunt Qin, Su Mu replied, interpreting Huang Yuqin's compliment as mere flattery without further thought. Hello, Aunt Bai, He Qiyao said with a reserved politeness, her demeanor cool as she greeted Bai Xiuping. However, she displayed no sign of recognition towards Su Mu, making it challenging for him to reconcile this distant figure with the charming Ferrari-driving beauty who had previously requested his contact information. Qiao is truly well-mannered, Bai Xiuping remarked with a smile. She had always held a fondness for He Qiyao and had hoped to see a connection blossom between her son and the young woman. However, having learned of Su Mu's girlfriend, Bai Xiuping felt a twinge of regret regarding any matchmaking intentions. Yuqin, shall we proceed inside? Bai Xiuping suggested, having lingered long enough. If not for Xia Yiming's persistent chatter, she and Su Mu would have entered the venue earlier. Yes, Xiuping, let us go, Huang Yuqin replied. Bai Xiuping linked arms with Su Mu, while Huang Yuqin did the same with He Yuguang. They were followed by the aloof He Qiyao as the five of them made their way into the gala. Mrs. Su, you have arrived. Mrs. Su, you are the most stunning guest this evening. It was evident that Bai Xiuping had instantly become the center of attention at the charity gala. Wealthy socialites and young heiresses flocked to greet her. With so many people, Bai Xiuping could not respond to each greeting individually and simply smiled in acknowledgement. Mrs. Su, is Su not attending? Who is this handsome young man? Su Mu's presence was hard to ignore, particularly for the unmarried young women who were eager to make his acquaintance. This is my son, Su Mu, Bai Xiuping proclaimed with pride, her face glowing as she spoke of her child. Su Mu had the qualities to justify her pride. His striking features alone commanded attention, captivating the young women around them. Young Master Su, Mrs. Su, your son has grown so much. He is truly handsome, a striking resemblance to you, Mrs. Su. I thought as much when I saw young Master Su enter. I sensed an air of nobility about him. Now I see why. As soon as Su Mu's identity was revealed, the crowd's focus shifted entirely to him, showering him with enthusiastic compliments, faced with such ardor. Su Mu, like his mother, could only smile in response that to engage with each individual would surely be overwhelming. With so many women vying for attention, the dynamics were palpable that as for those with sons, after exchanging pleasantries with Bai Xiaoping. Their attention shifted toward He Yuguang and Huang Yuqin. The allure of He Qiyao as a stunning beauty was undeniable, but He Yuguang's substantial wealth also commanded respect, given that He Qiyao was his only daughter. It was clear that her inheritance would be significant. Though Huang Yuqin felt anxious, she could only navigate the crowd surrounding her, watching as women with ulterior motives gathered around Bai Xiaoping and Su Mu. Fortunately, the main event of the charity gala was about to commence, and guests were invited to the VIP seating area. Su Mu noticed that he and his mother had been assigned to the prime central seats, often referred to as the coveted C position. On either side, the individuals present were strangers to Su Mu, yet they were familiar with Bai Xiaoping and took the initiative to greet both Bai Xiaoping and Su Mu. He Yuguang and his family occupied a position just 2 seats away on the right. It seemed evident that He Yuguang had made considerable donations to this charitable organization. Su Mu pondered this quietly. Xiao Mu, why hasn't your girlfriend come? Bai Xiaoping, having taken note, noticed the absence of Jiang Maohua's family. She recalled that Jiang Maohua had previously attended such events with his wife and daughter. Bai Xiaoping had anticipated that this evening would afford her a good opportunity to observe her future daughter-in-law. But it appeared that she was absent. I am not sure, Su Mu replied, as he had never participated in such events before and was unaware that Jiang Xinchuan was a regular attendee. Naturally, he had not thought to inquire whether Jiang Xinchuan would be present that evening. Bai Xiaoping felt a tinge of disappointment at not seeing Jiang Xinchuan and redirected her attention back to the charitable program. This segment was quite straightforward. The charity organization auctioned off items donated by benevolent individuals, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. The proceeds from the auction were witnessed by personnel from a notary office and deposited into a designated account for future assistance to children in mountainous or other impoverished regions. In essence, this charitable donation process involved individuals offering their possessions to the charity, only to subsequently draw from their own pockets to purchase items from others. That Su Mu found this rather tedious. He thought it would be simpler for the charity to directly request donations. However, as he observed the enthusiastic participation of others, he began to reconsider, realizing perhaps his thoughts were somewhat naive. For most people, attending such events might be a one-off experience, but as his mother had mentioned, this charity ball occurred annually and had been ongoing for many years. One could imagine the irritation that would arise if the charity were to solicit funds directly each year. The current format was far more palatable, rather than asking for money outright. The organization merely encouraged affluent patrons to donate items of personal significance. Naturally, the wealthy would not part with ordinary possessions. The upper echelons of society placed great importance on appearances, and this auction cleverly capitalized on that aspect. Su Mu believed the charity must have a shrewd strategist behind its sustained support from wealthy benefactors. The auction proceeded smoothly, with attendees exhibiting remarkable enthusiasm, yet also discernment. Once a few individuals began to bid on an item, others quickly refrained from further bidding, as everyone had participated in similar charitable events far too often, merely going through the motions to maintain appearances within their social circles. Su Mu noted that the sapphire bracelet donated by his mother was the most expensive item, starting at a bid of 3 million. The charity organization even emphasized that it was donated by M.R.S.U. of the Su group, which undoubtedly heightened the bidding fervor compared to other items. On one hand, attendees were motivated by Bai Xiaoping's reputation. On the other, they recognized the true value of the bracelet. After several rounds of bidding, the sapphire bracelet was ultimately sold for 4,880,000 to a wealthy matron, who, upon winning the bid, made a point to greet Bai Xiaoping. At that moment, Su Mu genuinely understood why people were so eager to attend charity events. Although everyone was aware that the charity organization was somewhat opportunistic, the presence of significant figures like Rui Zhi and Bai Xiaoping was a major draw for those who typically lacked access to such high-profile individuals. For them, it was akin to purchasing a ticket to mingle with the elite. Bai Xiaoping herself did not leave empty-handed, acquiring a brooch for a substantial 220,000 by the end of the evening. Bai Xiaoping's total contributions reached an impressive 7 million. And no wonder Xia Yiming greeted Bai Xiaoping with such enthusiasm. She had effectively donated millions in a single night. Su Mu was astounded by the charity's remarkable capacity to attract funds. Once the bidding concluded, the charity did not allow attendees to simply depart, that if the event failed to yield tangible benefits. who would continue to support the charity's endeavors in the future. Guests were ushered into another elegantly arranged hall. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all generous donors. Next, we invite you to enjoy our charity ball, announced the host. As music filled the air, couples began to take to the dance floor. Bai Xiaoping was soon surrounded by an entourage of affluent matrons, with Rui Zhi absent and Su Mu not well acquainted with anyone else. He found it awkward to approach them. Thus, the task of socializing fell to the women present. Observing his mother enveloped by a throng of elegantly dressed ladies, Su Mu discreetly found a spot to sit and occupied himself with his phone to stave off boredom. Those who had initially contemplated approaching him hesitated, fearing they might disrupt the air of the Su group. Unaware of the conflicted expressions on the faces of those who wished to engage yet felt intimidated, Su Mu opened WeChat and sent a message to Jiang Xinxuan. His mother had mentioned Jiang Xinxuan, and Su Mu was curious as to why she had not attended the evening's festivities. If his girlfriend had been present, he would not have felt so lonely. Xiao Xian, what are you up to? Why didn't you come to the charity gala tonight? My grandmother is visiting, and my mother said I should spend more time at home with her. So I didn't attend any social events. She replied almost instantaneously, a testament to her constant connection to her phone ever since they began dating. Did you go? Jiang Xinxuan quickly deduced that Su Mu was inquiring because he was indeed at the charity gala. Feeling a slight disappointment that it was so coincidental, it was unfortunate that Su Mu attended the gala while she was unable to do so due to her grandmother's visit, although she had participated in numerous such events throughout her life without concern. Knowing that her boyfriend was present made it all the more significant. My father is busy, and my mother asked me to come as a backup. That is what my mom called about this afternoon, Jiang Xinxuan recalled, realizing that Su Mu had been on the phone with her at that moment. However, since Su Mu hadn't inquired further, she hadn't connected the two events. Conveying a pouty expression, Jiang Xinxuan indicated that her current mood was less than delightful. Glancing at the time, she realized that even if she rushed over now, it would be too late. Moreover, her parents were occupied with her grandmother, and it would be inappropriate for her to attend the gala alone. Well, enjoy yourself, that my grandmother is calling me. She sent a waving emoji, not wishing to let her own discontent affect Su Mu. Seeking to maintain her composure, she quickly crafted an excuse to excuse herself from the conversation. Su Mu shrugged it off and responded with an okay. With his girlfriend unavailable for a chat, he resorted to scrolling through his moments that, as expected, Xia Shuya had not returned to the dance troupe. Scrolling through photos of presidential suites, often featuring Xia Shuya accidentally captured in the frame, Su Mu found himself almost admiring her. The presidential suite seemed nearly transformed into a backdrop for her incessant photography. From angles of admiration to downward views, side shots, and scenic capture from the suite, Su Mu suspected she had explored every conceivable angle. Of course, Xiaoshuya's posts were not limited to a single update. Usually, several photos accompanied a few captions. Back in the presidential suite, here I am again. Isn't it a tad extravagant for my dear to always stay in such a standard suite? Fortunately, I'm accustomed to it. Otherwise, I too would find it excessively lavish. It was a display of ostentation that elicited a chuckle from Su Mu. Additionally, there were Xia Shuya's responses in her moments, the authenticity of which was hard to discern. Dear is dear to don't inquire further. It seemed to be a reply to someone's probing. My dearest identity is quite mysterious. I cannot disclose it. The conversation continued along that vein. Ask me again, and I still want to reveal anything. The pattern was clear, prompting Su Mu to close the moments, no longer wishing to engage. Chapter 58. I have no interest in your daughter, watching his mother socialize while his girlfriend attended to her grandmother. And being inundated with Xia Shuya's posts, Su Mu felt utterly bored in an effort to match his outfit. He had switched to a black phone, projecting a more mature image that he contemplated whether to message Lin Mumu and gather a few friends for a few rounds of games to alleviate his tedium. Xiao Mu, why aren't you dancing? A familiar voice broke his reverie. It was Huang Yuqin. Aunt Qin, Su Mu acknowledged, rising from his seat out of respect for the elder. Please sit down. You look rather bored all by yourself. Huang Yuqin gestured for him to relax as she seated herself beside him. Initially, out of courtesy, Su Mu stood, but seeing Huang Yuqin take a seat, he felt it unnecessary to remain standing. Although she had been engaged in conversation with a group of affluent matrons, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Su Mu, who was idly playing with his phone. Huang Yuqin saw an opportunity. She had intended to bring He Qiao along, yet when He Qiao approached Su Mu's vicinity, she hesitated, unwilling to draw too close. Huang Yuqin was cautious not to push her daughter too hard, as it might backfire. There was no choice but to allow He Qiao to stand at a distance, neither too close nor too far. When faced with Huang Yuqin's inquiry, Su Mu merely smiled, refraining from providing a direct answer. Indeed, he felt a sense of ennui, and there was no need to conceal it. Xiao Mu, why don't you take Yao Yao for a dance? It would be a delightful way to pass the time, Huang Yuqin suggested, cutting to the chase, sensing no need for pretense. The charity ball had already been underway for some time, and Huang Yuqin feared that if they continued to dawdle, Su Mu and Yao Yao might miss their chance to dance altogether. Dancing with He Qiao? Su Mu glanced at her, standing a short distance away, yet showing no inclination to approach. She was indeed an ice queen. Su Mu recalled the previous night's birthday banquet for He Qiao, where numerous young men had returned empty-handed. Ultimately, it was a Yuang who had accompanied her for the opening dance that Su Mu expressed a distinct lack of interest in that frosty beauty. The thought of dancing with her was even less appealing. Meeting Huang Yuqin's expectant gaze, Su Mu hesitated to declare outright, "I have no interest in your daughter." Instead, he managed to chuckle, "Aunt Qin, I am not particularly fond of dancing." "Xiao Mu, everyone is young. A dance can help you become better acquainted," Huang Yuqin insisted, disregarding Su Mu's rejection and fervently advocating for her cause. What was happening? Observing Huang Yuqin's earnest attempts to persuade him to dance with He Qiao, Su Mu began to suspect that she might be attempting to play matchmaker, but he felt that Huang Yuqin was overstepping boundaries. After all, he already had a girlfriend. He Qiao was not at all like Xia Shuyan. Before his relationship with Xia Shuyan, Su Mu had been clear about his intentions, and Xia Shuyan had willingly followed him. Fully aware of his commitment to another, their relationship had been one of mutual benefit. However, it was evident that Huang Yuqin intended to pair her daughter with him, which implied a pursuit of marriage. Even though discussing marriage seemed premature, Su Mu did not wish for such matters to strain the relationship between their families. It was apparent that their mothers shared a strong bond. "Aunt Qin, I am not well acquainted with Miss He," Su Mu stated plainly. Hoping she would relent, he feared that such meddling could lead to significant complications. "Xiao Mu, if you dance together, it will create common topics for conversation, allowing you to become more familiar with one another," Huang Yuqin persisted, seemingly oblivious to Su Mu's disinterest. "Yuqin, what are you and Xiao Mu discussing?" Bai Xiaoping, who had been observing her son, approached them. "Xiaoping, I noticed Xiao Mu seemed bored, so I suggested he dance with Yao Yao to pass the time," Huang Yuqin explained. Who would have thought that Xiao Mu would be shy? Huang Yuqin chuckled, her eyes brimming with affection for Su Mu. Su Mu was left speechless, wondering what the heavens had conspired to create this situation. He certainly did not appear shy. He simply had no desire to dance with He Qiao. Bai Xiaoping shot a glance at her son, perplexed that he exhibited any semblance of shyness. She couldn't fathom how Huang Yuqin had come to that conclusion. Yet, she was somewhat aware of Huang Yuqin's intentions. After all, she had harbored similar thoughts in the past, albeit without explicitly stating them. Bai Xiaoping sighed inwardly, lamenting that her son was simply too handsome. She was also quite pleased with Jiang Xinchuan, and having learned of her son's feelings, she refrained from indulging Huang Yuqin's matchmaking attempts further. Continuing to meddle would only lead to awkwardness down the line. "Xiao Mu, you are a young man. You should take the initiative," Bai Xiaoping encouraged. "Besides, you are a few months older than Yao Yao." As Bai Xiaoping merely smiled and did not engage further, Huang Yuqin felt compelled to continue her solitary campaign. She believed it would be prudent to find an opportunity to discuss things with Xiaoping. With the support of both families, the two children could surely develop their relationship more swiftly. Su Mu found himself at a loss for words. His discomfort was glaringly evident. Did Huang Yuqin truly not perceive his reluctance to dance with He Qiao? "Mom, I want to go home," he finally declared, inwardly pleading for divine intervention to extricate him from this situation. Just then, He Qiao's voice cut through the tension, making her seem like an angel sent to rescue him from Huang Yuqin's fervent enthusiasm. "Yao Yao, dear, why are you leaving so soon? The ball has not yet concluded, Huang Yuqin chided. Besides, Xiao Mu was just about to invite you for a dance. Why not dance with him first before heading home? Su Mu was taken aback. When had he ever expressed a desire to invite He Qiao to dance? Was Huang Yuqin truly so inclined to speak on his behalf? Or did her thought process diverge from the norm? Confused, he cast a glance at his mother, silently inquiring what her friend meant by such comments. Bai Xiaoping offered him a look of helplessness, realizing that it would be inappropriate to intervene at that moment, that He Qiao, having observed the interaction, understood her mother's words were unfounded from the very beginning. Su Mu had displayed a clear disinterest in dancing with her. She felt embarrassed by her mother's relentless efforts to persuade Su Mu, prompting her to approach him. I don't want to dance. I want to go home, He Qiao stated, not wanting to face another rejection from Su Mu in her presence. Such a scenario would leave her feeling utterly humiliated that a peculiar feeling had begun to stir within her, one she could not quite comprehend. When she suspected Su Mu might attend the evening's festivities, she had altered her previous stance and agreed to accompany her mother. However, witnessing Su Mu's consistent refusals to dance with her only fueled a sense of indignation within her. Oddly enough, she was not particularly invested in dancing. Yet Su Mu's attitude had left her feeling rather displeased. Yao Yao, your father is still engaged in discussions. Please wait a moment, Huang Yuqin urged, reluctant to let her daughter leave so soon. After all, the two had shared a lengthy conversation the previous night, which had given Huang Yuqin hope for their budding relationship. How could they have grown so distant in just one day? Huang Yuqin noticed that they had not exchanged a single word that evening, that He Qiao glanced back and confirmed that her father was indeed still occupied with discussions. Though her demeanor was cool, she was not unreasonable. Choosing silence, she no longer insisted on leaving, simply standing still. Yao Yao, take a seat and rest for a moment. Chat with Annie, Bai Xiaoping suggested, pulling He Qiao down beside her. With Su Mu's reluctance to engage, it seemed dancing was no longer an option. With Huang Yuqin no longer fixated on him, Su Mu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Taking out his phone, he knew the event would not conclude anytime soon. Let us find a few people for a game. He needed not inquire whether Lin Mumu was available. He trusted that upon sending out a message, she would promptly assemble a team. Got it, handsome. Give me a few minutes. I'll gather some players right away. In mere moments, Lin Mumu had organized her team. Upon entering the virtual room, it was once again Su Mu and Lin Mumu who teamed up against the opposing side. Lin Mumu, now quite experienced, had handpicked her players through prior evaluations. Only those who had proven their skills remained in her circle, ready for Su Mu's summons to ensure availability when needed. Lin Mumu had even created a dedicated group of over 20 players on her WeChat, ready to respond when called upon. Now, with a roster of skilled players, Lin Mumu found herself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Fortunately, Su Mu possessed adept gaming skills, particularly suited for survival games. Thus, even if his teammates were not of the highest caliber, he could still handle challenging encounters with ease, ensuring that Lin Mumu was well supported. Ultimately, they triumphed over their opponents. You were incredible, Lin Mumu exclaimed, showering Su Mu with praise. Her admiration for him was palpable, and her compliments were genuine rather than flattery. Given her own capabilities, she had initially feared that partnering with Su Mu would result in a lackluster performance. To her astonishment, Su Mu's gaming prowess surpassed expectations, making even two master-level players falter against him, that is, a representative of online gaming and survival games. Lin Mumu found herself wanting to elevate Su Mu to idol status. Let us play again. The opposing team, evidently unwilling to concede defeat, sought a rematch. Aware of Lin Mumu's abilities, they believed that even if Su Mu was exceptionally skilled, two masters should not easily lose. Handsome, shall we challenge them again? Let us make sure they accept defeat gracefully. Lin Mumu was exuberant, unabashedly vocal about her excitement in the room. Naturally, playing additional rounds would grant her more time with Su Mu. Although situated in the virtual realm of the internet, Lin Mumu felt that enhancing her presence was indeed advantageous. Do not be arrogant. It was merely a lack of cooperation on our part. And soon enough, you shall find yourselves in tears, she provoked. The words of Lin Mumu struck a nerve, prompting the opposing party to retort with a fierce declaration. Handsome, come swiftly to extinguish their flames. and helped them regain their senses. Lin Mumu harbored no concerns regarding the potential repercussions of her incendiary remarks that in the online world, the worst that could occur was a fierce struggle to the death within the game. With Su Mu on her team, Lin Mumu felt securely at ease. Then, let us proceed. Su Mu's statement was refreshingly straightforward. The other side, unwilling to concede, was eager to confront her, and Su Mu saw no reason to hold back. Moreover, it appeared that the charity gala had yet to conclude. Thus, Su Mu resorted to playing games to pass the time. It must be said, Lin Mumu had indeed managed to summon individuals of considerable skill. Had Su Mu not acquired the skills of a master in the game, defeating the opposition would not have been so effortless, especially while burdened with a teammate like Lin Mumu in the arena of expert confrontations. Lin Mumu undeniably embodied the essence of a legendary hindrance that a new game commenced. Complete domination. Handsome, please accept me. I am utterly captivated by your tailored trousers. Lin Mumu feigned an eagerness to be embraced by Su Mu. Though spoken within the context of the game, it genuinely reflected Lin Mumu's innermost sentiments. However, Su Mu had long since abandoned any romantic inclination towards her, viewing Lin Mumu merely as a companion with whom to engage in gaming. Naturally, he refrained from acknowledging her playful remarks. Kid, did you employ cheats? The two opponents, both of master rank, were clearly unconvinced. With Lin Mumu as a teammate, Su Mu effortlessly dispatched them, leading the adversaries to question the logic behind such an outcome. It was only natural for them to suspect that Su Mu had resorted to cheating. Cheats are no match for my prowess. Do I truly need to resort to them? With time to spare, Su Mu surprisingly responded to his opponent's doubts. Impossible. We are well aware of Lin Mumu's capabilities. Both of us are masters. How could you possibly defeat us in such a short span without cheats? The opposing team expressed their disbelief with 6 consecutive question marks. Believe it or not, there is indeed a distinction among masters. This truth left the opponents momentarily flummoxed. Indeed, there exists a hierarchy among masters. By this reasoning, Su Mu could be deemed the master among masters. Lacking any evidence to accuse Su Mu of cheating, the opponents, upon witnessing his confident demeanor, began to accept that he truly possessed such formidable skill.